Chapter 895. Not only that, even Yi Xian's fighting spirit was ignited. If he could kill these two 7th Supreme Martial Artist spies from the Juyin Palace, then his cultivation would improve by another level. These two people had also heard of the power of Yi Xian's golden sovereign body, so they focused their attention on Yi Xian. Although it was a little unfair to say 2 against 1, this was the reality. After all, Luoluo was only a mid-stage 6th Supreme Martial Artist. However, these two people soon realized that they were wrong and very wrong. "You bastards, how dare you attack the young master? You're courting death." Luoluo snorted angrily and charged towards the disciple in green. 65% claw intent was enough to pose a threat to these two people. The disciple in green also understood that Luoluo was not ordinary, so he immediately turned around and rushed towards her. "Don't hold back, end this quickly," Yi Xian said to Luoluo in her mind. "Okay," Luoluo responded. In the next moment, Yi Xian saw a white flash pass by the disciple in green. This move again? Yi Xian was shocked. Luoluo had used this move to instantly kill the old woman from the Juyin Palace last time. Instantly killing an opponent 2 levels higher, with this talent, entering the intersect wouldn't be a problem. I'm so tired. This move can only be used once a day," Luoluo said helplessly. "Once a day, that's already very good." Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. Of course, the most surprised person was the youth in white. His companion was actually instantly killed by Luoluo, who was 2 levels lower than him. Furthermore, Yi Xian wasn't someone he could defeat in a short period of time. He was doomed. "Junior brother, wait. I'm here to test you," the youth in white hurriedly shouted. He would never have thought that Luoluo would be able to instantly kill his companion. If he was Luoluo's opponent, then he would be the one to die. What? Yi Xian and Luoluo were both shocked. These two people were here to test them? Nonsense. I passed the test long ago. Yi Xian's suppressed killing intent flashed once more as he shouted. "It's true. The elder in charge of the inspection is nearby." After the white-clothed young man finished speaking, he shouted, "Elder, save me." His appearance seemed to be real. Yi Xian also hesitated. "Young master, what do we do now?" Luoluo suddenly looked towards Yi Xian. Just now Luoluo had killed an intersect disciple. If she killed another one now, it wouldn't make a difference. If what the white-clothed youth said was false, then it would be fine. But if what the white-clothed youth said was true, then it would be a tragedy. After all, they had accidentally killed a disciple who had come to test them. "Luoluo, we don't care anymore. Kill him." Yi Xian made his decision. Since he had already killed one, he would kill another one. A spy from the Absolute Yin Palace actually dares to speak nonsense. "Die!" Yi Xian roared and attacked with all his might. Luoluo quickly cooperated with Yi Xian. But at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed over. So fast. Yi Xian, who had the eye of perception, trembled. He turned his head and saw a gray figure in front of him, protecting the white-clothed youth behind him. "Elder." Seeing this, the white-clothed youth immediately showed a look of hope. This gray figure was an elder dressed in coarse hemp clothes, but his strength was extremely strong. "He is at least an 8th Tribulation Supreme Venerable." Yi Xian and Luoluo trembled. He was already prepared to hide Luoluo in the artifact space. He could deal with an early-stage 7th Tribulation Supreme Venerable, but this was an 8th Tribulation Supreme Venerable. He had the strength to kill him instantly. "Li Tao is dead?" The gray-clothed elder turned his head and looked at the white-clothed youth. "Elder, Li Tao was killed by that little girl." The white-clothed youth pointed angrily at Luoluo. The gray-clothed elder turned his head and looked at Luoluo. Being able to kill a 7th Tribulation Supreme Venerable as a 6th Tribulation Supreme Venerable, this aptitude was not a problem for her to enter the inner sect. The gray-clothed elder turned his attention to Yi Xian and said, "Your assessment is over. Follow me back to the Burning Sun Hall." "You?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Did this mean that Luoluo could directly enter the inner sect of the Burning Sun Hall? "Elder, she killed Li Tao." The white-clothed youth shouted angrily. Luoluo killed the green-clothed disciple just now, and even he was almost killed by Yi Xian and Luoluo. How could he not take revenge? "I know, but this is my fault. I will naturally report to the higher-ups when I return." After the gray-clothed elder finished speaking, he turned and left. But the white-clothed youth still wanted to say something, but he restrained himself. He glared at Yixian and Luoluo, then put away Li Tao's body and followed the elder. If this person wanted to kill us, it would be easy. It seems that this is indeed the assessment of the Burning Sun Hall, and that reporting mission is just a cover. Yixian thought to himself. Who asked them to be so weak? Oh, and their interspatial rings were taken away. Luoluo was unhappy. Cough, you can also enter the inner sect now. It's not bad. Yixian laughed dryly. Originally, this reporting mission was only done by him, and Luoluo just followed along. Unexpectedly, Luoluo killed the green-clothed disciple instantly. This was something that the white-clothed youth and the elder of the Burning Sun Hall did not expect. The white-clothed youth and the green-clothed disciple pretended to be members of the Juyin Palace and wanted to kill Yixian and Luoluo. This was also a test. After all, if Yixian was a member of the Juyin Palace, he would have revealed his identity. Unfortunately, Yixian was not. Soon Yixian and Luoluo followed behind the gray-clothed elder and returned to the Burning Sun Hall. The two of you follow me. I will personally bring you to complete the inner sect registration. The gray-clothed elder said to Yixian. Yes. Yixian nodded and followed behind. Along the way, he could feel the envious gazes of the inner sect disciples. At the same time, the whispers of these inner sect disciples fell into Yixian's ears. Elder Han? Among all the elders in the Burning Sun Hall, his strength can be ranked in the top 10? Yixian's eyes lit up. Not only that, he suddenly remembered Elder Han's voice. Previously, he had heard Elder Han's voice in the Tower of Illusion. It turned out that Elder Han was the person who allowed him to enter the inner sect after he completed the test. Soon Elder Han personally completed the registration for Yixian and Luoluo. From now on, Yixian and Luoluo were inner sect disciples of the Burning Sun Hall. However, at this moment, the two of you have good aptitudes. Are you interested in becoming my disciple? After the registration, Elder Han suddenly turned around and asked. When these words came out, the surrounding disciples were all shocked. When an outer sect disciple entered the inner sect, if his aptitude was good, there would be an elder who would accept him as a disciple. However, there were strong and weak inner sect elders in the Burning Sun Hall. This Elder Han was undoubtedly an expert. If they were to become his disciple, then their future would be smooth sailing. Chapter 896. When Yixian and Luoluo heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other. Young master, do you want to be apprenticed? Luoluo asked in his mind. This Hall of Burning Sun isn't as simple as we thought. It's not a bad idea to find a powerful master. Yixian replied in his mind. Then he clasped his hands together and said, Disciple Yixian greets master. It was Luoluo's first time being apprenticed, so she imitated Yixian's actions. Very good, you are my 7th and 8th disciples. There are 6 people before you. Elder Han nodded with a smile and said, Although I, Han Ming, am not the most powerful in the Hall of Burning Sun, I am proficient in the techniques of Juyin Palace. You too can learn a thing or two from me. Proficient in the techniques of Juyin Palace? When Yixian heard this, he was surprised. However, when he recalled Elder Han's methods, he calmed down. Elder Han was an expert. His spiritual attack could make Yixian faint instantly, making him vulnerable. At the same time, he also had the ability to confuse people's memories. However, Yixian wasn't interested in illusionary techniques or spiritual attacks. After all, he already had the Eye of Illusion and the Burning Eye. Elder Han was only able to confuse him previously because of the suppression of their realms. If Yixian were to attack a 4th Tribulation Supreme, his Eye of Illusion could make the other party live in an illusion, never to wake up. A single use of the Burning Eye would definitely cause the other party to suffer a mental breakdown. However, this was a good teacher for Luoluo. Luoluo's spiritual power was naturally higher than other races. If she learned illusionary techniques and spiritual attacks, her strength would increase exponentially. She might even be able to increase the effect of her charm. Alright, since the two of you have become my disciples, these are my welcome gifts. Elder Han suddenly took out 2 jade bottles from his Qian Kuan ring. Yixian and Luoluo each took a jade bottle. When they opened it, they were stunned. Sovereign golden pills and 5 of them? Yixian was shocked. It wasn't easy for him to pass the 6th floor of the Tower of Illusions, but he only managed to obtain 1 sovereign golden core. However, this Elder Han gave him 10 sovereign golden cores in one go. Experts were indeed filthy rich. Little girl, your cultivation level is still too low. Hurry up and raise it. Otherwise, you won't even be able to learn a thing or two from me. Elder Han looked at Luo Luo and said, Master, I won't disappoint you. Luo Luo wasn't the least bit pretentious as she directly kept the 5 sovereign golden pills. Not only that, but Yixian also hurriedly kept them into the devouring space. With these 5 sovereign golden cores, he would definitely be able to pass the tribulation, and the success rate would definitely be 100%. You all can refine the sovereign golden pill first. I still have some matters to attend to. If you have any problems, come and find me. After Elder Han finished speaking, he quickly left. As for Yixian and Luo Luo, they left under the envious gazes of the surrounding disciples as they headed towards their newly allocated residences. Young master, I'm going to refine the sovereign golden core. After returning to her residence, Luo Luo immediately closed the door. The sovereign golden core was the same as the jade blood essence pill. It could greatly enhance the sovereign golden core, and at the same time increase one's cultivation level. Even a 7th tribulation supremacy would be envious. Luo Luo had obtained 5 sovereign golden cores at once, and her cultivation level was only at the 6th tribulation supremacy stage. If she used her bloodline to refine all 5 sovereign golden cores, it wouldn't be a problem for her to break through to the 7th tribulation supremacy stage. Yixian didn't want to let Luo Luo surpass him, so he hurriedly swallowed the 5 sovereign golden cores. The sovereign golden cores suddenly increased by a large amount. Ding, the host has met the requirements to pass the tribulation. The current success rate is 100%. Do you want to pass the tribulation? The long-awaited system notification sounded. Yes, Yixian immediately replied. Since the success rate was 100%, he naturally wanted to pass the tribulation directly. Immediately, tribulation lightning began to gather in the sky above the courtyard. The sovereign tribulation was very powerful and countless people had died because of it, let alone the 7th tribulation. However, Yixian's sovereign golden body was already comparable to an ordinary 7th tribulation supremacy stage, and after refining the 5 sovereign golden cores, it was even more powerful. A mere 7th tribulation supremacy stage was nothing to him. Soon the sovereign tribulation lightning struck. 1 ray, 2 rays, 3 rays, 7 sovereign tribulation lightning strikes were completed in one go. Yixian stood quietly in the courtyard, not even frowning. Ding, tribulation successful. Current 7th tribulation supremacy stage. Beginning to reconstruct the sovereign golden body. After the 7th sovereign tribulation lightning struck, Yixian finally broke through to the 7th tribulation supremacy stage. I finally broke through to the 7th tribulation supremacy stage. Now I can be considered an advanced supremacy stage. Yixian was bursting with confidence. Now, he could go to the flowing gold waterfall to refine his sovereign golden body. When he was at the 6th tribulation supremacy stage, he could challenge 60 meters. Now that he had broken through to the 7th tribulation supremacy stage, it wouldn't be a problem for him to reach 40 meters. After informing Luo Luo, Yixian directly left and headed for the flowing gold waterfall. The flowing gold waterfall was still the same. It was extremely quiet. Other than the sound of the waterfall, there weren't many sounds. However, Yixian's appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people. That madman is here again. How many meters is he going to challenge this time? I heard that he passed the 6th level of the Tower of Illusion. He should have gone to report for the mission. Why is he back? Could it be that he has already completed the mission? That can't be. Senior brother Gao just set off. Yixian ignored these voices and directly rushed to the flowing gold waterfall. This time it was 50 meters. 50 meters, as expected of madman. When the crowd saw this, they were all shocked. However, in the next moment they were all shocked. 50 meters corresponded to the 7th tribulation supremacy stage. However, after Yixian went up, the water flow accelerated by the array couldn't even break through Yixian's golden body of supremacy. Oh my God, my golden body of supremacy is so strong that it can directly cross 50 meters? Yi Xian was shocked. Immediately, he rushed to the 40-meter position. It's done. I wonder how long it will take this time. Yi Xian began to temper his golden body of supremacy. He estimated that after this time, he might be able to pass the 8th tribulation of supremacy. Of course, one's realm had to be high enough to pass the tribulation. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to receive the tribulation of supremacy. The group of people below looked at Yi Xian and were already shocked to the point of prostrating themselves on the ground. However, it wasn't that easy for Yi Xian to temper his golden body of supremacy this time. On the 5th day after he arrived at the flowing gold waterfall, a few people came to look for him. When the group of disciples below saw him, they were also a little surprised. Isn't that Senior Brother Li? I heard that he went out to train and now he's back? Senior Brother Li is an expert who can squeeze into the top 100 of the inner disciples. Last year, he failed to pass the 8th tribulation of supremacy, and his cultivation level regressed. He should be back now. I wonder when he will pass the tribulation again. I heard that Senior Brother Li's younger brother, Li Tao, died. Could this be the reason? What Li Tao? The people below whispered to each other. However, their discussion couldn't escape Yi Xian's ears. At this moment, Yi Xian opened his eyes. Li Tao's older brother? He raised his eyebrows. That Li Tao was the disciple in green who was instantly killed by Lolo's ultimate move. He didn't expect that he had a brother who was at the peak of the 7th tribulation supremacy stage. He turned his head and saw a familiar figure. It was the young man in white from that day. At this moment, the young man in white was pointing at him and talking to a man beside him. Chapter 897. You're Yi Xian. The man said to Yi Xian from afar. Yi Xian flew out of the flowing gold waterfall and said, That's right. Where's the girl who killed my brother? Senior Brother Li shouted angrily. This sentence made the surrounding people tremble. Senior Brother Li Teng's brother Li Tao was really dead? Your brother's skills were inferior, so it's fine that he died. Why? Do you want to avenge him? Yi Xian took out a shirt and put it on, then rushed in front of Li Teng. You're courting death. Li Teng was furious. How could he not be angry when his brother was dead? Moreover, Yi Xian dared to talk to him like that. He was courting death. However, just as he was about to attack, the white-clothed youth suddenly stood in front of him. Senior Brother Li, don't be rash. There are sect rules. The white-clothed youth hurriedly reminded him. Then what do you think we should do? Li Teng looked at the white-clothed youth. At this time, Li Teng also knew that Yi Xian and Luo Luo were already under Elder Han Ming's tutelage, so it was impossible to kill them. Otherwise, Li Teng would have killed Yi Xian long ago. But at this time, Li Teng Wang Chengping. Suddenly a voice sounded. Everyone turned their heads and saw a black-clothed youth rushing over. Li Teng Wang Chengping, you two were randomly selected for a training mission. You'll be forming a team soon. Go and gather immediately. The black-clothed youth said to Li Teng. Damn it. Li Teng cursed in his heart. He didn't dare to curse in public. After all, this black-clothed youth's status was higher than his. Also, is junior brother Yi Xian under Elder Han Ming here? The black-clothed youth suddenly shouted. Yi Xian looked at the black-clothed youth in surprise and said, I'm Yi Xian. Senior brother, what's the matter? Training Elder summons you. The black-clothed youth said. Training Elder. Hearing this name, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This training elder had a high status in the Burning Sun Hall. His strength was ranked in the top 5. He was the hall master of the training hall and often issued training missions. However, Yi Xian didn't accept the mission. Why was he summoned? It seemed that he had also been selected by that random experience mission. When Li Teng heard these words, he immediately revealed a sinister smile. Not only that, the white-clothed young man also did the same. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. He packed up and left with the black-clothed youth. Li Teng and the white-clothed youth followed behind him, sneering all the way. Very quickly, the black-clothed youth brought Yi Xian and the others to the training hall. At this moment, there were already quite a few inner court disciples gathered here. Lolo's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. He turned his head and found that Luoluo was also in the training hall. A few days ago, he was tempering his sovereign golden body at the flowing gold waterfall. Luoluo was called by Han Ming to guide him. At the same time, Luoluo had also broken through to the peak of sixth supremacy. In a few days, she would be able to undergo her tribulation. Senior brother Li, that's her. At this moment, the white-clothed youth suddenly pointed at Luoluo. Li Tong had also noticed Luoluo and immediately revealed an angry expression. Young master, who is this guy? Luoluo asked, not understanding the situation. That's Li Tao's brother. Yixian casually replied. Oh. Luoluo naturally wouldn't forget the unlucky guy who was instantly killed by her. Although she was 3 realms lower than Li Tong, Luoluo still had a calm expression. Luoluo, what's going on now? Yixian looked at the surrounding inner disciples and asked curiously. Luoluo replied. We've been selected. Next we have to form a team with the others and do the training mission together. But we just entered the inner sect. Yixian was puzzled. I'm not sure either. Master can't do anything about it. Luoluo helplessly shook her head. So it's mandatory. Yixian was also slightly helpless. However, he suddenly understood the gazes of Li Tong and the white-clothed youth. After Yixian, more inner disciples came in one after another. These disciples who were selected weren't weak. The weakest was a 7th supremacy, and the strongest was a mid-8th tribulation supremacy. They were considered the top disciples in the Burning Sun Hall. Not long after, the training elder also appeared. So strong. Is this a 9th tribulation supremacy? Yixian swallowed his saliva. A 9th tribulation supremacy was enough to annihilate everyone present. Everyone. A new round of training missions has been issued. Next, you will form a small team of 5 to complete the mission. If you complete the mission, you will receive a large amount of contribution points. Of course, you can also refuse. If anyone refuses, you can withdraw on the spot. The training elder glanced at the dozens of people below. I withdraw. I'm about to undergo my tribulation. Someone immediately shouted. All right, you can go. The training elder nodded. At this moment, Luoluo asked in his mind, Young master, are we going? Go. Yixian replied. This was a randomly selected mission. The contribution points were higher than ordinary missions. Completing one was equivalent to completing 3 ordinary missions. Therefore, not many people withdrew. In the end, only 4 people withdrew. Very good. Next, I'll divide you into groups. The training elder nodded and began to call out names. Although these dozens of inner disciples were randomly selected, they weren't randomly assigned to groups. Various factors had to be considered. Yixian stood there quietly. He only hoped that he would be assigned to the same group as Luoluo. Wang Gang, Li Teng, Yixian, Lu Taining, Wang Chengping. The training elder shouted. Hearing this, Yixian and Lelua's expressions changed. They weren't assigned to the same group. This was troublesome. Young master, don't worry. Even if I can't beat them, I still have many ways to escape. Once I break through, no one among the 7th tribulation supremacies will be able to do anything to me, Luoluo said hurriedly. When Yixian heard this, he felt a lot more at ease. Unfortunately, he was assigned to the same group as Li Tong. Of course, he also knew that this was just luck. After all, Li Tong didn't have the ability to command a 9th tribulation supremacy. Wang Gang is the youth in black who brought me here just now. He's a peak 7th tribulation supremacy. Li Tong is also a peak 7th tribulation supremacy. Wang Qingping is the youth in white. He's an early stage 7th tribulation supremacy. Lu Taining is a mid-stage 7th tribulation supremacy. Yixian thought about it in his mind. If it was before, he would have been afraid. However, now that he had broken through to the 7th tribulation supremacy, he wasn't afraid even if the 4 of them joined forces. What was there to be afraid of when it was just Li Tong and Wang Chengping? Kid, you're dead meat. Li Tong stood behind Yixian with a fierce gaze. Chapter 898. All of you set off within 3 days. The training elder said. Immediately, everyone left the training hall. The leader of Yixian's team was Wang Gang, and the target of the training mission was already in his hands. At this moment, he called Yixian and the other 3 over. If all of you have nothing else to do, we will set off tomorrow. The black-clothed youth Wang Gang said to Yixian and the other three. Leader, what is our training mission? The mid-stage 7th Supreme Martial Artist Lu Taining asked. Wang Gang handed over the parchment in his hand and said, Kill the City Lord of Celestial Ocean City, an early-stage 8th Supreme Martial Artist. Their team consisted of 2 peak 7th Supreme Martial Artists, 1 mid-stage 7th Supreme Martial Artist, and 2 early-stage 7th Supreme Martial Artists. However, they were all elite disciples of the Burning Sun Hall, so it wasn't a problem for them to challenge those of a higher rank. Therefore, this mission wasn't difficult for them, as long as they cooperated well. Celestial Ocean City is in the Juyin Palace's territory, and the City Lord seems to be the deacon of the Juyin Palace. Lu Taining said with a smile, Senior Brother Wang, Senior Brother Li, with the two of you here, this mission will definitely be completed smoothly. This little brother has benefited greatly this time. Don't be careless, there are many people in the Celestial Ocean City Lord Manor. If an expert from the Juyin Palace passes by, it will be troublesome. Go back and prepare, we will set off tomorrow. Wang Gang said to Yixian and the other three. Then they dispersed in a hubbub. Brat, you actually didn't withdraw from the mission, this time you will die miserably. Li Teng suddenly caught up with Yixian and said in a low voice when he passed by him. Yixian didn't care at all. If this Li Teng was courting death, he didn't mind sending him on his way. Luo Luo, be careful when you are doing the mission. If you encounter something wrong, run away. Yixian reminded. Don't worry, I told my senior brother that I am going to undergo tribulation, so we will set off in 2 days. At that time, I will be a 7th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist. Luo giggled. And be careful. Yixian nodded. He believed in Luo's strength. Luo had a mysterious bloodline in her body, and her moves were endless. As long as Luo made a breakthrough, the mission would not be too dangerous. Yixian and Luo returned to their residence. Not long after, Hanming came over. Master. Yixian and Luo. You've just entered the inner sect, and you've already been given a random training mission. I can't do anything about it. Take this illusion-breaking stone. Thank you, Master. As for Luo, Hanming had already given her a set of claw intent. It was also at 75%. Then Hanming left first. Tomorrow Yixian would set off to do the mission. He didn't go to the flowing gold waterfall to temper his sovereign golden body. Instead, he stayed in his residence to watch the sword intent. His defense was already very strong, but his attack power was a little weak. A 65% sword intent could only barely hurt Li Teng, who was at the peak of the 7th Supreme Being. The next day arrived quickly. Yixian bid farewell to Luo and went to meet up with Wang Gang and the others. That brat didn't quit. Li Teng's eyes lit up when he saw Yixian. He was afraid that Yixian would quit the mission if he and Yixian were in the same group. Very good. Everyone is here. Let's go. Wang Gang looked around and took the lead. Yixian looked calm. He ignored Li Teng and Wang Qingping and followed. He reckoned that he would gain a lot from this mission. At that time, he might be able to break through to the mid-stage of the 7th Supreme Being. Their group wasn't the first to set off. Some groups had already set off yesterday. Sky Ocean City was quite a distance away from the Burning Sun Hall. With their speed, it would take them about 3 days. Taking advantage of this time, Yixian was constantly comprehending the sword intent, recorded in the Devouring system. He was striving to raise his sword intent to 70%. His aptitude was not bad. In addition, he had already comprehended most of it. In these 3 days, Yixian really managed to raise his sword intent to 70%. Along the way, Li Teng and Wang Qingping kept whispering to each other. However, their conversation entered Yixian's ears without missing a single word. Furthermore, they didn't know about it. However, Li Teng didn't dare to say that he wanted to kill Yixian. He usually used other things to hint at him. Alright, Sky Ocean City is in front of us. When we enter the city later, don't tell anyone that we are disciples of the Burning Sun Hall. Wang Gang reminded Yixian and the others. Yixian nodded to show that he understood. They had entered the territory of the Yin Palace. If they said that they were disciples of the Burning Sun Hall, wouldn't they be courting death? Soon, the 5 of them entered the city. I don't know when the information I sent to the Sky Ocean City's City Lord was sent. Just in case, the 5 of us will split up and scout for information. We'll meet here in half an hour. Wang Gang arrived at a restaurant and said to Yixian and the others. Then Yixian and the others split up again. I'm the best at scouting for information. Yixian sneered in his heart. He had the eye of control. He could use it even on the streets without giving himself away. However, before that, Yixian was still prepared to go all out. He directly walked into a weapon shop. There were countless supreme divine weapons on display inside. And the owner of this weapon shop was only a 6th supreme divine weapon peak cultivator. Eye of control. Yixian directly used the eye of control on the weapon shop owner. Ding! Control successful. The weapon shop owner was unknowingly controlled by Yixian. Then he approached him with a smile. Ayaya, welcome, brother. Please come to the back. The weapon shop owner respectfully invited Yixian to the back. Everyone could guess what was going to happen next. The weapon shop owner's wealth was all in Yixian's pocket. Not only that, Yixian also asked around. After using him, Yixian didn't kill the weapon shop owner. After all, it wasn't easy to kill him. It was a pity that Luo Luo wasn't by his side. Otherwise, he could let Luo Luo charm the weapon shop owner. Then Yixian went to control the next weapon shop owner. Chapter 899. Sky Ocean City was considered strong. Of the remaining 9 chances, Yixian went straight to 3 auction houses. The remaining 6 chances were quite good as well. After 9 chances, he was actually about to break through to the mid-stage of the 7th Supreme Being. The eye of control is really a godly skill. Yixian couldn't help but praise in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to hurt the shop owners, he would have continued fishing. When the time came, he would have explored the entire city. Even the peak of the 7th Supreme Being might not be a problem. Unfortunately, it was almost time for the rendezvous, so Yixian didn't continue. Instead, he went straight to the restaurant. Soon Yixian saw Wang Gang and the others again. I've already found out that other than the City Lord, there are 3 peak 7th Supreme Beings and 4 mid-stage 7th Supreme Beings in the City Lord Manor. Wang Gang himself had found out the specific information and told Yixian and the others. Captain, since that's the case, shall we go straight in? Lu Taining said somewhat anxiously. Sure. When the time comes, I'll hold off the City Lord of Sky Ocean City. The 4 of you quickly deal with the others. Wang Gang nodded. The Burning Sun Palace and Absolute Yin Palace had been fighting each other for so many years. It was almost always a head-on battle. There was no need for any tricks. Okay. Yixian and the others nodded. Immediately, the 5 of them rushed towards the City Lord Manor. At this time, the people in the City Lord Manor were completely unaware of it. Soon Yixian and the others arrived at the City Lord Manor. Without saying a word, they went straight in. The random training mission required the City Lord Manor's severed head. As long as the severed head was brought back, the mission would be considered completed. Wang Gang and the others went straight into the City Lord Manor and immediately set off a storm of blood. Although we're a small team, we're fighting for ourselves now. I need to take some good loot. Yixian's lips curled up slightly. With the eye of perception and the eye of revelation, he was able to find things very quickly. Not only that, he was also able to sense auras. Thus, he specifically looked for soft persimmons to bully. Those below the 7th Supreme Martial Artist level were not a match for him. I'm about to break through. More. Yixian narrowed his eyes. After Li Teng and Wang Chengping charged into the City Lord Manor, they immediately split up. Although they hated Yixian, this wasn't the right time to make a move. It was better to earn some money first. Brat, how dare you trespass into the City Lord's mansion? You're courting death. Suddenly, a 7th Supreme Martial Artist consecrator of the City Lord Manor flew over. You're the one courting death. Yixian glared at him. Eye of illusion. Burning eye. Under the 2-pronged attack, this mid-stage 7th Supreme Martial Artist instantly lost 20% of his battle prowess. Flowing Shadow Sword. As Yixian slashed out with his sword, a sword ray dragged along a long afterimage and directly killed this mid-stage 7th Supreme Martial Artist without any hesitation. After his opponent died, Yixian quickly rushed over and collected his interspatial ring. Not enough. Just a little more. Yixian narrowed his eyes and swept over again. Celestial Ocean City's City Lord Manor's revered elders were at least 6 Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists. Anyone of this realm couldn't escape Yixian's pursuit. Of course, Yixian would sometimes hold back and only take their interspatial ring instead of taking their lives. How dare you, Burning Sun Palace's thief, appear in my unending palace's territory? You're courting death. A shout suddenly rang out in the sky. Yixian turned his head and saw that Wang Gang was already fighting with a middle-aged man. It seemed that this person was Celestial Ocean City's City Lord, their target for this random training. However, Yixian didn't care about this. He quickly circled around the City Lord Manor. Using his eye of perception, he quickly found another mid-stage 7th Supreme Martial Artist revered elder. Die! Yixian didn't hold back this time and directly killed this revered elder. The moment he obtained the revered elder's interspatial ring, his aura skyrocketed. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a mid-stage 7th Supreme Martial Artist. The system's notification made Yixian's battle intent increase by a notch. Coincidentally, the moment he broke through, his eye of perception suddenly swept across a familiar person. Wang Chengping. This Wang Chengping was the young man in white who was almost killed by him and Luo Luo. He was also one of Li Teng's lackeys. Yixian quickly swept over. When the other party saw Yixian, his body also trembled. At this time, he just happened to kill a revered elder of the City Lord Manor and obtained his interspatial ring. Eye of control. Yixian didn't say anything and immediately used his eye of perception. Ding! Control successful. The eye of control could only control 10 people for the time being. When controlling the 11th person, the control of the first person would automatically disappear, just like the eye of the void. After controlling the other party, Yixian directly went over to Wang Chengping and took his interspatial ring, emptying everything inside. How are you and that Li Teng going to deal with me? Asked Yixian. I don't know. Li Teng has been complaining along the way, but he didn't tell me. Wang Chengping shook his head. Hearing this, Yixian couldn't be bothered to ask any more questions. Dealing with a disciple of the same sect was a serious crime. If it was discovered, it would be disastrous. Therefore, Li Teng didn't tell Wang Chengping about it. Forget it, you can go on your own. Yixian didn't care about Wang Chengping anymore, and continued to wander. Li Teng was a 7th Supreme Martial Artist. He had failed his tribulation once before, but someone intervened so he survived. After a year of cultivation, he returned to his peak, so his strength was more shocking. Not many people in the City Lord Manor could withstand one move from him. At this time, Wang Gang was fighting with the City Lord of Tianyang City, so he didn't have time to care about others. Therefore, Yixian was wondering if he should secretly control Lu Taining and Li Teng, who were at the middle stage of the 7th Sovereign Realm. That Li Teng's master is also an elder, his strength is not bad. And these elders of the Burning Sun Palace Hall more or less all cultivate some mental power cultivation method. Maybe this Li Teng also has some mental power cultivation method. If he fails, we will be exposed. Yixian narrowed his eyes. He decided to control Lu Taining first. Even if he couldn't use him in the future, he could let Luo Luo charm him. Found him. Relying on the eye of insight, Yixian instantly found Lu Taining and hurriedly rushed over. At this time, Lu Taining was fighting with a 7th Supreme Martial Artist. His strength was not bad. Senior brother Lu, let me help you. Yixian shouted and rushed toward Lu Taining. Okay. Lu Taining's opponent was stronger. He felt that he couldn't deal with him alone, so he agreed. Flowing Shadow Sword. The attack of Sword 1, which was fused with 70% power, broke through the air. The 7th Supreme Martial Artist consecrated raised his hand and blocked the attack. Originally, he could deal with Lu Taining alone, but now that Yixian was involved, it was a little more difficult. This time, Burning Eye. Chapter 900. Yixian was currently at the mid-stage of the 7th Supreme Being Realm, only one realm away from the peak of the 7th Supreme Being Realm. Hence, the effect of the Burning Eye was not weak. Unfortunately, almost all of the people in the Juyin Palace's territory practiced spiritual cultivation techniques. Hence, the effect of the Burning Eye was slightly weakened. Good lad, you even know spiritual attacks. Go. The City Lord's mansion's revered elder bellowed and suddenly threw out a long sword. Under his control, the long sword attacked Yixian. The three specialties of the Juyin Palace were illusions, spiritual attacks, and flying sword control. The revered elder of the city lord's mansion was currently using the flying sword control technique. With the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian could see some threads condensed from true energy that were controlling the long sword. Humph! Yi Xian snorted coldly and quickly drew out his sword. In the blink of an eye, the true energy threads were cut off by him, and the high-quality high-grade Supreme Being Divine weapon fell into his hands. "I'll take your sword," Yi Xian bellowed and directly took his opponent's weapon. After all, he was still using a mid-grade Supreme Being Divine weapon earlier. "Good job, junior brother Yi," Lu Taining yelled. He was also glad that his opponent did not use a flying sword at the beginning. Otherwise, he would have been defeated. Now, the revered elder of the city lord's mansion had lost his trump card. Coupled with the fact that he was besieged by Yi Xian, he was quickly defeated. Rip! With a crisp sound, the revered elder of the city lord's mansion, who was at the peak of the seventh supreme being realm, was beheaded by Yi Xian. "Junior brother Yi, let's level." Before Lu Taining could finish his sentence, he was directly struck by Yi Xian's Eye of Illusion. Then it was the Burning Eye. Lu Taining was at the mid-stage of the seventh supreme being realm, the same level as Yi Xian. However, he did not practice any spiritual cultivation techniques, so his resistance was extremely weak. Eye of Control. Ding! Control successful. With a system notification, Lu Taining became Yi Xian's servant. Yi Xian turned his head and glanced around. When he saw that there was no one else around, he hurriedly put away the universe rings of Lu Taining and the seventh supreme being peak worshipper. His cultivation level increased by quite a bit. In the City Lord manor, other than the Heavenly Ocean City Lord, who was an 8th Tribulation Supreme, there were 3 other 7th Tribulation Supreme martial artists. Now that Yi Xian and Lu Taining had dealt with one, there were only 2 left. However, Yi Xian did not sense the auras of the other 2. That Li Teng does have some ability. To think that he could take care of 2 7th Supreme martial artists so quickly. Yi Xian's heart froze. Fortunately, he wasn't prepared to deal with Li Teng. Otherwise, he would have alerted the enemy. At this moment, there weren't many threats left in the City Lord manor. Only that Supreme Grade 8 City Lord was left. However, when Yi Xian turned his head to look, he discovered that the City Lord of Celestial Ocean City had also been killed by Wang Gang. The Burning Sun Hall's inner sect is indeed a gathering of elites. This Wang Gang isn't even ranked in the top 100 of the inner sect. Yi Xian watched as Wang Gang put away the corpse of the Heavenly Ocean City Lord and the Universe Ring. Mission completed. Senior brother Wang is really amazing. Li Teng also quickly went over and flattered him. Junior brother Li, you're not weak either. Wang Gang replied. He had taken the lion's share of the mission this time. Li Teng had killed 2 7th Supreme martial artists, so his harvest was not bad. As for the rest, they were divided between Yi Xian and the other 2. Of course, all of these harvests went into Yi Xian's pocket in the end. Senior brother Wang, now that the Heavenly Ocean City Lord is dead, then we. Li Teng's eyes suddenly narrowed. No, my Burning Sun Hall is a righteous sect. Since the Heavenly Ocean City Lord is dead, let's leave. Wang Gang shook his head. Although it was a pity, since Wang Gang had said so, Li Teng didn't dare to say anything and left with Wang Gang. Yi Xian did the same as well. However, in this team, other than Wang Gang and Li Teng, Lu Taining and Wang Chengping were Yi Xian's servants. Their actions were very fast. After killing the Heavenly Ocean City Lord, they immediately left. Hence, it was already too late when the people from Juyin Palace received the news. However, when the experts from Juyin Palace arrived at Heavenly Ocean City, one of them handed over a portrait. Humph, this is the portrait of the disciples from Burning Sun Hall. The expert from Juyin Palace narrowed his eyes and left immediately. After completing the mission, Wang Gang led Yi Xian and the other 3 out of Heavenly Ocean City. However, they didn't plan to return to Burning Sun Hall directly. After all, it wasn't easy to come to Juyin Palace's territory, so they naturally wanted to collect some interest. 5 people in a team is too eye-catching. Why don't we split into 2 or 3 teams? At this time, Li Teng suddenly suggested. Indeed, 5 people is too eye-catching. It's better to split up. Wang Gang nodded and said, I won't participate. I'll be fine by myself. What about you guys? When Li Teng suggested this, Yi Xian knew what he was going to do. Hence, Yi Xian immediately controlled Lu Taining. I'll go alone too, Lu Taining said. Me too, Wang Chengping added. Now there was only one person left. I'll go alone too, Yi Xian secretly said in his heart as he secretly glanced at Li Teng. When his voice rang out, Li Teng's eyes flickered as expected. Alright, since that's the case, we'll split up. I'll return to Burning Sun Hall to hand in the mission in 7 days, Wang Gang said to the 4 of them. Very quickly, the 5 of them quickly split up and went their separate ways. If Li Teng didn't come looking for them, Yi Xian wouldn't have bothered to deal with him. After all, Yi Xian had other things to do. However, if Li Teng came looking for them himself, Yi Xian wouldn't mind sending him on his way. After splitting up, Yi Xian called Lu Taining over and found a place to rest. Do you know why Burning Sun Hall and Absolute Yin Palace are so irreconcilable? Yi Xian asked. It said that the founders of Burning Sun Hall and Absolute Yin Palace were siblings. Later on, due to some matters, they formed 2 factions. The older brother built Burning Sun Hall, while the younger sister built Absolute Yin Palace. Lu Taining answered. After hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked. Siblings. This information was very important to him. Then the Yin-Yang ancestor seems to be a combination of siblings. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. However, the founders of the Hall of Incinerating Sun and the Palace of Absolute Yin were 2 different people. Then do you know if the founders of Burning Sun Hall and Absolute Yin Palace are still alive? Yi Xian asked again. I'm not sure either. However, our hall master is the founder's disciple. Lu Taining shook his head. Alright, I understand. You can leave first. Yi Xian nodded. Then let Lu Taining leave by himself, because he felt that Li Teng was probably coming. Yes, Lu Taining replied and left directly. As for Yi Xian, he quietly waited on the spot. As expected, half an hour after Lu Taining left, Li Teng finally came looking for him. Chapter 901. Aya, junior brother Yi, why are you here? What a coincidence. When Li Teng saw Yi Xian, he approached him with a sinister expression. Senior brother Li, why are you here? Yi Xian revealed a strange smile. Hehe, I'm just passing by. I didn't expect junior brother Yi to be here. Why don't we travel together? Li Teng grinned. Sure. Yi Xian agreed without hesitation. Li Teng didn't expect Yi Xian to agree because he always thought that Yi Xian would avoid him. When they parted ways earlier, he was afraid that Yi Xian would approach Wang Gang. But unexpectedly, Yi Xian didn't. If that was the case, it would suit him perfectly. Li Teng rushed over. Yi Xian looked at him and said, Senior brother Li, let's get straight to the point. You want to avenge your younger brother Li Tao, right? Li Teng didn't expect Yi Xian to get straight to the point and shed all pretense of cordiality. His expression darkened, but just in case he smiled and said, How could that be? Li Tao was incompetent and was killed by your servant girl. It was a complete misunderstanding. Why would I come to find trouble with junior brother Yi? Hearing his words, Yi Xian naturally didn't choose to believe him. He only sneered. Senior brother Li, are you coming over now to ambush me? Li Teng's body trembled when he heard this. Indeed, he wanted to sneak attack Yi Xian and kill him in one strike. Yi Xian was only at the early stage 7th supreme level before, but after the battle with the city lord of Celestial Ocean City, Yi Xian suddenly broke through to the mid-stage 7th supreme level. This was beyond his expectations. He didn't have the confidence to kill Yi Xian in one strike. If there were people around, he would be exposed. Without waiting for Li Teng to speak, Yi Xian directly attacked. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, what was he waiting for? Burning eye. Yi Xian glared. In the next moment, Li Teng felt a sharp pain in his heart. Fortunately, he had cultivated a mental cultivation method and was resistant to mental attacks. Junior brother Yi, you dare to attack me? You're courting death. In the end, Li Teng still acted like a sinister villain. After letting out a loud roar, he endured the pain and launched an attack at Yi Xian. A 75% sword intent could at least severely injure Yi Xian, but Yi Xian would not fall for it so easily. Come, let me see your strength. Yi Xian also shouted and started fighting with Li Teng. In terms of realm, Li Teng was one level higher than Yi Xian. In terms of sword intent, Li Teng was also half a level higher than Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's sovereign golden body was no weaker than Li Teng's. After the beast god bloodline had mutated twice, his agility had been upgraded 7 times, which could increase Yi Xian's speed by 70%. This was far from what Li Teng could catch up to. After seeing Yi Xian's explosive speed, Li Teng finally understood why Yi Xian was not afraid of him. It turned out that Yi Xian was pretending to be weak. So what if you're fast? You're going to die today. Li Teng shouted in his heart. Suddenly he summoned a long sword. In the next moment the long sword flew up on its own. Good boy, I knew you had a trump card. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. The Burning Sun Palace and the Yin Palace had fought for so many years that many 8th Tribulation Supremes had fallen. Therefore the Burning Sun Palace had many illusions, illusory formations, mental attacks, and even methods to control flying swords. As the disciple of an elder, how could Li Teng not know? However, Yi Xian was not afraid at all, because he knew how to do it too. Flying sword, go. Yi Xian summoned a flying sword and attacked Li Teng. What a joke. His doppelganger had successfully infiltrated the Yin Palace. Although he had not entered the inner sect of the Yin Palace, it would not be a problem for him to learn the method to control flying swords. In an instant the two flying swords came into contact. Clang! 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 The sound of the two flying swords colliding rang out. When Li Teng saw Yi Xian's flying sword, Yi Xian was shocked. He said, "How is this possible? Didn't you just become Elder Han Ming's disciple?" Yi Xian did not bother to answer this question. Li Teng blurted it out because he was surprised. The method to control flying swords could be obtained through many channels, such as auction houses. Therefore, the person who used flying swords was not necessarily a member of the Yin Palace. The gap was instantly evened out. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. "Do you think I only have one flying sword? You're too naive." Yi Xian sneered and threw out 2 more flying swords. 3. Li Teng had just learned it, but Yi Xian, who had the devouring system, only needed a thought to learn it. The 3 flying swords attacked Li Teng directly. This is impossible. Li Teng could not help but shout out loud. Even the elite disciples of the Yin Palace could only control 2 flying swords at most. However, Yi Xian could control 3 flying swords at once. How was this possible? Looking at Li Teng's soulless expression, Yi Xian enjoyed it very much. He liked to see this kind of expression. Otherwise, he would have directly thrown out 3 flying swords from the start. Why would he need to split them twice? "Senior brother Li, you already have the intention to kill me. If you don't die, I will have a lot of trouble in the Burning Sun Hall in the future. Therefore, please be on your way." Yi Xian's cold voice fell into Li Teng's ears. The person who killed Li Teng's younger brother, Li Tao, was not Yi Xian but Luoluo. Yi Xian was not afraid of Li Teng finding trouble with him, but he was afraid that Li Teng would attack Luoluo. In Yi Xian's heart, Luoluo was his younger sister. If anyone dared to touch Luoluo, only death would await them. If there was anyone to blame, then blame Li Tao's bad luck. With the appearance of the 3 flying swords, Li Tao's advantage was instantly lost. He was immediately suppressed by Yi Xian and the 3 flying swords. He could not fight back. Yi Xian had not fought to his heart's content in a long time. Only such a battle could improve his sword intent. Although he had a set of sword intent projection, it would take him at least a month to comprehend it slowly. Therefore, he wanted to use Li Teng to improve his sword intent. In the Burning Sun Hall, there were many geniuses who had comprehended sword intent when they were half-step supremes. However, there was not a single one who had comprehended sword intent when they were in the Void God realm. Ding! 70% sword intent has transformed. Current level is 75% sword intent. After Yi Xian and Li Teng had fought hundreds of rounds, Yi Xian finally heard a notification sound. 75% sword intent, the same as Li Teng. Before Yi Xian had comprehended it, Li Teng had already been beaten to the point where he could not fight back. His body was covered in blood. Now that Yi Xian had comprehended 75% sword intent, Li Teng would definitely die if he was hit by his attack. "Junior brother Yi, don't. Let's talk nicely. Don't kill me." Li Teng actually started to beg for mercy. Yi Xian had always thought that Li Teng was a person with backbone, He did not expect him to be subdued in the face of death. However, he would not be at ease if Li Teng did not die. After all, he did not know when Li Teng would attack Luoluo. Chapter 902. Senior Brother Li. Yixian was just about to speak. However, at this moment his expression changed drastically. Oh no, my clone is in danger. Yixian's eyes widened. His eyes flashed, and in the next moment, a void door opened in front of him, and he directly entered it. The three long swords lost their control and fell to the ground. Li Teng watched as Yixian disappeared before his eyes, and he was completely stunned. Then, he immediately reacted and turned around to leave. Although he did not understand why Yixian suddenly disappeared at such a critical moment, nor did he know what method Yixian used to leave, he knew that as long as Yixian returned, he would definitely die. At this moment, Yixian had already broken through the void and shuttled to his clone's side. Previously, his clone had successfully joined Juyin Palace as an outer sect disciple. When he killed his way into the City Lord Mansion, his clone was actually wandering around Tianyang City with a few disciples of Juyin Palace. His purpose of letting his clone join Juyin Palace was to gather information on both sides, and at the same time to gain benefits from both sides. But now his clone had suddenly encountered a mysterious expert from Juyin Palace. When this mysterious expert saw him, he actually directly attacked and seriously injured his clone. During the battle in Tianyang City's City Lord Mansion, Yixian's original body had broken through to the mid-stage of the 7th Supremacy Realm, but he had forgotten to merge with his clone and upgrade his clone's realm. Therefore, his clone's Supremacy Golden body was much weaker than his original body. In addition, the mysterious expert was an 8th Tribulation Supremacy Realm expert, so he was able to seriously injure Yixian's clone with one blow. If another blow came, Yixian's clone would die. Therefore, Yixian's original body directly abandoned Li Teng and broke through the void to come to his rescue. At this moment, there was already a woman standing in front of Yixian's original body and clone. 2 flying swords were floating beside her. When the woman saw Yixian's original body suddenly appear, Yixian was shocked. It was fine if they looked exactly alike, after all, twins were not rare. But even she could not see how Yixian appeared. What was that strange void door? Could it be a secret realm? The woman guessed in her heart. The void door did look like the entrance to a secret realm, but it was not so. At this moment, Yixian's original body suddenly merged with his clone. In an instant, the clone's cultivation level rose to the middle stage of the 7th Sovereign Realm. Not only that, even the 70% sword intent instantly rose to 75%. What? The woman doubted her eyes again. It was one thing for someone to suddenly appear that looked exactly like Yixian, but now it was actually for one. She knew that she had used an illusion. Break to break illusion break. The woman took out a breaking illusion stone. However, the breaking illusion stone didn't emit any light. This meant that she wasn't in an illusion and there was no illusion around her. Therefore, the breaking illusion stone didn't have any effect. What's going on? The woman did not understand and asked, "What kind of trick is this?" After Yixian's original body and clone merged, they separated again, which gave the woman another shock. It was not an illusion, but he had such a trick. It was simply unbelievable. Yixian ignored her question and asked, "Why did you attack my puppet?" This woman should be from the Juyin Palace, but Yixian did not understand why she would suddenly attack him. Puppet. When the woman heard this, she had a few guesses in her heart, but she did not think too much about it and directly answered, "You are a spy from the Burning Sun Palace. How dare you pretend to be a disciple of the Juyin Palace and slaughter the City Lord's mansion in Sky Ocean City?" Yixian was shocked when he heard this. His clone did not participate in the battle in Sky Ocean City. How did this woman know? It seems that someone spread our portraits. Although my clone is wearing the robes of the Juyin Palace, it is not credible in the eyes of the other party. Yixian immediately understood, but he did not say much and directly attacked. Whoosh! 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 3 flying swords attacked the woman. 3. The woman was shocked again and hurriedly used her 2 flying swords to block them. When the flying swords attacked, Yixian also used the burning eye on her. However, there was a difference of 2 realms between him and this middle-aged woman. Moreover, she was from the Juin Palace and had a higher spiritual resistance, so the burning eye was not very useful. Yixian's expression was serious. This woman was at least 3 times stronger than Li Teng. However, Yixian was not worried because he was now working with his clone. Whoosh! 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 Another 3 flying swords flew out. Yixian's original body and clone each controlled 3 flying swords. Together with the original body and clone, it was equivalent to 8 attacks. What? 6 flying swords. The woman was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. Even the elites of the Juin Palace could only control 2 flying swords at most. Only a few elders could control 3 flying swords. However, at this moment the 2 people she saw could actually control 3 flying swords. They were simply monsters. However, she did not have the time to care so much because there were attacks coming from all directions at every moment. Flowing Shadow Sword. Flowing Shadow Sword. Yixian's original body and clone had the same attributes. The Flowing Shadow Sword that had been upgraded to 100%, and together with the 75% sword intent, it was enough to injure this supreme grade woman. The most powerful aspect of the Juin Palace was actually not illusions, nor was it spiritual attacks, nor was it controlling flying swords. Instead, it was easy to control flying swords and infuse the flying swords with sword intent. Even an outer sect disciple could control a flying sword. If the disciples of the Juin Palace were to join forces in a group battle, their battle strength would definitely be much stronger than that of the Burning Sun Palace. However, Yixian, who had the Eye of Revelation, was the nemesis of the Juin Palace. Poof! 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 Amidst a few muffled sounds, the woman's true energy threads were directly cut by Yixian. In an instant, the woman could no longer control her 2 flying swords. Haha, you're in trouble. Yixian laughed loudly and continued to attack. 2 people and 6 flying swords. Even if the woman was an 8th Tribulation Supreme, she could not cope with them. In the blink of an eye, the woman fell into a disadvantageous position and was beaten back by Yixian. Damn it, where did this brat come from? The woman cursed angrily in her heart. Her strength was considered decent among those of the same level. It would not be a problem for her to deal with 5 peak Supreme Grade 7s. However, Yixian was only a mid-stage Supreme Grade 7s. Including his original body and clone, there were only 2 of them. Yet, she could not fight back at all and could even accurately cut her true energy threads. He was the nemesis of the Juin Palace. Brat, take this. Chapter 903. The Yin Palace's illusory techniques and mental attacks were usually launched with the eyes. Yixian, who was well aware of this, closed his eyes before the woman used her illusory techniques or mental attacks. The woman snorted. The tables were about to turn. But in the next moment, she realized that she was too naive. Yixian could still continue fighting with his eyes closed. It was no different from when he had his eyes open. She would never have thought that Yixian, who had the eye of perception, could still continue fighting even if he was blind. Moreover, the original body and the doppelganger shared their vision. Simply put, the woman was still at a disadvantage. Boom! 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 The deafening sounds of their battle continued to spread. After the woman's 2 flying swords were cut by Yixian, she did not even have the time to retrieve new flying swords. Injuries began to appear on her body. Attacks came from all directions. Even a mid-stage Supreme Being expert had to be cautious. It was not easy for her to hold on until now. As time passed, Yixian's advantage grew. At this moment, the woman suddenly revealed a fatal flaw. Swish! A cold light flashed. One of the flying swords controlled by Yixian directly cut off her wrist. You're finished. Yixian widened his eyes. He quickly rushed over and took her interspatial ring. Although there were not many good things in it, it could more or less increase Yixian's cultivation. This is... After obtaining the interspatial ring, Yixian's eyes suddenly flickered. He saw a more precious heavenly treasure. At the same time, it was also something that he had been searching for. Nirvana grass. This was a necessary item to activate the Eye of Nirvana. Yixian immediately used this Nirvana grass to activate the Eye of Nirvana. Ding! The Eye of Nirvana has been successfully activated. The Eye of Insight, the Eye of Illusion, the Eye of Control, the Burning Eye, and the Eye of the Void. After these sky eyes, Yixian finally activated another sky eye. The Eye of Nirvana was a purely offensive technique. I'll start with you. Yi Xian directly used the Eye of Nirvana. 2 rays of silver light shot out from his eyes. After the 2 rays of silver light shot out, they converged into a slender silver slash. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the silver slash cut through the woman's neck. The woman's eyes widened. This move was so fast that even she couldn't react in time. The pain that came from her neck made her realize that there was nothing she could do. A thin red line slowly appeared on her fair neck. Soon after, her head fell to the ground. Yi Xian was shocked. The offensive power of this Eye of Nirvana was truly explosive. After all, the opponent was an 8th Tribulation Supreme. His 75% sword intent could indeed injure an 8th Tribulation Supreme being's golden body of supremacy, but the speed of the Eye of Nirvana was too fast. It killed his opponent in the blink of an eye. His attack power is really strong. However, the consumption of his eye power is a little too high. Yi Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The one who used the Eye of Nirvana was his original body, but after using it, his original body's vision was a little blurry. This was the aftereffect of using too much eye power. However, all in all, Yi Xian had another trump card, an extremely powerful one. The woman's head fell to the ground, and she died quickly. Yi Xian hurriedly put away her body, then flew into the air. When Yi Xian returned to the place where he fought with Li Teng, the latter had disappeared without a trace. This was also within Yi Xian's expectations. After all, Li Teng couldn't defeat him, so why would he stay and wait for him to return? Then Yi Xian began to check the woman's interspatial ring. The woman was an inner disciple of Juyin Palace. There were many good things in her interspatial ring, but what surprised Yi Xian were some portraits. How is this possible? There are portraits of everyone in this random experiential learning mission. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. There were dozens of portraits in the interspatial ring. There were portraits of Wang Gang, Wang Chengping, Lu Taining, and even Luoluo. A spy from Juyin Palace. Yi Xian suddenly thought of this. It seemed that the portraits had been leaked before they left the Hall of Burning Sunday. Wait, Li Teng doesn't seem to be among these portraits. Yi Xian searched carefully and found that 3 portraits were missing. Li Teng was one of them. Perhaps Li Teng was a spy from Juyin Palace, and so were the other 2. As expected, spies were everywhere. He could use his doppelganger to go to Juyin Palace, but Juyin Palace could also send others to be spies in the Hall of Burning Sunday. The 2 factions were playing a secret game. Oh no, Luoluo. At this time, Yi Xian remembered an important problem. Luoluo was also selected for the random experiential learning mission, and was currently doing the mission in Juyin Palace's territory. Fortunately, he could talk to Luoluo through the air. Luoluo, what are the names of the other 4 people in your team? Yi Xian asked. Young master, what's wrong? Luoluo answered in surprise, and then reported the names of the other 4 to Yi Xian. When Yi Xian heard one of the names, his expression changed. Luoluo, that Yanglong is a spy from Juyin Palace, you have to be careful. Yi Xian quickly reminded her, and then asked, where are you now? Ah, no way. After Yanglong completed the mission, he went back to the Hall of Burning Sun by himself. Luoluo replied. He went back. But you still have to be careful. Our portraits have been sent to Juyin Palace. As long as we are seen, they will attack us without hesitation. Yi Xian reminded her again. Oh, then I will be careful. I am in Bloodflame City now. Also, I heard a piece of news. Luoluo suddenly said with a smile, and her tone sounded very proud. It seemed that there was something important. What is it? Yi Xian asked curiously. I heard that a secret territory appeared near Bloodflame City, and it was said to belong to the 10,000 Swords Manor of the Royal Sacred Dynasty several hundred years ago. This 10,000 Swords Manor was no weaker than the Hall of Burning Sun and Juyin Palace at that time. However, the most important thing is that there is a sword-shaped stone in the 10,000 Swords Manor. Luoluo explained. 10,000 Swords Manor? What is that sword-shaped stone? Yi Xian asked again. Luoluo explained. Comprehending from those scryer recordings is too slow. The speed of comprehending this stone is at least 10 times, or even 20 times. This stone is a treasure of the 10,000 Swords Manor. 10 times 20 times? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Chapter 904. Even if he didn't fight, It wouldn't take long for him to fully comprehend the sword essence by comprehending the sword-shaped stone. As a seventh supreme with full mastery of sword essence, even a ninth tribulation supremacy would be wary of his attacks. Good stuff. Yi Xian revealed a greedy look after hearing that and said, Bloody Flame City? I'll go there now. Okay, I'll wait for you here. Luo replied. After finding out about the sword-shaped stone, Yi Xian rushed to Blood Flame City at full speed. In just half a day, he arrived at Blood Flame City. Then he found Luo. With the help of the 5 sovereign golden cores, Luo had successfully passed the tribulation. Not only that, but she had also broken through to the middle stage of the 7th Supreme. Her cultivation speed was no slower than Yi Xian's. At the same time, in an inn in Bloody Flame City. Luo, what's the situation now? Yi Xian asked. It's been a few days since the news about the secret realm. I'm afraid that the surrounding forces have already gone there. Not only that, but Juin Palace might have also learned about it. So if you want to go there, you better hurry. Luo replied. They're already there? Yi Xian squinted his eyes and chuckled. What about the city lord of Bloody Flame City? He's also there, Luo answered subconsciously. In the next moment, she understood what Yi Xian wanted to do. Since that's the case, let's loot this Bloody Flame City first. Yi Xian revealed a wretched expression. Bloody Flame City and Sky Ocean City were both in the territory of Juin Palace. The strength of the two cities was similar, and the city lords were both 8th tribulation supremacies. Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Control, and Luo, who could use charm, were the perfect partners. The two of them began to wander around Bloody Flame City and looted the entire city. Not only that, but they also looted the city lord's mansion. Although they didn't reach the peak of the 7th Supreme, they still gained a lot. As long as the secret realm was successful, they could at least reach the peak of the 7th Supreme. Young master, our cooperation is flawless. We'll become rich in the future. Luo smiled evilly. At the same time, the two of them left Bloody Flame City and headed for the secret realm. Even 100 cities wouldn't be able to exchange for the value of that sword-shaped stone. Yi Xian said. I know. The other forces have all gone. That absolute palace might have also received the news. We have to hurry over, or else the items will be taken away by others. Oh. That secret realm was 1 day's distance away from Bloody Flame City. However, Yi Xian and Luo were extremely fast. They met quite a few people who wanted to explore the secret realm. Oh. After refining the charm fusion crystal, Luo's charm ability was greatly improved. Even a peak 7th Supreme was no problem for her. As for an early 8th Supreme, she could control them as long as they had weak willpower. Soon they found the secret realm. It was no wonder that no one had discovered the secret realm until now. It was in a cave in the deep sea. When Yi Xian and Luo entered the secret realm, the surrounding scenery changed drastically. Originally, there was no light in the deep sea cave, but after entering the secret realm, there was a sun. This secret realm should be in a corner of the world. The entrance of the secret realm is a portal that leads to that place. Yi Xian thought to himself. He guessed so because he couldn't break the void and teleport to the location before he entered the secret realm. Therefore, he thought that the secret realm was equivalent to a portal that sent him and Luo to a corner of the world. This corner could be on the Bloodcliff continent or it could not be. Yi Xian didn't intend to think about this question for the time being. At this moment, he and Luo had already entered the secret realm. Myriad Sword Manor, one of the top forces of the Royal Sacred Dynasty, disappeared for unknown reasons. However, Myriad Sword Manor is very dangerous. Young master, we have to be careful. Luo reminded beside him. Okay. Yi Xian nodded, then used his Eye of Revelation to scan the area. They landed at the foot of a mountain. As soon as they entered, they saw 2 puppets holding swords. So these are the sword-shaped puppets of Myriad Sword Manor. Yi Xian murmured. Sword-shaped puppets were extremely powerful weapons. The people of Myriad Sword Manor could control these puppets to fight. Although the sovereign golden body could only be destroyed with sword intent, the sword-shaped puppets were sealed with sword intent by the experts of Myriad Sword Manor. That was why their fighting strength was so strong. These 2 sword-shaped puppets have been destroyed. Luo couldn't help but say when she saw the 2 sword-shaped puppets on the ground. Yes, there are many bloodstains on the ground. It seems that those people suffered heavy injuries as soon as they entered. Yi Xian nodded. These two sword-shaped puppets were guarding the mountain gate. Although they were strong, the appearance of the secret realm had caused a huge commotion. Many experts of Absolutine Palace had come, and there might even be a ninth tribulation supremacy. Yi Xian and Luo Luo started to climb the mountain. They couldn't fly in this secret realm, so they had to walk. They followed the path and found many sword-shaped puppets that had been dismantled. However, because these puppets were damaged, Yi Xian didn't know how strong they were. Young master, there's a pavilion over there. Luo Luo suddenly pointed in a direction. Yi Xian had already seen it. After nodding silently, he quickly brought Luo Luo over. Forging pavilion. When the two arrived at the bottom of the pavilion, they saw a huge signboard at the entrance. With the eye of revelation and eye of perception, Yi Xian knew that there was no one in the forging pavilion. Let's go up and take a look, Yi Xian said. Myriad Sword Manor's forging ability was also very strong in the past. They had almost monopolized all the weapons in the royal sacred dynasty. Therefore, there might be forging materials in this forging pavilion. Yi Xian and Luo Luo went up to the 7th floor of the forging pavilion. There were also sword-shaped puppets in this forging pavilion, but they had been cleaned up by others. 1st floor, 2nd floor, 3rd floor. Yi Xian searched very carefully. With the eye of revelation, he could see through almost everything in the forging pavilion. He could even see the residue on the forging table. Chapter 905. However, when Yi Xian ascended to the 7th floor. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Young master, what's wrong? Luo Luo asked curiously. Yi Xian did not answer. Instead, he walked straight to a wall in a room on the 7th floor. With the eye of revelation, he could see that there was an interspatial ring hidden behind the wall. Is this a mechanism? He walked to the corner of the wall and suddenly knocked on it twice. Kacha! With a crisp sound, the wall suddenly opened up. Luo Luo was very surprised. She did not expect there to be such a hidden place on the 7th floor of the forging pavilion. If Yi Xian did not have the eye of revelation, he would not have been able to find this hidden room. Something that could be hidden here must be very valuable. Yi Xian quickly walked over, picked up the interspatial ring, and quickly checked its contents. Unfortunately, it did not contain any worldly treasures or precious forging materials. Instead, it contained some forging blueprints and a small sword. There were many forging blueprints. There were more than 100 types of swords. Adding all the other types of weapons together, there were more than 1,000 blueprints. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that there were 3 forging blueprints for Supreme Being spiritual treasures. Supreme Being spiritual treasures? Yi Xian subconsciously cried out in surprise. When Luo Luo heard this, she was also shocked. Young master, there are Supreme Being spiritual treasures in this interspatial ring? They were not unfamiliar with Supreme Being spiritual treasures. Supreme Being experts use Supreme Being divine weapons. Above the Supreme Being realm was the 3 minor disasters of the Supreme Being realm. The 3 minor disasters of the Supreme Being realm were divided into Human Body realm, Vital Energy realm, and Spirit realm. Their corresponding realms were Rank 1, Rank 2, and Rank 3 Supreme Being spiritual treasures. However, there were actually 3 forging blueprints for Supreme Being spiritual treasures in this interspatial ring. However, this was not the most valuable thing. Yi Xian took out the small sword from the interspatial ring. The small sword was silver in color and had exquisite workmanship. However, it was not a finished product. This small sword is the embryo of a supreme spiritual treasure. It hasn't been completed yet, Yi Xian murmured. Among the 3 supreme spiritual treasure forging blueprints, there was a blueprint called the Shadowless Sword. This shadowless sword was extremely thin, and when swung it would become transparent, making it very difficult to defend against. Ding! Shadowless sword forging blueprint copied successfully. Yi Xian immediately copied all the blueprints into the Devouring system. Unfortunately, the shadowless sword was only a sword embryo, and a large amount of forging materials were required to complete it. This 10,000 swords manor hasn't been built yet. I wonder if I'll be able to obtain the required forging materials. Yi Xian thought to himself. Although this shadowless sword was only a sword embryo, it was countless times better than the supreme divine weapon he was currently using. Therefore Yixian was prepared to use this shadowless sword. Young master, what did you get? Luoluo blinked her big bright eyes and stared at the interspatial ring in Yixian's hand. Some forging blueprints. Among them, there are 3 supreme spiritual treasure forging blueprints. The shadowless sword, the everlasting regret saber, and the fallen star whip. This small sword is only a sword embryo, Yixian explained. After hearing the words supreme spiritual treasure, Luoluo's eyes lit up. She said, Young master, if you get the materials in the future, remember to help me forge it. You want the fallen star whip, right? Sure, if I get the materials, I'll help you forge it. Yixian agreed without hesitation. Thank you, young master. Luoluo giggled as if saying, You know me the best. This time they were really lucky. The previous group of people did not manage to find this mechanism, so the sword embryo of the supreme spiritual treasure fell into Yixian's hands. They immediately left the forging pavilion and walked up the mountain path. Yixian walked up the mountain path. Along the way, he saw many dismantled sword-shaped puppets. It seemed that coming in late wasn't a bad thing. The second place that Yixian and Luoluo arrived at was called the Sword Cleansing Pool, a place that could be used to upgrade a supreme divine armament. However, this was completely useless to humans, so Yixian only used his eye of insight to scan it for a moment before continuing on his way. Then they arrived at the place where the people of the 10,000 Swords Villa lived. Young master, I feel that there's something good here, Luoluo said intuitively, looking around. That's not necessarily true. Yixian smiled. The villa master of the 10,000 Swords Villa lived here. However, before the two of them, many people had arrived, so the good stuff must have been taken away. At this moment, rumble. A loud sound entered Yixian and Luoluo's ears. Someone is fighting. Yixian scanned with his eye of revelation and found more than 10 figures. Young master, should we go? Luoluo asked. Let's go and take a look. Yixian nodded. The people in front of them were probably not strong. After clearing hundreds of sword-shaped puppets, they were more or less injured and their battle strength decreased. Yixian wanted to go over and see if he could get some benefits. After all, some people might have already obtained something good, or they might be fighting over some treasure. Yixian and Luoluo immediately rushed over. When they arrived, they found a few people wearing the Burning Sun Hall's disciple robes fighting with another group of people. Burning Sun Hall? Yixian raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect to meet his own people here. The Burning Sun Hall's disciples were made up of 2 men and 1 woman. The young man leading them was very powerful. He blocked 3 mid-stage supreme beings by himself, while the other 2 were not weak either. They had reached the early stage supreme being realm. Mid-stage supreme being realm, they are already core disciples. With this strength they can at least be ranked in the top 20. Yixian was speechless. The Burning Sun Hall was divided into outer and inner disciples. Core disciples were the disciples of the elders. Obviously these 3 were all core disciples. When the young man leading them saw Yixian and Luoluo, his expression changed drastically. They couldn't hold on against more than 10 people. Now that there were 2 more, they had to run. Young master, should we help? Luoluo turned to look at Yixian. We are Elder Han's disciples. Seeing that one of us is in trouble, we should help. Yixian nodded. In the next moment, he and Luoluo charged out. Although he had already obtained the sword embryo of the shadowless sword, he didn't want to use it just to be safe. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, Yixian and Luoluo joined the battle. After seeing their actions, the 3 Burning Sun Hall's disciples were surprised. They suspected that Yixian and Luoluo were also disciples of the Burning Sun Hall. Chapter 906. The experts were all held back, so Yixian and Luoluo's target was the 7th Supreme Being and 7th Supreme Being Peak Supreme Being. These people were all wearing the same uniform. It was unknown which big city they were from, but they actually had 3 8th Supreme Being experts. However, since Yixian had interfered, he naturally wasn't afraid of the power behind them. After all, Yixian didn't even care about Juyin Palace. Flowing Shadow Sword. Yixian attacked those people crazily. At this time, he left his clone at the entrance of the secret realm and didn't follow him. If he encountered danger in the secret realm, his clone could break through the void to rescue him. Of course, his original body could directly break through the void and return to the entrance of the secret realm, then leave. After all, he could have 3 positions in the void. Shadowless Sword and Eye of the Void were his trump cards, so he wouldn't reveal them for the time being. However, even so, his battle strength was outstanding. No one below the 8th Tribulation Supreme Being level could take a hit from him. Boom! 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 The sounds of battle were very loud, but with the addition of Yi Xian and Luo Luo, the number of people from the more than 10 families quickly decreased. Bastard! How dare you take advantage of the situation? The 8th Tribulation Supreme Being roared angrily and rushed toward Yi Xian. Want to leave? Stay. A black-clothed youth from Burning Sun Palace shouted angrily and stopped the other party. Soon Yi Xian and Luo Luo finished off all the people below the 8th Tribulation Supreme Being level. At this time, excluding him and Luo Luo, the family had 3 8th Supreme Being level experts and 5 8th Supreme Being level experts. In terms of numbers, Burning Sun Palace didn't have an advantage, but they were all elites. The leading youth had no problem facing 3 experts of the same level. In addition, the black-clothed youth and the white-clothed girl also joined forces and held back 5 8th Supreme Being level experts. Their strength was very strong. Luo Luo joined forces and killed that gray-clothed elder. At this time, Yi Xian's gaze suddenly locked onto an 8th Supreme Being gray-clothed elder. Yes, young master. Luo Luo responded, then turned into a flash of lightning and swept toward the gray-clothed elder. Flowing Shadow Sword. Demon Fox Flash. Under the combined efforts of Yi Xian and Luo Luo, the gray-clothed old man was instantly killed. Of course, Yi Xian was only holding him back. The one who killed the gray-clothed old man was actually Luo Luo's ultimate move. This girl, she's using her skills again. Yi Xian was helpless. This Demon Fox Flash was one of Luo Luo's trump cards. It could only be used once a day. It was such a waste to use it here. Young master, don't worry. Now the Demon Fox Flash can be used 3 times a day. Luo Luo seemed to understand Yi Xian's thoughts and hurriedly said, Is that so? Was Luo able used Luo Luo. Oh was. Now Luo was now Luo Luo was left. Yi Xian quickly put away the gray-clothed elder's universe ring. Unfortunately, the gray-clothed elder didn't have many things in his universe ring. Luo Luo, don't use Demon Fox Flash anymore. Yi Xian reminded her. Got it, Luo Luo said in a very perfunctory tone. However, she would still listen to Yi Xian. The leader of the Burning Sun Palace didn't feel any pressure, so Yi Xian didn't feel the need to end the battle so quickly. It was better to keep their trump cards. The leader stopped the 3 8th Supreme Beings. The black-clothed man, the white-clothed woman, and Yi Xian were in charge of killing the other 4 8th Supreme Beings. Originally, the black-clothed man and white-clothed woman felt some pressure. However, with the death of the gray-clothed elder and the addition of Yi Xian and Luo Luo, the pressure was gone. The 4 of them fought 4 8th Supreme Beings together. They didn't say anything and just silently fought with their enemies. Yi Xian's opponent was a middle-aged man with a square face. He was burly and looked very powerful. However, it was a pity that his opponent was Yi Xian. Eye of Illusion. Burning Eye. Yi Xian weakened his opponent's spiritual power while attacking him. This middle-aged man's strength was slightly weaker than the woman he'd met that day that heavily injured his clone. Moreover, Yi Xian's cultivation had increased by quite a bit after looting Bloodflame City, so he didn't need to use 2 weapons to assist in his attack. Go! At this moment, a mid-stage 8th Supreme Being suddenly shouted. Then, everyone moved in his direction. You want to leave? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He didn't have the habit of letting the tiger return to the mountain, so he chased after them. However, the leader of the Burning Sun Palace shouted, Friend, don't chase after them. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks when he heard this, but didn't continue to chase. There were still 3 mid-stage 8th Supreme Beings and 4 early-stage 8th Supreme Beings left. They weren't people he could deal with now. Since the leader didn't chase after them, he and Luo Luo would be courting death if they did. After the group ran far away, the 3 youths cupped their fists at Yi Xian. I'm Wen Kong, a disciple of the Burning Sun Palace. Thank you for your help, the leader said. Although Yi Xian and Luo Luo were only mid-stage 7th Supreme Beings, their strength was impressive. They even killed an early-stage 8th Supreme Being gray-clothed elder, so they were worthy of their attention. So it's senior brother one. Yi Xian grinned and hurriedly cupped his fists. He remembered that the disciple who was ranked 10th in the inner sect was called Wen Kong. Oh, so it's junior brother. Wen Kong was a little surprised, but he wasn't stupid. He continued to ask, Junior brother, you don't look familiar. May I know which elder you're under? I'm Yi Xian, we're all under Elder Han Ming. We just entered the inner sect not long ago. Yi Xian replied. Elder Han Ming? Wen Kong frowned. Elder Han Ming's strength could be ranked in the top 10 among the elders. Although he was only at the peak of 8th Supreme Being, he was already very powerful. The three of them had been training outside and didn't return to the Burning Sun Palace, so it was normal that they didn't know. Junior brother Yi, it's not that we're suspicious, but please show us your identity. The black-clothed youth said. No problem. Yi Xian directly took out his identity token, and Luo Luo also took it out. Every disciple of the Burning Sun Palace only had one token. If they lost it, they would have to spend a large amount of money to get another one. After checking Yi Xian and Luo Luo's identity tokens, the black-clothed youth nodded silently. However, they didn't completely believe Yi Xian because they couldn't prove that Yi Xian was really called Yi Xian. Moreover, there were also disciples from the Yin Palace who had infiltrated the Burning Sun Palace. However, Wen Kong was a mid-stage 8th Supreme Being. If Yi Xian and Luo Luo had any strange changes, they would definitely not be able to escape death. Junior brother Yi, junior sister Luo Luo, I'm sorry. The black-clothed youth said. Chapter 907. It's fine. Yi Xian smiled and said. I didn't expect to meet you in the 10,000 Swords Villa either. At this moment, Luo Luo suddenly smiled and asked, Senior brother one, did you find anything here? No, we've encountered many sword puppets since we entered, but I did get a map of the 10,000 Swords Villa. Wen Kong shook his head and took out a map and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian also understood that Wen Kong and the other two didn't believe them. Even if they found something, Wen Kong would say no. After receiving the map, Yi Xian quickly copied it into the Devouring system. In the 10,000 Swords Villa, other than the Forging Pavilion, the Sword Purification Pool, and the residential area, there was also a place called the Sword Tomb. Are all the good things in the 10,000 Swords Villa in the Sword Tomb? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. That's right, I think so too. Wen Kong nodded and said, Junior brother Yi, junior sister Luo Luo, the people from Juyin Palace might have entered the 10,000 Swords Villa. It's very dangerous for you to wander outside. Why don't you join us? We can take care of each other. Just now, Yi Xian and Luo Luo had helped them a lot, so this favor had to be returned. Hearing this, Yi Xian and Luo Luo looked at each other. Then the former nodded and said, Okay, then we'll have to trouble you, senior brother one. You two are Elder Han Ming's new disciples, and your aptitudes are so good. If you encounter the people from Juyin Palace, then the Burning Sun Hall will suffer a great loss, Wen Kong said. The man in black and the woman in white didn't object and nodded. Therefore, Yi Xian and Luo Luo joined Wen Kang's team to explore the 10,000 Swords Villa. After obtaining the map, they went straight to the Sword Tomb. The Sword Tomb, as the name suggested, should be the place where the experts of the 10,000 Swords Villa died and were buried. However, when Yi Xian and the others arrived at the Sword Tomb, they found that wasn't the case. The Sword Tomb, which was full of broken swords, turned out to be a sword tomb. At the same time, there was a strange formation around the Sword Tomb. Young master, look over there. Luo Luo suddenly pointed at a place. Yi Xian, Wen Kong, and the others followed her finger and saw a long sword flying through the air. Someone's there. The woman in white said subconsciously. No, that's a broken sword. No one would use a broken sword. The sharp-eyed Wen Kong shook his head and said, This sword tomb should be a defective product forged by the 10,000 Swords Villa. It's said that the flying sword technique of Absolute Yin Palace came from the 10,000 Sword Villa. The fact that this broken sword is flying in the air doesn't necessarily mean that it's being controlled by someone. It could also be a sword formation, said the black-clothed man. A sword array was a type of array formation. The 8 desolate wind-killing array that Yi Xian had once used could also be considered a sword array. However, what surprised Wen Kong and the others was that Luo Luo actually called Yi Xian young master. However, they didn't think too much about it. After all, a fox girl like Luo Luo was often sold as a slave. Luoluo should have been bought by Yixian and joined the Hall of Burning Sun together. Yixian used his eye of revelation and said, "There are quite a few broken swords flying in the air. If we step into this sword formation, I'm afraid we'll be attacked by them." "That's right. However, since we're already here, we naturally have to go in and take a look. There should be quite a few people before us. We can't let them get the treasures first." When Kong nodded, immediately, the 5 of them stepped into the sword tomb. The sword tomb was rather dark, so they had no choice but to use their sword rays to open a path. However, Yixian, who had the eye of revelation and the eye of perception, didn't need to. "Senior Brother 1. There are 2 broken swords coming from your left." The 5 of them had just stepped into the sword tomb when Yixian warned them. When Kong and the others were a little surprised because they didn't hear anything. However, they soon believed that there really were 3 broken swords coming from the left. Whoosh! 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 When Kong quickly slashed 3 times with his sword and knocked down the 3 broken swords. However, the 3 broken swords continued to fly over after being knocked away for a while. "They know how to follow us. This is troublesome." Yixian's expression darkened. He only saw a strange energy enveloping the 3 broken swords. The sound of the 3 broken swords piercing through the air was very soft. In addition to the darkness of the sword tomb, ordinary people would have a hard time discovering them. However, this was a piece of cake for Yixian. Although these 3 broken swords are annoying, their attack power isn't high. "I'll just keep an eye on them," the man in black said. "All right." When Kong nodded, this team of 5 was led by him. The woman in white was on the right, Yixian and Luoluo were on the left, and the man in black was at the back. After advancing for a while, 2 more broken swords attacked them. However, at this time, the 3 broken swords chasing behind them suddenly turned around. "I see. The broken swords also have a range. As long as we leave that range, the broken swords will fly back on their own," When Kong said. Yixian and the others also realized this. Since that was the case, it was simple. The 3 broken swords shrunk to 2. However, it didn't take long for them to realize that this wasn't so simple. The difficulty didn't decrease because the number of broken swords decreased. Instead, it increased. In this sword formation, the deeper we go, the faster the speed of the broken swords, and the stronger the attack power. Yixian narrowed his eyes. He guessed that the others had also realized this. They could still handle the current situation. However, in the next moment they heard a clear sound. "Oh no, it's the sword-shaped puppets. Stop!" When Kong, who was running in front, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Yixian and the others also stopped when they heard this. Yixian scanned the surroundings with his eye of revelation. He didn't find anything around them. This sound was coming from very far away. Rumble! As expected, someone was fighting the sword-shaped puppets ahead. "Senior Brother 1, should we go over?" the man in black asked. "Let's go and take a look." When Kong nodded, they had seen how powerful the sword-shaped puppets were. The weakest of the sword-shaped puppets was at the early stage of the Supreme Being realm. Moreover, their defensive power was amazing. If When Kong wasn't at the middle stage of the Supreme Being realm, they wouldn't have been able to make it this far. However, since someone was fighting the sword-shaped puppets, they could go and take a look. If it was the people from Juin Palace, then they could take advantage of the situation. When they got closer, they realized that it wasn't the people from Juin Palace but the group from before. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. When Kong snorted, They attacked us just now. This is a good chance for revenge." The man in black responded. At this moment, the 7 warriors were fighting the 2 sword-shaped puppets. Chapter 908. Let's go. When Kong let out a low roar and led the charge. At this moment, the 7 of them were fighting the 2 peak 8th supreme sword-shaped puppets. It was a good opportunity for them to make a move. "Luoluo, let's go too." After Yixian said that to Luoluo, he directly charged over. This time he didn't intend to hold back and directly threw out 3 flying swords. Among Wen Kang's trio, the lady in white also knew how to control 2 flying swords. Otherwise, Yixian wouldn't have taken them out. With the support of 3 flying swords, Yixian's battle prowess at least doubled. It was more than enough to deal with an early 8th supreme. Of course, the Eye of the Void was not used for the time being. This was Yixian's trump card. If he used it, the other party would be on guard in the future. In an instant, Wen Kang's group of 5 quickly entered the battle. "Damn it, it's you guys!" the middle-aged man in the lead shouted. These 2 Peak 8th Supreme sword-shaped puppets were already enough to deal with. Now that Wen Kang's group of 5 had charged in, this was going to be troublesome. Boom! 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 Amidst a series of explosions, one of them suddenly fell to the ground and his head was thrown into the air. The one who killed him wasn't Wen Kang's trio, nor was it Yi Xian. It was actually Luo Luo. Hee. Even if I don't use the demon fox flash, I'm still very strong. Luo Luo giggled and twisted her waist. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He had to work harder, otherwise he would be left behind by Luo Luo again. If that happened, he would be in for a tragedy. Originally, the other party had 4 early 8th Supreme. Now that one of them had died, there were only 3 left. Just now they had escaped. This time Yi Xian wouldn't let them leave so easily. Bang! Under Yi Xian's all-out attack, an early 8th Supreme was pierced through by a flying sword. Immediately after, Yi Xian slashed with his sword and directly cut off his opponent's head. At the same time, the white-clothed woman and the black-clothed man each killed one of them. Now, only the 3 mid-stage Supreme Being experts were left. 2 of them were being held back by the 2 sword-shaped puppets, while the third was fighting Wen Kong. Previously, Wen Kong was already able to fight 1 against 3. Now that it was 1-on-1, he was able to defeat his opponent in the blink of an eye and kill his opponent in less than 10 rounds. At this moment there were only 2 enemies left. Go! The 2 of them looked at each other, then turned around and fled. Chase! Wen Kong would not let go of this opportunity to beat a dog while it was down. Unfortunately, the 2 sword-shaped puppets suddenly turned around and attacked him. Damn it! Wen Kong cursed angrily. It seemed that he was going to fail again. However, at this moment, 2 flashes of light suddenly flashed past. Demon Fox Flash. Eye of Nirvana. 2 cold rays of light flashed past. The 2 mid-stage Supreme Martial Artists who were running away seemed to have sensed something. When they turned their heads to look, their eyes widened. These 2 attacks were Yi Xian's and Luoluo's trump cards. In order to achieve a breakthrough, Yi Xian was going all out. Rip! Rip! 2 crisp sounds rang out. The 2 mid-stage Supreme Martial Artists who were running away at full speed had their heads chopped off one after another. Hee. 2 universe rings are in my hands. Luoluo giggled. She kept the universe rings on the 2 corpses, then quickly returned. Out of the 7 people, Wen Kong, the black-clothed man, and the white-clothed woman each killed 1 opponent. However, Yi Xian and Luoluo each killed 2 opponents, and 2 of them were mid-stage Supreme Martial Artists. One must know that Yi Xian and Luoluo were only mid-stage Supreme Martial Artists. This was an entire realm above them. Where did these 2 people come from? When Wen Kong and the other 2 saw this scene, they could not help but shudder. If Yi Xian and Luoluo had used these 2 attacks to attack them, they were afraid that, gulp, the 3 of them swallowed their saliva. However, they believed that Yi Xian and Luoluo were from the Burning Sun Hall. After all, if they had attacked them, apart from Wen Kong, the black-clothed man and white-clothed woman would have died. At this moment, Luoluo had already handed over all the universe rings to Yi Xian. Ding, the host has achieved a breakthrough. Currently, the host is at the peak of the 7th Supreme Martial Artist. After obtaining 4 universe rings, Yi Xian finally heard the system notification. This was also the reason why he had used the Eye of Nirvana. As long as he achieved a breakthrough, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Even if the Eye of Nirvana was exposed, it would not matter. As for the remaining items, Yi Xian directly gave them to Luoluo. However, Luoluo could not refine them here. Junior brother Yi, come over and deal with these 2 sword-shaped puppets. Wen Kong shouted at Yi Xian. When Yi Xian and Luoluo were chasing after the 2, Wen Kong and the other 2 were holding back the 2 puppets at the peak of the 8th Supreme Martial Artist level. They did not have many people, so it was a little difficult. However, with the addition of Yi Xian and Luoluo, the pressure was reduced by a lot. I'll hold them back first. You guys go and destroy one of the sword-shaped puppets. Wen Kong shouted. Understood. Yi Xian and the other 3 nodded. The sword-shaped puppets were 2 meters tall and held large swords in their hands. Their attacks were very ferocious and were enough to seriously injure any mid-stage 8th Supreme Martial Artist. However, the Burning Sun Hall mainly cultivated the golden body of sovereigns in their physique, so they were much faster than the Een Palace. Even the black-clothed man could dodge the attacks of the sword-shaped puppets. Boom! 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 Yi Xian and the other three's attacks all landed on the sword-shaped puppet. Unfortunately, his 70% sword intent was unable to break the armor of the sword-shaped puppet. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that Luoluo could do it. 80% claw intent? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. I just had a breakthrough. Luoluo's voice directly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian became more and more interested in Luoluo's bloodline. What kind of bloodline did Luoluo have? What was that tuft of golden tail hair? Since Yi Xian's attacks could not hurt the sword-shaped puppet at the peak of the 8th Supreme Martial Artist, he acted as bait and attracted the attacks of the sword-shaped puppet, while Luoluo and the other two were responsible for attacking. In less than 10 seconds, the sword-shaped puppet at the peak of the 8th Supreme Martial Artist was defeated by the four of them. Then it was Wen Kang's turn. Wen Kang's strength was indeed not bad. When Yi Xian and the other three had interfered, his sword-shaped puppet was already full of wounds. With Wen Kang's strength, defeating this sword-shaped puppet alone was not a problem. Soon both sword-shaped puppets were destroyed. When the second sword-shaped puppet fell, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Now Wen Kang and the other two dared not underestimate Yi Xian and Luoluo. I didn't expect junior brother Yi and junior sister Luoluo to be so strong. Now, even if we encounter the Een Palace's team, we won't have to be afraid. Wen Kang said. Chapter 909. Yi Xian and Luoluo could only laugh dryly. Those two moves were their trump cards. If they didn't use them, they might not be as strong as Wen Kang. Of course, now that Yi Xian had broken through to the 7th Supreme Being peak, his strength was above the other two. He should be able to fight Wen Kang. Alright, let's continue on our way. After Wen Kang finished speaking, he continued to walk deeper into the sword tomb. They had already encountered a 8th Supreme Being peak sword-shaped puppet before reaching the depths. If they continued, would they encounter a 9th Supreme Being? However, since they were already here, it was impossible for them to go back the way they came. Sword-shaped stone. There might be a sword-shaped stone in this sword tomb. If they obtained it and successfully brought it back to the Burning Sun Palace, the Burning Sun Palace would definitely reward them handsomely. Yi Xian and the others continued on their way. Following that, they encountered many flying broken swords. However, compared to the sword-shaped puppets, these broken swords were much less dangerous. The sword tomb was very dark. Everyone used their sword energy to open a path. However, half an hour after they entered the sword tomb, a ray of light suddenly entered their eyes. There's a golden light in front. Wen Kang said in a low voice. Yi Xian immediately used his eye of revelation to scan the area. However, the golden light was too far away, and he couldn't clearly see what the source of the light was. They quickened their pace. As they continued to go deeper, the surrounding environment began to change. The number of broken swords on the ground suddenly increased. Along the way, Yi Xian and Luoluo had been collecting these broken swords. After all, they were considered forging materials. However, when they reached this place, they were shocked. The ground was filled with broken swords. This was a sea of swords. The countless broken swords made Yi Xian's eyes light up. However, Yi Xian's attention was attracted by the golden light in front of them. It was a huge golden sword that was at least 100 meters tall. This huge golden sword was inserted into the roof of a golden palace. Beside this golden palace, there were a few figures. Be careful, don't go there. Wen Kang stopped and said, there are experts from the Een Palace there. At this time, they had not completely walked out of the shadow. Moreover, they were still far away, so the group beside the Golden Palace did not notice them. Yi Xian quickly scanned the area with his eye of revelation. There were more than 10 people outside the Golden Palace, and all of them had powerful auras. After all, those who could make it here were not weaklings. However, Yi Xian found a familiar figure in the crowd. Li Teng. Sure enough, Li Teng was a spy sent by the Enju Palace. After he sent the portrait out, he returned to the Enju Palace. The one with the folding fan in his hand is Ma Chang, who is ranked 5th in the Juyin Palace. He is a peak 8th Supreme Martial Artist. In addition, there are 3 mid-stage supreme martial artists around. They are very strong. When Kong narrowed his eyes and said softly, 8th Supreme Martial Artist Peak. This was the strength of the top disciples of Absolute Yin Palace and Burning Sun Hall. Although when Kong was strong, he still couldn't challenge Ma Cheng. After all, the other party was also an elite. Senior Brother One, what should we do? The woman in white asked in a low voice. Let's take a look first. That thing should be in the Golden Palace. However, the team from the Juyin Palace didn't seem to find a way to enter the palace. When Kong replied, Yixian continued to observe. However, his eye of revelation couldn't break into the palace. He also wanted that sword-shaped stone, but he only needed to record it. He didn't care who got the stone in the end. However, looking at the current situation, it would not be so easy to obtain the sword-shaped stone. The group from the Inju Palace was his biggest obstacle. If I was an 8th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist, I would be qualified to fight with those people. Unfortunately, I'm only at the peak of 7th Supreme Martial Artist. I haven't even reached the level of Tribulation Transcendence yet. Yixian was helpless. He was only 1 realm away, so he definitely couldn't fight Ma Cheng head-on. As for the other 3 mid-stage Supreme Martial Artists, Yixian didn't care about them at all. Rumble. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from the front. Yixian and the other 4 people looked over and found that the golden sword suddenly fell down. What? Yixian was a little surprised. Why did the golden sword suddenly fall down? He observed for a moment and found that the group of people also looked flustered. Obviously, they didn't expect this result. The speed of the golden sword falling down was very slow. However, as it tilted, the roof of the palace began to crack. Soon after, countless golden swords flew out from inside. The golden light that filled the sky frightened Yixian and the other 4 people. After the golden swords flew out, they directly attacked the team from the Juyin Palace. Thousands of long swords dancing in the air scared the group of people out of their wits. Attack quickly! The white-clothed youth Ma Cheng, who was holding a folding fan, immediately shouted. After seeing this scene, he didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly took out a long sword and started to attack crazily. At the same time, he quickly retreated. The storm of thousands of golden swords flew toward the team from the Juyin Palace. Not only that, hundreds of swords flew in all directions. There were even 200 to 300 swords that flew toward Yixian. We've been discovered. Let's go. When Kang's expression changed greatly. The golden swords were so strange and didn't look simple. Yixian and the other 4 people retreated and attacked at the same time. Fortunately, the golden swords weren't very strong. It was unknown whether it was because there were too many of them or because they were too far away. Each of Yixian's attacks could knock down several golden swords. In less than 5 seconds, the hundreds of golden swords all fell to the ground. At that moment, Yixian rushed over and picked up a golden sword. Lua watched Yixian put away the golden swords and said curiously, "Wow, you can put them away?" Yixian also didn't expect that the golden swords could be put away. Moreover, the quality of the golden swords was very good. They were all upper-grade sovereign divine weapons. If he could put away all of the nearly 2,000 golden swords, he might be able to pass the tribulation. Junior Brother Yi, let's go and take a look. At that moment, when Kong suddenly shouted. Then, he rushed toward the Golden Palace with the other 2 people. The storm of golden swords was mainly attracted by the team from the Juyin Palace. Hundreds of golden swords left the team and flew in other directions. There were probably other people hiding in the surroundings. With the Juyin Palace as bait, this was a good opportunity to enter the Golden Palace. However, when Kong approached the Golden Palace, thousands of golden swords flew out from inside. When Kong was depressed, he didn't expect there to be so many golden swords inside. However, these golden swords couldn't stop him. Senior Brother One will block them for you. You go in. Chapter 9-10. Although there were many golden swords, they would fall when they were hit by a heavy blow. They couldn't fly back up and hurt people, so they were easier to deal with. However, someone had already done so before when Kong. Ma Cheng from the Yin Palace had cut through all obstacles and entered the Golden Palace. Not only that, but another figure also dashed out from the darkness and rushed in as well. Because this figure had rushed out from the opposite side of Yixian, even Yixian, who had the Eye of Revelation, couldn't see through the Golden Palace. Therefore, he didn't notice such an expert. Yixian didn't go in because he felt that he couldn't win against Ma Cheng. Therefore, he and Luoluo had been waiting outside to collect the golden swords. "Young master, I have another 100 here." Luoluo threw her own interspatial ring to Yixian. Yixian took the golden swords inside and threw the interspatial ring back. At this moment, there were more than 3,000 golden swords flying outside. If Yixian were to obtain all of them, he would definitely be able to raise his cultivation to the level of tribulation. At that time, he would be able to obtain Ma Cheng's sword-shaped stone. Yixian was even more relieved to see that his two senior brothers and sisters weren't interested in the golden swords. They were only responsible for knocking down the golden swords. As for the golden swords that were knocked down, they were naturally collected by Yixian and Luoluo. Yixian's cultivation started to improve rapidly. It's too slow to collect the golden swords. At this moment, Yixian's eyes suddenly flashed and fell on the group of people in the distance. Instead of collecting the golden swords, it was better to kill people. Li Tong took the opportunity to escape because his clone was in danger. He didn't expect to appear here. Now Yixian was going to kill him. "Young master, I'll go too." Luoluo suddenly shouted. "Together, kill without mercy," Yixian said. "Okay." At this moment, Yixian and Luoluo charged over. Although there were 3 mid-stage supreme martial artist experts in that group of people, the rest were nothing to be afraid of. At this moment, Li Tong, who was mixed in the crowd, also noticed Yixian. His body trembled as he said in shock, "Why is this kid here?" That day, he had been beaten up by Yixian to the point where he couldn't even fight back. He still remembered this grudge in his heart. "Senior brothers and sisters, that brat is the new super genius of the Burning Sun Hall. Please kill him." Li Tong immediately shouted, "Leave the Burning Sun Hall to me." Hearing this, an expert from the Absolute Yin Palace at the early stage of the sovereign level shouted loudly before charging towards Yixian. The elites of the Absolute Yin Palace could basically control 2 flying swords. Furthermore, they were proficient in illusions and mental attacks. Their strength was not weak. Yixian was still closing in, but he already felt a piercing pain in his head. This was the other party using a mental attack. "You can and so can I." Yixian's eyes flickered as he used the burning eye and the eye of illusion. He was only 1 level away from the other party. In addition, his heavenly eye bloodline had advanced twice. Even if the other party had mental resistance, his battle strength would be reduced by 10 to 20%. Swish! Swish! 2 flying swords attacked Yixian. At this moment, Eye of Nirvana! A silver light suddenly appeared and directly crossed the distance of 10,000 meters, instantly cutting off the other party's head. Not only that, the Eye of Nirvana also passed by him and directly killed the enemy team. Swish! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. Yixian's Eye of Nirvana directly killed close to 10 people. However, Li Tong was barely hanging on by a thread. Hit him! Yixian's eyes flickered again. This time he used the Eye of Control and the target was Li Tong. At this moment, Li Tong was at the same level as Yixian and was instantly controlled. Immediately, he attacked a middle-stage supreme martial artist from Juyin Palace. Whoosh whoosh! The sound of wind suddenly appeared. Before the woman from Juyin Palace could react, she was struck by Li Tong's sword that contained 75% sword intent and flew out. What? The other 2 people were shocked. As a spy from Juyin Palace in Burning Sun Hall, why would Li Tong suddenly attack his own people? Could it be that he was a double agent? Immediately, another senior sister from Juyin Palace directly attacked Li Tong. Swish! Li Tong's head was directly cut off, and he died instantly. He probably would never have thought that he would die in the hands of his own people. At this moment, there were only 3 middle-stage supreme martial artists from Juyin Palace left in this group, and one of them was injured. "Young master, it's my turn." Luoluo suddenly turned into a flash of lightning and flew towards the injured woman from Juyin Palace. Even Yixian couldn't react to this speed. Demon Fox Flash. Swish! The woman from Juyin Palace who was injured by Li Tong couldn't react in time, and was directly cut in half by Luoluo's flash. However, she didn't die immediately. Soul-splitting claw. Luo hurriedly added another claw and scratched the woman's throat. Blood immediately spurted out. "You little bitch, go to hell." The other woman was furious and attacked Luo. Bam! This attack that contained 80% sword intent directly hit Luo's body and directly cut her in half. However, Yixian wasn't worried at all because the one who was hit by the attack just now was only Luo's clone. The real Luo didn't actually go over, and the one who used Demon Fox Flash just now was also her clone. Luo's Demon Fox clone is not bad, but unfortunately it will collapse after 1 second. Yixian's eyes lit up. The Demon Fox clone could only live for 1 second, so after the clone used Demon Fox Flash to kill the enemy, it would collapse automatically even if it wasn't attacked. Now it was 2 against 2. Junior sister Chun. When the man from Juyin Palace saw his beloved die, his eyes immediately turned red. At this moment, he no longer blocked the golden swords and directly attacked Yixian. "You're courting death, Eye of Nirvana." Yixian's eyes flashed again, and a silver slash broke through the air. The Eye of Nirvana's attack power was extremely strong, and was at least equivalent to 85% sword intent. When Yixian, who was at the peak of 7th Supreme, used the Eye of Nirvana, it was enough to threaten a peak 8th Supreme. Swoosh! Rip! This expert from Juyin Palace couldn't block it and was instantly beheaded. However, after using the Eye of Nirvana, Yixian's eyes were directly blinded. This was because he had exhausted too much of his eye power. However, Yixian wasn't afraid because he still had the Eye of Perception. Not only that, but his clone also directly broke through the void and instantly arrived. Yixian's original body and clone shared the devouring space, but they didn't share eye power. After the clone arrived, it directly merged with Yixian's original body, and its strength was directly increased by 10%. Eye of Nirvana. After fusing together, Yixian used his strongest attack on the last woman in the middle stage of the Yin End Palace. Chapter 9:11. The silver slash pierced through the air. The woman couldn't block the attack and was killed immediately. After using the Eye of Nirvana and the Eye of Void 3 times in a row, even if he recovered some of his eye power after fusing with them, it wasn't enough. As a result, Yixian went blind again. "Luo, hurry up and get the items." Yixian hurriedly said to Luo. Luo had already rushed over and handed the interspatial rings of the corpses to Yixian. After obtaining so many interspatial rings, he immediately devoured the items inside. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Not enough. The blind Yixian shook his head and cloned again to attack the storm of golden swords. With the Eye of Perception, he could continue to fight even if he lost his sight. At the same time, his eye power was slowly recovering. On the other side, the black-clothed man and the white-clothed woman were shocked. Yixian and Luo had joined forces and killed more than 10 experts of the Yin Palace. Even they could only look up to such strength. No, even if Wen Kong was here, he wouldn't be able to block that silver slash. Yixian and Luo kept striking down the golden swords while collecting them. Yixian's cultivation increased little by little. "Just a little more and I can pass the tribulation." Yixian's eyes shone brightly even though he hadn't regained his sight yet. 100 swords. 200 swords. 300 swords. Yixian kept devouring the golden swords. His cultivation was about to reach the peak of the 7th Tribulation Supreme. After he had swallowed a total of 1,000 golden swords, the system's melodious notification finally rang out. Ding! The host has met the tribulation requirements. The current success rate is 98%. The system notified. 98%. It was very close to 100%. However, Yixian still had a clone beside him. Ding! The current success rate is 100%. Begin the tribulation. After Yixian merged with his clone, he directly began to receive the 8th level of the Sovereign Tribulation. Perhaps only he had the courage to pass the tribulation under such circumstances. What? Junior brother Yi is going to pass the tribulation? The black-clothed man was shocked. After all, this was the first time he saw Yixian. However, at that time, Yixian was only a mid-stage 7th Tribulation Supreme. Now he had grown to such a level. Moreover, he dared to pass the tribulation here. He was simply courting death. There were still thousands of golden swords hovering in the sky. At that moment he moved closer to Yixian. preparing to protect Yixian. Even though Yi was surrounded by Luoluo, Yixian couldn't make any mistakes. However, in the next moment his footsteps stopped. What surprised him was that Yixian, who was in the middle of his tribulation, was actually able to retaliate. When other people passed the tribulation, they had to use all their strength to resist it. They couldn't afford to be distracted. However, Yixian was not only passing the tribulation, but also defending himself against the golden swords around him. This was an extremely dangerous situation. Boom! 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 3 consecutive bolts of tribulation lightning struck down. Each bolt was stronger than the previous one, but Yixian didn't care at all. He easily passed through 5 bolts of tribulation lightning. But at that moment, boom! Suddenly, a loud sound attracted everyone's attention. This wasn't the sound of tribulation lightning striking down. Instead, it came from the Golden Palace. An explosion suddenly resounded from the Golden Palace, and then a figure flashed out from within it. It was Ma Cheng. Behind Ma Cheng were 2 people. One was Wen Kong, and the other was a middle-aged man that Yixian had never seen before. Wen Kong was currently working with the middle-aged man to kill Ma Cheng. Junior brother, the sword-shaped stone is with Ma Cheng. Wen Kong immediately yelled. Yixian's body trembled. As expected, there was a sword-shaped stone. Although he was still passing the tribulation, he had to take action for the sake of the sword-shaped stone. After Ma Cheng came out and saw that his team of Juyin Palace had been killed, he was furious. When his eyes fell on Yixian, a silver slash flashed across Yixian's eyes. Whoosh! The nirvanic slash pierced through the sky. Ma Cheng was stunned for a moment. He hurriedly raised his hand to attack. Bang! Ma Cheng's attack, which was infused with 85% of sword essence, collided with the nirvanic slash. However, to his surprise, his attack was slightly weaker. Whoosh! The nirvanic slash destroyed Ma Cheng's attack and attacked him. However, as an elite disciple of Juyin Palace, Ma Cheng wasn't easy to deal with. Bang! Bang! 2 crisp sounds were heard. The 2 flying swords controlled by Ma Cheng had destroyed the nirvanic slash. Boom! At the same time, Yixian's 6th tribulation lightning struck down. What? He's breaking through? Ma Cheng, Wen Kong, and the middle-aged man were shocked. How could a person who was passing the tribulation unleash such a powerful attack? The 6th tribulation lightning struck Yixian's head, causing the genuine qi in his body to expand. Brat, you're courting death. Ma Cheng's eyes turned red. A genius like Yixian must be killed in the cradle. Whoosh! Another sword radiance swept towards Yixian. However, the sword radiance destroyed Yixian's afterimage. Yixian's original body had already run far away. Not only could a person who was passing the tribulation attack, but he could also run away. Was he a freak? Bastard, how dare you interrupt young master's tribulation? Luoluo shouted angrily. In the next moment, the fur on her tail and ears turned golden. That's... Yixian's eyes flickered. He saw Luoluo's tail suddenly flash. It was that tuft of golden fur. Luoluo, who had turned into a golden fox, suddenly experienced a surge in her aura. She met Ma Cheng's sword radiance head-on and actually destroyed it with a single claw. Heavens, when did Luoluo's attack power become so strong? Yixian was shocked. He felt that he couldn't see through Luoluo anymore. Luoluo's 3 fox demon flashes had been used up. But now Luoluo had turned from a white fox to a golden fox. Her battle prowess had skyrocketed to the point where she could fight Ma Cheng. Terrifying. Boom! Another bolt of sovereign tribulation lightning descended from the sky. This was the 7th bolt of sovereign tribulation lightning. Yixian was only 1 bolt away from becoming an 8th tribulation sovereign. At the same time, Luoluo had already blocked Ma Cheng's path. Claw shadows and sword radiance filled the sky. Ma Cheng, who was being held back by Luoluo, was instantly caught up by Wen Kong and the middle-aged man. Give me that sword-shaped stone. My imperial family will reward you handsomely. The middle-aged man suddenly shouted. Now the surrounding people finally knew his identity. He was from the imperial family of the royal sacred dynasty. Don't even think about it. Chapter 9:12. A single sword-shaped stone could create many experts. As long as the Een Palace could obtain this sword-shaped stone, they might become even more powerful than the royal family. How could they give up on the sword-shaped stone? Wen Kong and the middle-aged man from the royal family were both in the middle stage of the Supreme Being realm. The former was still manageable, but the middle-aged man was very difficult to deal with. Although Ma Cheng was at the peak of the Supreme Being realm, which was one level higher than Wen Kong and the middle-aged man, he had just broken through. If it was only Wen Kong and the middle-aged man, he would not have any problems. However, with Luo Luo's participation, Ma Cheng felt a lot of pressure. No, it was not pressure. Under the joint attack of the three, he could not fight back at all. Damn it! Ma Cheng cursed in his heart. If he continued to hold on to the sword-shaped stone, he might be killed by the three of them. After he made a decision in his heart, he took out a sword-shaped stone and threw it at Wen Kong. This sword-shaped stone was the sword-shaped stone. Its appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. That's the sword-shaped stone? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He only took a glance at it before he heard a system notification. Ding! Sword-shaped stone discovered. Will you carve it? Yes. Yi Xian answered without hesitation. Of course, his goal was to get this sword-shaped stone. How could he refuse? Ding! Sword-shaped stone started. Current progress. 1%. Ding! Sword-shaped stone started. Current progress. 2%. Ding! Sword-shaped stone started. Current progress. 3%. The speed of carving was very slow. Yi Xian was very anxious. At this moment, the sword-shaped stone fell into Wen Kang's hand. Ding! Carving stopped. The sword-shaped stone was taken by Wen Kong, so the carving of the stone was stopped. Hand over the sword-shaped stone. When the middle-aged man saw this, he immediately turned around and attacked Wen Kong. Bang! Wen Kong was too slow to take the sword-shaped stone. He was severely injured by the middle-aged man and was sent flying. Only now did he realize that he had fallen into Ma Cheng's trap. When he saw the sword-shaped stone just now, his brain spasmed and he took it. Only now did he realize that he had fallen into Ma Cheng's trap. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, his goal was the sword-shaped stone. Seeing the stone flying towards him, how could he not catch it? Humph, you dare to plot against senior brother Wen? Go to hell. Luo Luo wasn't distracted by the appearance of the sword-shaped stone. She shouted angrily and continued to attack Ma Cheng. Yi Xian had been assisting Luo Luo from the very beginning, but he didn't dare to get close to Ma Cheng because the 8th bolt of tribulation lightning was coming. Boom! Finally, the 8th bolt of tribulation lightning struck down. Yi Xian took the sovereign tribulation lightning head-on. In the next moment, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! You have successfully transcended the tribulation. You are now an A-tribulation supreme being at the early stage. You are currently rebuilding your golden body of supremacy. He had finally broken through. Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. However, he had just passed the 8th level of tribulation, so he was still in the process of rebuilding his sovereign golden body. The sovereign golden body was in the process of rebuilding, so his defense was the weakest. Any attack from the people present would be able to cut off his head. Young master, I'll hold this guy back. You go and take the sword-shaped stone. Luo Luo's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. All right. Although he didn't know how Luo Luo became so strong and jumped 4 levels to challenge Ma Cheng, it wasn't the time to care about that. Yi Xian immediately rushed towards the middle-aged man. Wen Kong was weaker than the middle-aged man. With a crisp sound, his wrist was cut off by the middle-aged man and he was sent flying. Wen Kang's interspatial ring fell into the hands of the middle-aged man from the royal sacred dynasty. Retreat! After the middle-aged man got the interspatial ring, he quickly turned around and left. You want to leave? Stay. Yi Xian, who had just recovered some of his eye power, immediately used the nirvanic eye on the middle-aged man's back. Nirvanic cut. Shoo! The silver slash tore through the air. When the middle-aged man heard the sound behind him, he quickly turned around. However, it was too late. Rip! The middle-aged man was instantly killed by the silver slash. His entire body was cut in half by the nirvanic cut. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and kept the interspatial ring of the middle-aged man and Wen Kong. Ding! Beginning to carve the sword-shaped stone. Current progress. 4%. Ding. Beginning to carve the sword-shaped stone. Current progress. 5%. Ding. Beginning to carve the sword-shaped stone. Current progress. 6%. The carving of the sword-shaped stone was extremely slow. It was 10 times slower than when Yixian was carving the demonic god statue. However, it didn't matter. After all, he had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. Among the people present who could fight with him. Ding. Reconstruction of the sovereign golden body completed. The system notified again. In the next moment, Yixian was cut in half. When Ma Cheng saw this scene, his body trembled violently. One Yixian was already so strong. Now there was another one? Let's go. Immediately, Ma Cheng quickly turned around. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Yixian quickly rushed over. He was even faster than Ma Cheng. In the blink of an eye, he overtook Ma Cheng. Yixian's original body, doppelganger, and Luo Luo joined forces. Ma Cheng couldn't withstand them at all. Young master, do you want to use charm? Luo Luo reminded him. No, just kill him. Yixian shook his head. Ma Cheng was an elite disciple of the Yin Palace. His spiritual resistance was probably very high. Moreover, he didn't have much eye power now. Therefore, he didn't use charm. Eye of Nirvana. Yixian's eyes flashed. Ma Cheng, who was restrained by Luo Luo, saw a silver slash coming at him. He was scared out of his wits. This guy even killed his own people? This was a question in Ma Cheng's mind. This Nirvana Ren might kill Luo Luo too. However, how could Yixian attack Luo Luo? Swish. At this moment, Ma Cheng's body trembled. He realized that Luo Luo had disappeared. Within a certain range, Yixian could hide Luo Luo in the artifact space. Therefore, at the critical moment, Yixian hid Luo Luo. Swish! Ma Cheng's body was cut in half diagonally. However, he didn't die immediately. However, he was quickly beheaded by Yixian, who rushed over with the invisible sword. Ma Cheng, who was ranked 5th among the inner disciples of the Yin Palace, died just like that. This matter finally came to an end. Chapter 9:13. However, just as Yixian thought that this was the end of the matter, a powerful aura suddenly rushed in his direction. Immediately, his expression changed. Not good. A powerful enemy is attacking. It might be the 9th tribulation supremacy of the Yin Palace. Yixian shouted in a low voice. Wen Kong and the other two, who were still surprised by Yixian's strength, were frightened when they heard this. A 9th tribulation supremacy. That was the top fighting force of the royal sacred dynasty. A 9th tribulation supremacy was enough to kill all of them. That aura quickly approached, but Yixian didn't stay idle. He quickly rushed to Wen Kang's side and directly opened a void gate. Quick, go in. Yixian said somewhat anxiously. Wen Kong, who had lost an arm, didn't dare to delay and directly passed through the void gate. The man in black and the woman in white also went in. The Eye of the Void required a large amount of eye power to open a void gate. At the same time, maintaining the void gate also required a continuous consumption of eye power. After Yixian and the others entered the void gate, a person rushed out from a dark corner. Stay here. A loud shout rang out, but Yixian had already passed through the void gate. The person who rushed out from the corner was a beautiful middle-aged woman. Her aura was very powerful. She was definitely the 9th tribulation supremacy of the Yin Palace. Unfortunately, she was one step too late. The void gate opened by Yixian was teleported to the entrance of the secret realm. When they came out of the void gate, Wen Kong and the others were shocked. What kind of method is this? Wen Kong was shocked. Senior brother one, don't worry so much. Let's leave the secret realm first and return to the Burning Sun Hall. Yixian said. The 9th tribulation supremacy saw them enter the void gate and estimated that she would arrive soon, so they had to leave quickly. Okay. Wen Kong didn't care about his arm now. Although the sovereign golden body of an 8th tribulation supremacy was more difficult to repair, as long as he handed the sword-shaped stone to the Burning Sun Hall, he wouldn't be afraid of a lack of treasures. At that time, not only would his arm grow back, he would also obtain a large amount of treasures. However, when Yixian led Wen Kong and the other two out of the secret territory, they found that the deep-sea cavern outside the secret territory was heavily surrounded. More than 10 powerful auras pressed down on everyone. More than 10 Eighth Tribulation Supremacies. Yixian was shocked. Among these dozen or so Eighth Tribulation Supremes, there were two whose auras were not weaker than Ma Cheng's. However, what truly frightened him was that there was actually a Ninth Tribulation Supreme martial artist outside the secret realm. Someone who came out of the secret realm? This Ninth Tribulation Supreme was an old woman. When she saw Yixian, she frowned and asked, "Who are you?" However, before Yixian could speak, someone shouted, "Palace Master, the one with the severed arm is Wenkong. They are from the Burning Sun Hall." Not good. Yixian's expression darkened. He quickly used the eyes of the void to break through the void. Wenkong and the other two thought that they were going to die. When they saw the void door, they hurriedly rushed in. What a strange technique. Stay here. The Ninth Tribulation Supreme martial artist immediately attacked. Immediately, a wave of energy enveloped Yixian. However, at that moment, half of Yixian's body had already stepped into the void door. Damn it! Yixian cursed angrily. He directly summoned his clone and slapped the back of his original body. At the same time, his doppelganger also quickly entered the void door. Whoosh! The void door closed. Everyone was shocked. Breaking open the void, and another person who looked exactly like him appeared. What kind of technique was this? Damn it! The sword-shaped stone must be in his hands. The palace master of Juyin Palace cursed angrily. Yixian had saved him in the nick of time. If he had been a moment later, the void door would have closed. At that time, if he had fallen into the hands of Juyin Palace, he would have been done for. He would have been raped and killed by the people of Juyin Palace. Previously, Yixian could directly break open the void in the Hall of Burning Sun and summon his doppelganger. In other words, the Hall of Burning Sun had always had a location in the void. Therefore, Yixian's void door led directly to the Hall of Burning Sunday Puff. At that moment, Yixian, who had just come out of the void door, could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This blood was not because of the slap from his doppelganger. It was because he had overused his sky eyes. Damn it! When I overused my sky eyes and did not have enough eye power, it consumed my vitality. Yixian said helplessly in his heart. Overusing his sky eyes consumed his vitality. That was why his eyes had disappeared. Vitality was lifespan. After knowing this fact, he did not dare to use his sky eyes carelessly anymore. "Young master, are you okay?" Luo, who had also been released from the void by Yixian, hurriedly asked. "I'm fine. I just got slapped by myself." In order not to worry Luo, Yixian lied. Then he said to Wenkong, "Senior brother one, please inform the others." He had already inscribed 80% of the sword-shaped stone. When the experts from the Hall of Burning Sun arrived, he estimated that he would have finished inscribing it. He was already starting to wonder what kind of reward he would get. "Okay, I'll go now." Wenkong did not care about his broken arm, and left with his junior brothers and sisters. The higher-ups in the Hall of Burning Sun would definitely not expect to get a sword-shaped stone. There were also Ninth Tribulation Supremes in the Hall of Burning Sunday. Almost all of them had comprehended 90% of the sword intent. However, the sword-shaped stone had a different value to them. Not long after Wenkong left, Yixian heard a notification sound. Ding! Sword-shaped stone inscription successful. Now this sword-shaped stone was no longer of any use to Yixian. Even if he lost it, he would not feel bad. "Luo, what happened to you just now?" At this moment, Yixian suddenly asked. Although Luo was not injured, her face was pale. At this moment, her hair had already returned to its original white color. After hearing this, Luo immediately took out the tuft of golden hair that was hidden in her tail. She said with a crying face, "Woo, in that state just now, I needed to continuously use this tuft of golden hair. In that short period of time I used up 5 of them." Yixian was speechless. He reminded her, "I see. Then you should use it sparingly in the future. This tuft of golden hair is related to your bloodline. Don't use it up when the time comes." "Okay." Luo pouted and nodded obediently. This was the first time she used the golden hair to increase her strength. At that time, she was only in the middle stage of the 7th Tribulation Supremes. She was actually able to fight evenly with Ma Cheng, who was at the peak of the 8th Tribulation Supremes. After all, her strength would increase as her cultivation level increased. If she used it again when she was at the 8th Tribulation Supremes, she would not be afraid of even a 9th Tribulation Supremes. Chapter 9:14. Soon, several powerful auras entered Yixian's sensing range. It seemed that the higher-ups of the Burning Sun Hall had arrived. This group of experts all rushed into Yixian's residence. There were more than 10 people who rushed in, and most of them were elders. One of them was even Yixian's master, Han Ming. However, this group of people stood respectfully behind an elder. Needless to say, this elder was the Burning Sun Hall master. When he saw Yixian, he said nervously, "You obtained the sword-shaped stone? Greetings, sect master." Yixian pretended to be heavily injured as he said this. Then he took out the sword-shaped stone from the devouring space. The moment the stone appeared, a commotion broke out. Sword-shaped stone. It really is the sword-shaped stone. The Incineration Sun Hall master raised his eyebrows and took the sword-shaped stone. Although he had comprehended 95% of the sword essence, the sword-shaped stone was more attractive to him than anyone else. He held the stone and said to Yixian, "You have done a great job this time. Tell me what you need." Yixian was waiting for this sentence. Before this group of experts arrived, Yixian had already written down what he wanted. What was left was the necessities for the Heaven's Eye, the forging materials for the Shadowless Sword and the Fallen Star Whip, and of course the heavenly treasures. The Burning Sun Hall master took the piece of paper and glanced at it. Then he raised his eyebrows. Yixian was asking for too much. "I have only heard of the Eternal Flower and the Golden Sunstone. The Burning Sun Hall doesn't have them. However, we do have the materials for the Heaven's Eye." The Burning Sun Hall master muttered. "Other than the first few items, the rest are not a problem." The first few items were the necessities for opening the Heaven's Eye. Even the Burning Sun Hall didn't have them. "Okay." Yixian nodded immediately. Although he was a little disappointed, he was still easily satisfied. The rest of the items were enough for him to make a breakthrough and forge the Shadowless Sword and the Fallen Star Whip. Palace Master at that time, junior brother Yi killed Ma Cheng from the Absolute Yin Palace. At the same time, there was also a group of experts from the royal dynasty. At this moment, when Kong suddenly spoke, "An expert from the royal family?" When the Inferno Sun Hall master heard this, he couldn't help but frown. In the royal sacred dynasty, the one they didn't want to provoke the most was the royal clan. When the secret realm was discovered, there were even powerful warriors from the royal family nearby. What bad luck! However, the sword-shaped stone is already in our hands, and it is impossible for us to hand it over. The leader of the Burning Sun Palace snorted coldly. "That's right, this is our chance. As long as we have the sword-shaped stone, we can destroy the Yin Palace. Even if it's the royal family, we don't fear them." The elders began to speak angrily. "Yixian, you're injured now, so you'll need treatment first. I'll get someone to send the items over later." When the leader of the Burning Sun Palace finished speaking, he left with the group of people. "Yixian, I didn't expect that you would be able to kill Ma Cheng, who was at the peak of the 8th Supremacy Realm. It seems like I don't have the qualifications to be your master anymore." Han Ming walked over and said to Yixian, "Master is too serious. A teacher for a day is a teacher for life. Even if I transcend the Supremacy Realm, you will still be my master." Yixian said respectfully. He was very grateful to Han Ming. After all, if it wasn't for the 10 Supremacy Golden Cores, he and Luo's strength wouldn't have increased so much. If that was the case, what happened after that day would have been different. If Yixian went out to do some random missions, he would have died 9 times out of 10, not to mention killing Ma Cheng and obtaining the sword-shaped stone. Han Ming nodded his head in satisfaction and said with a smile, "Not bad, not bad. A genius like you can't be limited to the Supremacy Realm. In the future, you will definitely be able to break through the 3 misfortunes of the Supremacy Realm. Since you helped the Burning Sun Hall obtain the sword-shaped stone, the Hall Master will naturally allow you to comprehend it. With your aptitude, you might be able to comprehend Sword Force." After hearing this, Yixian was astonished. This was the first time he heard of this term. He immediately asked, "Master, what is Sword Force?" Sword intent is something that we Supremacy Realm experts learn. Above sword intent is Sword Force. Han Ming explained. Sword Force has a total of 3 realms. They are Minute Sword Force, Perfect Sword Force, and One with the Sword. Minute Sword Force, Perfect Sword Force, and One with the Sword? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, "Do these 3 realms correspond to the 3 misfortunes of the Supremacy Realm? Human body disaster, true energy disaster, and spirit disaster." "That's right." Han Ming nodded his head and said, "As long as you comprehend Sword Force, you will be invincible in the Supremacy Realm. Unless your opponent also comprehends Sword Force, no one will be able to block your attacks. Not only that, even a 9th stage human body disaster expert might not be able to comprehend the Minute Sword Force. It depends on your aptitude." From Han Ming's words, Yi Xian knew that there were only 3 realms: the Minute Sword Force, Perfect Sword Force, and One with the Sword. Not only could the sword-shaped stone rapidly increase one's sword intent, it could also allow one to comprehend Sword Force. It was a good item. "Thank you for your guidance, Master." Yi Xian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Haha, I have confidence in you. In the future, you will definitely be able to break through the 3 misfortunes of the Supremacy Realm. If you can comprehend Sword Force and reach One with the Sword, even a spirit disaster expert would not be able to block your attacks," Han Ming said with a smile. Yi Xian revealed a helpless expression. One with the Sword was the final realm of Sword Force. It corresponded to the Spirit Disaster realm. How could it be that easy to comprehend? However, Han Ming was right about one thing. He could definitely break through the 3 misfortunes of the Supremacy Realm. Soon after, Han Ming left. As for Yi Xian, he stayed in the residence with Luo Luo, waiting for the items from the Burning Sun Hallmaster. Not long after, an elder brought the items over. Haha! Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. Although he didn't have the necessary materials to open his Heaven's Eye, he had obtained the materials for the Shadowless Sword and Fallen Star Whip, as well as a large amount of heavenly treasures. After the elder left, Yi Xian poured some items into the devouring space, then threw the universe ring to Luo Luo. "Luo Luo, take it yourself." After Yi Xian finished speaking, he began to forge the Supremacy Realm spiritual treasure. The Shadowless Sword's embryo was already forged, so it didn't require much materials. The Fallen Star Whip's materials were also sufficient. In addition, there were forging blueprints for the 2 Supremacy Realm spiritual treasures, so Yi Xian only spent a second to forge the Supremacy Realm spiritual treasure. Ding! The Shadowless Sword has been successfully forged. Ding! The Fallen Star Whip has been successfully forged. 2 system notifications sounded. Chapter 9:15. Yi Xian swung the Shadowless Sword lightly, and the blade disappeared. It was as if Yi Xian was using the hilt to slash someone. Unfortunately, the Shadowless Sword was just for show. For someone of his level, the Shadowless Sword was useless. Then Yi Xian took out the Fallen Star Whip. The Fallen Star Whip was also a level 1 supreme spiritual treasure. Yi Xian struck the ground with it. Bang! The ground suddenly exploded. This was the effect of the Fallen Star Whip. As long as it hit the enemy, there would be an explosion effect increasing its power. "Luo Luo, the Fallen Star Whip is ready, but you don't know how to use it?" Yi Xian handed the Fallen Star Whip over and asked. "Hehe, it's in my inherited memory. Also, it can help me quickly comprehend Sword Force." Luo Luo suddenly smiled mischievously. "Quickly comprehend Sword Force?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This girl actually had such a good thing in her inherited memory. No wonder she chose to forge the Fallen Star Whip instead of the Shadowless Sword. In addition, Sword Force was actually a general term. After all, Sword Force was the most common weapon. In addition to Sword Force, there were also Knife Force, and so on. However, people were used to calling it Sword Force. This girl's bloodline is too mysterious. I can't believe she even has this. I can't fall behind. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "Luo Luo, did you take all the things you wanted?" "Yes, these things are all very high level. I can refine them very quickly. Maybe my realm will be higher than yours?" Luo Luo smiled and handed the interspatial ring back. Ahem. Yi Xian took the interspatial ring awkwardly and found that at least 4/5 of the things inside were gone. Ding! The host has broken through. You are now at the mid-stage of the 8th Tribulation Supreme Master. The system notified. Those things were only enough for Yi Xian to break through once. If he gave everything to him, he could at least reach the peak of the 8th Tribulation Supreme Master. However, he didn't say much. After all, Luoluo was only in the middle stage of the 7th supreme martial artist. She was 2 realms lower than him. When Luoluo's realm increased, her strength would also be very strong. For the rest of the time, Luoluo was refining the heavenly treasures that even the elders were envious of. Yixian was also sitting there quietly. He had already recorded the sword-shaped stone in the Devouring system. As long as he wanted to, he could study it at any time. I only have 70.5 sword intent. The people from the Absolute Yin Palace will definitely come knocking on my door. I have to increase my strength so that I can participate in the battle when the time comes. Yixian squinted his eyes and began to study the sword-shaped stone. It would take at least 3 days for the Absolute Yin Palace's team to arrive from the 10,000 Swords Villa's secret realm entrance. And in these 3 days, Yixian's strength could still improve by quite a bit. Yixian was meditating on the sword-shaped stone in his residence. In less than an hour, he heard a notification sound. Ding! 75% sword intent has transformed. It is now 85% sword intent. After half a day, ding! 85% sword intent has transformed. It is now 85% sword intent. After a day, in Yixian's residence, the sovereign tribulation lightning started to gather above him. This was Luoluo's breakthrough. In a day, Luoluo relied on her extraordinary refining speed to break through from the 7th Supremacy Realm to the 7th Supremacy Realm peak. At the same time, she also reached the limit and successfully received the 8th Supremacy Tribulation. Rumble. 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 8 consecutive sovereign tribulation lightning struck down. Luoluo, who was in the courtyard, stood there quietly and took the 8 sovereign tribulation lightning head-on. Among the cultivation resources given by the Hall Master of the Burning Sun Hall, there were hundreds of sovereign golden pills. Previously, Luoluo had spent a lot of time refining the utmost being golden pellets. However, as her cultivation level increased, her refining speed also increased. In addition to her bloodline and charm fusion crystal, Luoluo refined 100 utmost being golden pellets in a single day. The 8th Supremacy Tribulation was no threat to Luoluo. Rumble. After the last sovereign tribulation lightning struck, Luoluo broke through to the 8th Supremacy Realm. Now, Luoluo's combat power was probably comparable to a 9th Supremacy Realm. If she consumed golden hair and transformed into a golden fox, even the Hall Master of the Burning Sun Hall would have to take her seriously. There are 2 more days. Continue to cultivate. After Luoluo successfully passed the tribulation, Yixian continued to comprehend the sword-shaped stone. When the Yinju Palace came knocking on his door, he would show off his skills. If the patriarch of the Yin Palace was still alive, he might come. At that time, the patriarch of the Burning Sun Hall would definitely appear. As long as the siblings were related to the Yin-Yang patriarch, Yixian would naturally ask about it. Of course, even if he didn't ask, he still had the round jade pendant left by old immortal Tianju. As long as he broke through to the 3 sovereign disasters, he would know about the Yin-Yang patriarch. The remaining 2 days passed in a flash. In these 2 days, Luoluo refined a large amount of things. Although there was still a lot of medicinal effects left in her body, and there were still many heavenly treasures left, she directly broke through to the 8th Supremacy Realm, the same level as Yixian. Luoluo and Yixian signed a master and servant blood contract, which caused Yixian's beast god bloodline to mutate twice. Therefore, his growth speed increased by 30%. Yixian expected such a fast cultivation speed. In these 2 days, although Yixian's realm didn't increase, he continuously comprehended the sword-shaped stone, and had already raised his sword intent to 90%. In the Supremacy Realm, the highest level was the 9th Tribulation Supremacy Realm, and the sword intent was only 95%. When the sword intent transformed to 100%, it would condense into power and sword force. In 3 days, Yixian's sword intent had increased from 75% to 90%. With the shadowless sword in hand, his attack power was extremely strong. Even in the entire Burning Yang Hall, there were probably less than 3 people who could withstand a single strike from him. Because the Burning Sun Hall was peaceful, Yixian and Luoluo continued to cultivate. They didn't know if the Yin Palace was scared or something, but they still hadn't arrived after 3 days. Could it be that they were afraid that the Burning Sun Hall's ancestor was still alive, and would rush out and catch them all in one fell swoop? However, just as Yixian was thinking about this problem, a roar suddenly came from the sky. "Bastards of the Burning Sun Hall, get the hell out here." This was a woman's voice, and it sounded very old. Not only that, Yixian had heard this voice before. It was the palace master of the Yin Palace. "They're here." After hearing this roar, Yixian and Luoluo opened their eyes at the same time. "Hehe, they're finally here. If they didn't come, I would have been bored to death." Luoluo stretched her back and walked out. Yixian was also helpless. This girl really wanted to see the world in chaos. But speaking of which, he had comprehended the sword-shaped stone for 3 days, and his strength had increased by at least 10 times compared to when he was in the Myriad Sword Manor's secret realm. Chapter 9:16. When Yixian walked outside, he discovered that the hall master of the Burning Sun Hall and the others were hurriedly cutting through the air and flying towards the entrance of the Burning Sun Hall. Yixian and Luoluo quickly followed them. The disciples of the Burning Sun Hall who were alarmed by the sudden shout also hurriedly followed after him. Who was it that had the guts to come to the Burning Sun Hall and make a ruckus? The Burning Sun Hall was one of the top powers in the royal sacred dynasty. There weren't many who dared to challenge them. Moreover, the voice belonged to an old woman. Thus, the disciples of the Burning Sun Hall guessed that the people who came were from the Juyin Palace. When the hall master of the Burning Sun Hall obtained the sword-shaped stone, he had already started making arrangements and notified the elders outside to return. This time there was going to be a huge battle. When Yixian arrived at the entrance of the Burning Sun Hall, he saw that there was already a group of people outside the protective array. There were more women than men in this group. They were the group from the Juyin Palace that Yixian had encountered in the secret territory of the Myriad Swords Manor. The palace master of the Juyin Palace was also among them. "Everyone, my Burning Sun Hall and your Juyin Palace have been fighting for hundreds of years. This is the first time you have gathered so many people to come here. May I know the reason?" The Burning Sun Hall master pretended not to know anything and asked, "Cut the crap. You already know the answer and you still want to pretend that you don't know anything?" The palace master of the Juyin Palace walked out with his walking stick. "Humph, I haven't even said that your Juyin Palace planted a spy in my Burning Sun Hall? And you're already making false accusations?" The Burning Sun Hall master snorted coldly. At this time a female disciple of the Juyin Palace suddenly walked forward and pointed at Yixian. "Palace master, it was him that day." Everyone's gaze followed her finger and landed on Yixian. "Me? What about me?" Yixian walked out. "Brat, let's not beat around the bush. That sword-shaped stone was snatched by you, right?" The palace master of the Juyin Palace looked at Yixian. "Senior, why do you think so?" Yixian asked in return. As soon as he finished his words, someone jumped out and said, "If it wasn't you, who else could it be?" Yixian sneered and said, "What a joke. When I left the secret territory that day, I was surrounded by a group of you palace masters. Your palace master even wanted to capture me. Your palace master wanted to capture me. That's right. If it wasn't for junior brother Ye's secret skill, I'm afraid that we would have already been killed. My Burning Sun Hall has fought with your Inju Palace for so many years. When have you ever shown mercy?" Although the sword-shaped stone fell into Yixian's hands in the end, Wen Kong and the other two had contributed quite a bit, so they obtained quite a few benefits. 3 days ago, Wen Kong had consumed a heavenly treasure and grown a new arm. This sentence made the people of the Juyin Palace speechless. If they put themselves in Yixian's shoes, how could they not run when they encountered the palace master of the Juyin Palace? "We didn't come here today for this matter." There were a few experts from the imperial family in the sword tomb. They witnessed the whole thing. The palace master of the Juyin Palace snorted and said, "That brat killed Ma Cheng, who was ranked 5th in the inner sect of the Juyin Palace. He also killed a great elder of the imperial family. This is the truth." "Then, senior, how can you prove that what he said is true?" Yixian asked again. At that time, the team of the Juyin Palace had been killed by Yixian. At the same time, Yixian did find other people. But after Yixian killed Ma Cheng, the 9th Tribulation Supreme Master of the Juyin Palace came. So, Yixian didn't have time to kill other people. What those people said was only a verbal statement of facts. There was no concrete evidence. "Humph, I don't care so much. I only know that the sword-shaped stone is in your palace of the Juin Palace. Today you better hand it over. Otherwise, your palace of the Juin Palace will be destroyed soon. The palace master of the Juin Palace saw that they had no choice but to shed all pretense of cordiality. Haha, what a joke. You dare to say that you will destroy my palace of the Juin Palace? The palace master of the Juin Palace laughed when he saw the other party's expression. You better choose to believe that we don't plan to keep the sword-shaped stone for ourselves. We will give it to the imperial family. The palace master of the Juin Palace replied. What a joke. If you get the sword-shaped stone, will you give it to the imperial family? The palace master of the Juin Palace sneered. The palace master of the Juin Palace continued. Do you know how the Myriad Sword Villa was destroyed hundreds of years ago? An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. After the sword-shaped stone of the Myriad Sword Villa was exposed, it was secretly destroyed by the imperial family. What? After the palace master of the Juin Palace finished speaking, the people of the palace of the Juin Palace were shocked. Not only that, the people of the palace of the Juin Palace were also shocked. It was their first time hearing this secret. The Myriad Sword Villa was a powerful force hundreds of years ago. It was not any weaker than the palace of the Juin Palace and the palace of the Juin Palace. However, it chose to disappear in the end because it was secretly destroyed by the imperial family. Even the palace master of the Juin Palace did not know about this secret. Really? The palace master of the Juin Palace swallowed his saliva. Although the palace of the Juin Palace was powerful, the imperial family could secretly destroy the Myriad Sword Villa, that was comparable to the palace of the Juin Palace hundreds of years ago. Why else do you think the Myriad Sword Villa was destroyed? That secret realm was the place where the Myriad Sword Villa was forging. However, when the imperial family's experts arrived, they did not know that the sword-shaped stone was exposed. Therefore, other than the villa master of the Myriad Sword Villa, no one survived. The palace master of the Juin Palace explained. After hearing this, the people of the palace of the Juin Palace felt that it made sense. Yi Xian himself had entered the Myriad Sword Villa's secret realm. However, he did not meet anyone from the Myriad Sword Villa in the secret realm. After all, it was just a place for forging. When the Myriad Sword Villa was destroyed, only the villa master left. He probably returned to the secret realm when he was being hunted down and destroyed the entrance to prevent the imperial family from finding it. Because it was a secret place for forging, all the people inside were men. However, the villa master of the Myriad Sword Villa destroyed the entrance himself. If he did not destroy it, the imperial family would definitely find the entrance. It was also because of this that all the people who stayed in the secret realm died in the end. According to Wen Kong, there were many tombs in the palace. One of them was the villa master of the Myriad Sword Villa. After thinking about it, Yi Xian also felt that it was very scary. The villa master of the Myriad Sword Villa destroyed the entrance to the secret realm to avoid being hunted down. What was even more helpless was that the people who stayed in the secret realm were all men. If there were some women, the Myriad Sword Villa would not have been completely wiped out. They could have lived in the secret realm and not been destroyed. Chapter 9:17. However, there was one thing that Yi Xian did not understand. The secret realm was actually a corner of the world. The entrance to the secret realm was equivalent to a portal. That was why Yi Xian's Eye of the Void could not return to the Burning Sun Palace directly from the secret realm. He had to leave the secret realm first. Yi Xian guessed that the secret realm was an island, or there was a formation around it that prevented people from leaving. But then again, the Burning Sun Hall Master hesitated after hearing those words. Old man, I advise you to hand it over to us. The palace master of the Yin Palace said. These words sounded like he was thinking for the sake of Burning Sun Hall, but no one present was an idiot. The sword-shaped stone was extremely precious. Even if the Burning Sun Palace master could not keep it, they would still be rewarded if they handed it over. How could the Yin Palace master take the sword-shaped stone away? You guys have a good plan. You want me to hand over the sword-shaped stone to you, then you will hand it over to the imperial family? The Burning Sun Palace master sneered. Without a doubt, this sentence was an admission. At this point they had no choice but to admit it. So, the sword-shaped stone is in the Burning Sun Palace master? The palace master of the Yin Palace narrowed his eyes. That's right. The Burning Sun Palace Master shouted. In the next moment, a stone that looked like a long sword appeared in his hand. It was the sword-shaped stone. When the Palace Master of the Een Palace and the others saw it, their eyes lit up. This is the sword-shaped stone? The Palace Master of the Een Palace raised his eyebrows. Even the imperial family of the royal sacred dynasty did not have a sword-shaped stone. Otherwise, why would the 10,000 Swords Manor be destroyed? Yi Xian knew how precious the sword-shaped stone was. He only spent 3 days to raise his 75% sword intent to 90% sword intent. A single sword-shaped stone was enough to create a top force that could even fight against the imperial family. A few hundred years ago, the imperial family of the royal sacred dynasty was afraid that the 10,000 Swords Manor would become stronger, so they destroyed it. It is impossible for me to hand over the sword-shaped stone. The sword-shaped stone was obtained by the disciples of the Burning Sun Palace. It is impossible for the Een Palace Master to take it away. The Burning Sun Palace Master put the sword-shaped stone away. Humph! The Myriad Sword Villa's secret realm was found in the territory of my absolute Een Palace. How about this? The Juyin Palace will also take a step back. We will hand over the sword-shaped stone to the imperial family, and we will split the reward equally. The Palace Master of the Juyin Palace suggested. So what if the 10,000 Swords Manor's forging mystic realm is in your absolute Een Palace's territory? Your Juyin Palace is still in the royal sacred dynasty. Doesn't that mean that everything in your Juyin Palace belongs to the royal clan? An elder of the Burning Sun Hall coldly snorted. The Palace Master of the Absolute Een Palace glanced at her and said, "So you don't agree?" "Not bad." The Burning Sun Hall Master replied. He could have given it to the royal family by himself, so why did he have to share the benefits with another person? As long as one was not a fool, one would not do such a thing. Most importantly, he was in the territory of the Burning Sun Palace. Now that the Enju Palace had come knocking on his door, it was an excellent opportunity. So long as he killed all these people from the Een End Palace, then the Een End Palace would be finished. However, right at that moment, suddenly, a powerful aura caused everyone to tremble. This powerful aura came from the team of the Enju Een Palace. The team of the Enju Een Palace started to split into two. Then a figure slowly walked out. It was a red-clothed lady who looked to be in her 30s. Ancestor. When the Palace Master of the Enju Palace saw this person, he respectfully greeted her. Boom! This form of address frightened the people from the Burning Sun Hall. Was this red-clothed lady the founder of the Enju Een Palace? So powerful, I'm afraid she is a ninth supreme being. Yi Xian shuddered. The Burning Sun Hall Master was only a ninth supreme being, and this lady was even more powerful than him. Greetings, Senior. The Burning Sun Hall Master did not expect this red-clothed lady to be here, so he hurriedly greeted her respectfully. The red-clothed lady ignored him and said softly, "Senior brother, are you not coming out to see me?" Although her voice was soft, it reverberated in the air and spread throughout the entire Burning Sun Hall. However, the way she addressed him frightened the others. "Senior brother, that's senior brother? Aren't they siblings?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He understood that the red-clothed lady was greeting the founder of the Burning Sun Hall. Not long after, another voice echoed in the air. "Junior sister, let's go back." It was obvious that the founder of the Burning Sun Hall was not dead. "Senior brother, don't you know the importance of the sword-shaped stone?" The red-clothed lady shouted again. This time, the founder of the Burning Sun Hall finally came out. He was a white-clothed youth with dashing eyebrows. So powerful, I can't sense any aura from him. He's just like an ordinary person. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. With the eye of perception, he could not sense the other party's realm. This person was definitely much more powerful than the red-clothed lady, and might be about to pass the human body disaster. "Senior brother, you finally came out." The red-clothed lady smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have no other purpose today. What do you want to say?" The youth with dashing eyebrows asked. "The sword-shaped stone is very useful to us, but you have to know that it's not something we can get our hands on. The 10,000 Swords Manor is a good example. If we don't hand it over to the imperial family, I'm afraid that our two factions will end up like the 10,000 Swords Manor," the red-clothed lady said. Unexpectedly, the youth with dashing eyebrows immediately said, I won't give up on this sword-shaped stone. Senior brother, you're still as stubborn as before. Since the imperial family hasn't arrived yet, we still have a way to share this sword-shaped stone. The red-clothed lady said. Share the sword-shaped stone. After hearing this, Yi Xian's body trembled. Was the two factions joining forces? Even if our two factions join forces, we won't be able to go against the imperial family. You're saying that you want to open up a secret realm, and let my Burning Sun Hall and your unending palace enter together to comprehend this sword-shaped stone? The youth with dashing eyebrows squinted his eyes. That's right, we can follow the example of the 10,000 Swords Manor. As long as we destroy the entrance to the secret realm, even the imperial family won't be able to find it. The red-clothed lady nodded. The reason why the 10,000 Swords Manor didn't have a single person in the secret realm was because those who stayed there hundreds of years ago were all men, and there wasn't a single woman. However, the Burning Sun Hall mainly consisted of men, while the unending palace had many women. As long as they joined forces and brought some supreme saint beasts into the secret realm, they could live a good life. Chapter 9:18. Then why are you not willing to give up on this stone? If the imperial army arrives, the Burning Sun Hall will definitely be destroyed. The lady in red reminded him. I will not give up. The man with sword-like eyebrows replied. Both parties were in a stalemate. After hearing this, everyone present felt a sense of pressure. It was a good way to enter the secret realm. Although there were men and women, old and young, and even supreme sacred beasts, who could stay in a sealed place for hundreds of years. However, the founder of the Burning Sun Hall was unwilling to give up on this stone. If the imperial army arrived, the Burning Sun Hall would definitely be destroyed. Master! The Burning Sun Hall master frowned and looked at the young man with sword-like eyebrows. Don't worry. I have already opened up a new secret realm. This secret realm has 2 entrances. If the imperial army arrives, we will enter and destroy this entrance. The young man with sword-like eyebrows was not worried at all. What? When the others heard this, they were shocked. No wonder the founder of the Burning Sun Hall was so calm. It turned out that he had already prepared a way out. Junior sister, please go back. The young man with sword-like eyebrows said to the lady in red. However, at this moment, roar! Suddenly, a deafening sound entered everyone's ears. When they listened carefully, it sounded like the roar of a giant beast. It's the Imperial Dragon. The young man with sword-like eyebrows and the lady in red's faces changed. They had heard this sound once before. Quick! Let everyone enter the secret realm entrance under my secret cultivation room. The young man with sword-like eyebrows hurriedly ordered. The news should have only reached the imperial family after 3 days. The young man with sword-like eyebrows did not expect them to arrive so quickly. When the young man with sword-like eyebrows finished speaking, a huge figure descended from the sky. It was a brown giant dragon that was at least a few thousand meters long. It was extremely huge, and there were various strange patterns on its body. Immediately after, people jumped down from the dragon's back one by one. The imperial army had finally arrived. Burning Sun Hall, how dare you hide a sword-shaped stone? I will give you 10 breaths to hand it over to me. Otherwise, I will exterminate your entire sect. A rough-looking man rushed over, followed by 2 people wearing the imperial family's uniform. 3/9 Supreme Being Peak Supreme Beings. The young man's expression changed. He was in trouble now. At this moment, the Burning Sun Hall master had already started to evacuate the disciples. However, how could 10 breaths of time be enough? Although there were only 1,000 soldiers from the imperial family, all of them were elites of the 7th Supreme Martial Artist realm and above. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that there were still 3/9 tribulation supremacies from the royal family, and more than 29th tribulation supremacies. This wasn't something that the Burning Sun Hall could deal with. Hee, it seems like you don't want to hand it over. All soldiers, listen up, break the formation. The boorish man shouted when he saw the Burning Sun Hall evacuating its disciples. In an instant, countless attacks were launched at the grand array of the Burning Sun Hall. Rumble! A series of deafening explosions rang out. Women of the Inju Palace, back off for me. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you as well. The boorish man shouted at the Inju Palace as he attacked. At this moment, Absolute Palace was in a dilemma. The lady in red obviously wanted to help the young man, but the young man's intentions had been seen through. The Imperial family army had already started to attack. Once the formation was broken, the Burning Sun Hall would be in danger. Ancestral Master, what should we do? The palace master of the Inju Palace asked with a frown. Let's retreat first. The lady in red said softly. In fact, she still wanted to help the Burning Sun Hall. Although the enmity between the Inju Palace and the Burning Sun Hall had been accumulating for hundreds of years, it was actually caused by some disciples 100 years ago. At first, the Inju Palace accidentally killed a disciple of the Burning Sun Hall, so the conflict arose. However, the lady in red hadn't appeared to resolve it in the past 100 years. Only by continuing to fight could she ensure that her senior brother wouldn't forget about her. Immediately, the Inju Palace's team retreated a long distance. This time, the Inju Palace had also brought many experts. Other than the lady in red, the palace master of the Inju Palace, and the great elder, there were also 4 Ninth Tribulation supremacies. If they joined forces with the Burning Sun Hall, they wouldn't be afraid of the Imperial Army. However, behind the Imperial Army was the entire Imperial family. Once they made a move, they would be challenging the authority of the Imperial family. At that time, the entire Inju Palace would be dragged into the water and fall into a state of eternal damnation. Rumble. The entire Imperial Army was attacking the protective mountain array. Fortunately, there were experts in the Burning Sun Hall controlling the array. Otherwise, after a few rounds of attacks, the protective mountain array would have been broken. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. The Imperial Army was attacking, while the Burning Sun Hall was defending. Yi Xian, who was in the Burning Sun Hall, was already burning with fighting spirit. However, he hoped that the Burning Sun Hall could successfully retreat. As long as all of them entered the secret realm and destroyed the entrance, they would be safe. Although he didn't know where the other entrance to the secret realm was, judging from the expression of the young man with the sword eyebrows, the other entrance wouldn't be easily found by the Imperial family. Perhaps it was in another sacred dynasty. However, looking at the current situation, there didn't seem to be enough time. I didn't expect the Imperial Army to arrive so quickly. What a blunder. The young man with the sword eyebrows' eyes flickered. He guessed that the Imperial Army must have rushed through the secret realm, which was why they arrived so quickly. If he knew that this would happen, he would have already given the order to retreat. Lin Zhantian, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the sword-shaped stone and I'll guarantee the safety of the Burning Sun Hall. The rough man shouted. Lin Zhantian was the name of the Burning Sun Hall's founder. Scram! Unexpectedly, Lin Zhantian roared. He estimated the strength of the protective mountain array and said, Elders, prepare for battle. The elders of the Burning Sun Hall had already taken out their weapons. There were more than 40 elders in the Burning Sun Hall. They were all at least 8th Tribulation Supremes. Founder, we can also fight. One of the disciples shouted. The inner disciples of the Burning Sun Hall were almost all 7th Tribulation Supremes. There were also quite a few 8th Tribulation Supremes. They could fight against the experts of the Imperial family. We are willing to live and die with the Burning Sun Hall. Yes, live and die together. A group of disciples and deacons shouted one after another. Many of them grew up in the Burning Sun Hall. The Burning Sun Hall was their home. Now that their home was about to be destroyed, they naturally had to stand up and stop it. All right, the young man with the sword eyebrows shouted. At the same time, he glanced at the Burning Sun Hall master beside him. Master, the sword-shaped stone has been taken away by junior brother. The Burning Sun Hall master said. His junior brother was the Vice Hall Master of the Burning Sun Hall. Chapter 919. The Inferno Sun Hall Master nodded. He was already prepared to fight to the death. However, he was still very nervous. After all, the Royal Army actually sent out 3 9th Stage Supreme Martial Artists. On their side, there was only 1 9th Stage Supreme Martial Artist and him, a 9th Stage Supreme Martial Artist. If they fought, they would not have the upper hand. However, if the Inju Palace could help, the outcome would be different. The people of the Inju Palace were good at illusions and mental attacks. They could also control flying swords. Their team battle ability was very strong. If they could get their help, they would definitely win this battle. Boom! 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 The strength of the protective array weakened bit by bit. In the Inferno Sun Hall, Yi Xian had already secretly taken out the supreme spiritual treasure, Shadowless Sword. He could not provoke the 3 9th-stage supreme martial artists, but he could find trouble with the others. With my current realm bloodline and Shadowless Sword, killing a 9th-stage supreme martial artist is not a problem. Luolua's strength is not bad either. If other people are added, it's not impossible. Yi Xian thought in his heart. However, the 3 9th-stage supreme martial artists were troublesome. He hoped that Lin Zhantian, as the founder of the sect, could hold them back. Luoluo, don't be too far away from me later. Try to charm as much as you can. If you encounter danger, call me immediately. Yi Xian reminded in his mind. Okay. Luoluo nodded. Luoluo had merged with the charm fusion crystal previously, and her charm ability had greatly increased. With her 8th-stage supreme martial artist realm, as long as it was not a 9th tribulation supreme martial artist, she would have no problem. At this moment, rumble. A loud sound was heard, and the protective array was finally broken. Kill! Lin Zhantian shouted as he led the charge towards the Imperial Army. Lin Zhantian, you are seeking your own death. The rough man shouted and led the experts under his command. However, he still formed a team and bypassed Lin Zhantian, directly entering the Inferno Sun Hall to find the entrance to the secret realm. Don't let them in. The Inferno Sun Hall master shouted and led a few people to kill, preparing to intercept this team that wanted to sneak into the secret realm. A great battle began. This was not the first time that Yi Xian had participated in such a large-scale battle. Previously, in the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty Sky Prison, he had weaved through tens of thousands of soldiers. However, he didn't dare to wander around here. After all, he hadn't gone to the Flowing Gold Waterfall to strengthen his sovereign golden body yet. Flowing Shadow Sword. Yi Xian summoned his doppelganger. He summoned 6 flying swords and attacked the Extreme King army. At the same time, he kept swinging his shadowless swords to attack the 8 tribulation elites. The two sides had already clashed head-on. Brat, your aptitude is not bad. Go to hell. A peak-level supreme martial artist from the royal family headed straight for Yi Xian. Humph! Yi Xian snorted coldly and glared at him, casting a burning eye. Luoluo, who was following behind Yi Xian, took this opportunity to use her charm. Luoluo's eyes turned pink. Not only that, but that 8th supreme martial artist was also the same. The charm was a success. After the charm was successful, this 8th supreme martial artist took off his interspatial ring and threw it at Yi Xian. Then, he turned around and attacked his own people. Bam! A mid-level supreme martial artist's head was cut off before he could react. What are you doing? His actions immediately attracted the attention of others. However, some sharp-eyed people immediately noticed that something was amiss. There's someone from the Foxy clan. Be careful of her charm. Someone warned. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, he heard a whistling wind. Boom! An explosion suddenly sounded in the air. This talkative consecrator's head was directly smashed by Luoluo's fallen star whip. Humph! Who asked you to be a busybody? Luoluo snorted unhappily. Those from the Een Palace cultivated spiritual techniques and had high spiritual resistance. However, the imperial family, like those from the Burning Sun Palace, still cultivated their sovereign golden body. Therefore, Yi Xian and Luoluo's cooperation was flawless. One weakened spiritual power while the other charmed. They were simply invincible. However, the charm could only easily charm those below the 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist level. It was not a problem for 8th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists. Therefore, Yi Xian and Luoluo gave up. Luoluo, let's go find the 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist. Yi Xian said to Luoluo in her mind. Okay. Hearing this, Luoluo giggled and followed. With the eye of perception, Yi Xian could clearly sense that there were more than 29 Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists in the imperial family. As long as he killed these people, the pressure on the Burning Sun Palace would be reduced. At this time, the 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist targeted by Yi Xian was fighting with an early-stage 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist Elder from the Burning Sun Palace. Yi Xian killed more than 10 people along the way. When he got close, he directly slashed with his sword. Flowing Shadow Sword. With the shadowless sword in hand, His attack power was definitely not something an ordinary Ninth Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist could block. Moreover, it was a sneak attack. Rip! This beam of sword light directly split the opponent's body into two halves. What? The elder from the Burning Sun Palace was shocked. An opponent who was on par with him was actually killed in a second? He turned to look and found that the killer was only a mid-stage 8th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist, Yi Xian. Before he could react, Luoluo hooked the Fallen Star Whip and directly threw the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Very good. Next. Yi Xian was very satisfied. Even if it was not all of a 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist's wealth, it was comparable to that of 10 peak 8th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists. Before the elder could react, Yi Xian went to find the next target. Yi Xian's original body and Luoluo worked together, while his doppelganger was killing the 8th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists. His original body's cultivation was still increasing. He was destined to shine in this battle. However, he was still unable to control this battle. Yi Xian once again killed a 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist, then turned to scan with the Eye of Revelation. Lin Zhantian was already fighting with the burly man. The former was fighting 1 against 3, but Lin Zhantian's opponents were the imperial family's high officials. 1 against 2 was already his limit. In a 1 against 3 situation, he did not have the strength to fight back. Fortunately, his golden body was strong, otherwise he would have been defeated. Ancestral Master can't hold on for long. I must weaken the opponent's strength as soon as possible. Yi Xian thought in his heart. However, at this moment, whoosh, 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 a series of ear-piercing sounds were heard. Flying swords swept into the crowd and attacked the imperial family's experts. What? The imperial family's experts turned to look and saw the people from the Yin Palace flying towards them. Old women, you dare? The burly man shouted. Chapter 920. The Absolute Yin Palace finally made a move. Although the Absolute Yin Palace and the Burning Sun Hall had a grudge against each other, the lady in red would not ignore Lin Zhantian. You old woman, today I will uproot both of your sex. The rough man turned around and attacked the lady in red. With one less opponent, Lin Zhantian's pressure was reduced by half. Now he was not afraid of the other party. With the addition of the Absolute Yin Palace, the situation was reversed. The pressure on the experts of the Burning Sun Hall was reduced by a lot. However, there were casualties at the start of the battle, and the experts of the Burning Sun Hall fell one after another. Don't let others take it. Yi Xian reminded in his mind. To him, these were all experience points. Moreover, they were fighting in the air, so his 7 agility advancements were not effective. Otherwise, his killing speed would at least double. Yes. Luoluo nodded. She waved the Fallen Star Whip in her hand. Every time it hit someone, it would destroy their sovereign golden body. If the whip hit the head, unless it was a 9th Tribulation Supremacy, they would definitely die. However, there were not many people who used the whip. Moreover, Luoluo was from the Fox Charm clan, so naturally there were people who wanted to attack her. That is a supreme spiritual treasure? A mid-stage 9th Tribulation Supremacy noticed Luoluo and immediately rushed over. Supreme spiritual treasure. There was actually a supreme spiritual treasure. This was a huge gain. One had to know that in the entire royal sacred dynasty, there was only one supreme spiritual treasure. Luoluo, you are being targeted. Yi Xian felt the aura approaching Luoluo. Come, young master, let's kill him. Luoluo did not care at all. All right. Yi Xian smiled devilishly. His original body and clone approached at the same time. 3 attacks from 3 directions. Eye of Nirvana. Eye of Nirvana. Demon Fox Flash. 3 flashes of light rushed towards the mid-stage 9th Tribulation Supremacy. What? He was startled. This speed scared him. Just as he was about to escape, his escape route was blocked. Hiss! Hiss! 2 crisp sounds rang out. He dodged one Nirvana Rend, but the other Nirvana Rend and Demon Fox Flash passed him. His entire body was instantly cut into 3 pieces. At the same time, his universe ring was hooked by Luoluo's Fallen Star Whip and fell into Yi Xian's hand. This person probably didn't expect to die here. He must have brought quite a lot of things with him. Luoluo If Yixian killed the remaining 5, he would definitely be able to make another breakthrough. Luo 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 Yixian immediately called for Luo Luo, and together with his doppelganger, they rushed towards the nearest 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist. Whether it was Yixian himself, his doppelganger, or Luo Luo, all of them had the ability to easily kill an early-stage 9th Supreme Martial Artist. If the 3 of them joined forces, even a mid-stage 9th Supreme Martial Artist would have to temporarily avoid them. They killed their way over and killed many people along the way. The Eye of Nirvana consumed too much of his life force. After the previous lesson, Yixian didn't dare to casually use his life force to replenish his eye power. Yixian and Luo Luo teamed up and targeted another mid-stage Supreme Martial Artist from the Imperial family. At this moment, this expert from the royal family was fighting with the first elder of the Burning Sun Hall. The latter was being beaten back repeatedly. Fortunately, there was still a 9th Tribulation Supreme Venerable from the Een Palace helping. Otherwise, the Burning Sun Hall Grand Elder would have died long ago. Flowing Shadow Sword. Flowing Shadow Sword. Yixian immediately joined the battle and launched an attack at the mid-stage Supreme Martial Artist. 2 streaks of cold light pierced through the air, giving the other party a fright. What a powerful attack! This mid-stage Supreme Martial Artist from the Imperial family was shocked, because the attack launched by Yixian's original body was even more powerful than his. Yixian's original body wielding the shadowless sword and infusing it with 90% sword intent was enough to break through the opponent's golden sovereign body, and even kill him instantly. Slash. The mid-stage Supreme Martial Artist from the Imperial family slashed with his sword with all his might and defeated the attack of Yixian's original body. However, the moment he made his move. Swish. Bam! Suddenly a long silver whip hit his arm. After an explosion, his arm was blown into 2 pieces. Luo Luo, who was wielding the Fallen Star Whip, wasn't any weaker than Yixian's clone. However, there was still a gap between her and Yixian's original body. Nevertheless, it was enough to threaten the opponent. The Imperial family consecrator was shocked when his sword-wielding arm was blown off. His golden sovereign body was extremely powerful, but it was actually blown apart by a mid-stage Supreme Martial Artist little girl. How was this possible? 95% whip intent or a sovereign spiritual treasure. He instantly reacted. In the next moment, he took out another high-grade sovereign divine weapon and charged towards Luo Luo. Luo Luo chuckled. Her laughter was very innocent. In the next moment, she turned into a ray of light again. The Imperial family consecrator was shocked once again. Just as he was about to make a move, the ray of light swept past him and his head was instantly thrown into the air. Demonic Fox Flash. Upon seeing this scene, Yixian couldn't help but say in his heart, Luo Luo seems to have used this demonic fox flash for a long time. It shouldn't be a sovereign martial art. It should at least be a transcendent martial art on the same level as a sovereign spiritual treasure. Or perhaps it should be a divine ability. The current him was no longer the inexperienced brat who had just stepped out into the world. The realm above the sovereign stage was called the 3 minor disasters of the sovereign stage. They were the human body disaster, true energy disaster, and spirit disaster. These 3 were just minor disasters. After the spirit disaster, there was a great disaster. This great disaster was a shackle similar to the sovereign tribulation. After the great disaster, the realm was called the manifestation realm. As for the divine ability, it was the name of the manifestation realm, just like the sovereign martial arts of the sovereign stage. After witnessing Luo Luo's strength, Yixian guessed that the bloodline in Luo Luo's body was very powerful. It might even surpass the 3 minor disasters of the sovereign stage. It was at least at the manifestation realm. In fact, Yixian could give Luo Luo a bloodline seed, such as the Sword God bloodline. However, Luo Luo had a mysterious bloodline that could mutate the Beast God bloodline. Therefore, Yixian couldn't be sure. What if Luo Luo consumed the Sword God bloodline and concealed the mysterious bloodline? Or perhaps, the Sword God bloodline would be concealed by the mysterious bloodline and wouldn't have any effect. If that was the case, Yixian would have wasted a bloodline seed. Most importantly, Luo Luo didn't want it. Therefore, Yixian couldn't force her. After the death of the 9th stage sovereign consecrator, Yixian obtained his universe ring and his cultivation improved. Chapter 921. At this moment, 2 of the 5 mid-stage supreme beings had already fallen. Not only that, Yi Xian and his doppelganger had also recovered quite a bit of their eye power. Immediately, they went to find their third target. Along the way, those who blocked their way were all killed by them. Eye of Nirvana, Demon Fox Flash, Flowing Shadow Sword. Yi Xian and Luo Luo once again joined forces to launch a sneak attack. Their target was actually discovered, but they didn't expect the attack to be so powerful, so they were killed in a moment of carelessness. The third mid-stage Supreme Being had fallen. Luo Luo, you will assist me next. Yi Xian said to Luo Luo. Young master, I can still use Demon Fox Flash twice. Luo Luo suddenly replied. What? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment and said helplessly, You little girl, why didn't you tell me that you improved after breaking through? I forgot. Luo Luo cutely stuck out her tongue. She had already used Demon Fox Flash 3 times, but she could still use it twice, just enough to deal with the remaining 2 mid-stage Supreme Beings. At this moment, they continued to search for their target. At the same time, Yi Xian handed the invisible sword to his doppelganger. Because it was his doppelganger who used Eye of Nirvana, now it was his turn to use it. The Gemini bloodline was really useful, but it was a pity that the realm of the Gemini bloodline couldn't be shared, so it had to be combined once. If his doppelganger could also increase his doppelganger's level, how good would that be? Eye of Nirvana, Flowing Shadow Sword, Demon Fox Flash. Under the 3 attacks, another mid-stage Supreme Being from the royal family fell. At this moment, Yi Xian was very close to the peak of the 8th Supreme Being. As long as he killed the last mid-stage Supreme Being, this battle would be over. However, Yi Xian's killing of 4 mid-stage Supreme Being from the royal family fell into the eyes of one person. Not good, we are gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Yang Chun, go and kill the twins and that fox. The rough man shouted while dealing with the red-clothed woman. The Yang Chun he was talking about was actually one of Lin Zhantian's opponents. It's not that easy to leave. Lin Zhantian quickly blocked in front of the other party. In a 1 versus 2 situation he could still handle it. Just now, he had also been paying attention to Yi Xian's side. He didn't expect Yi Xian to be able to kill 4 mid-stage Supreme Beings in a row. His strength was really explosive. The situation was reversed in an instant. The last mid-stage Supreme Martial Artist was fighting with the Palace Master of Juyin Palace. However, Yi Xian and Luo Luo had already approached them. Now Yi Xian and his doppelganger were unable to use the Eye of Nirvana, but Luo Luo still had one more Demon Fox Flash. The 3 of them, together with the Palace Master of the Juyin Palace, killed the last middle stage 9th Supreme Martial Artist in an instant. 2 Supreme Spiritual Treasures? The Palace Master of the Absolute Yin Palace was also shocked. In the entire royal sacred dynasty, there was only 1 supreme spiritual treasure. But now 2 had appeared at the same time. What was going on? While she was still in shock, Yi Xian had already obtained the last interspatial ring. Ding, the host has broken through. Currently, the host is at the peak of the 8th Supreme Martial Artist. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian immediately merged with his doppelganger. The Palace Master of the Absolute Yin Palace felt that his eyes were blurry again. Last time, Yi Xian had split into 2 in front of him and successfully escaped. This time, the 2 actually merged into 1. What was going on? After the merger and the next realm was upgraded, Yi Xian separated again. Since he had broken through, it was more or less time for him to take charge of this battle. Immediately, his original body and doppelganger rushed towards Lin Zhantian. As for Luo Luo, she continued to stay here. At this moment there was no one who could threaten Luo Luo, so Yi Xian was more at ease. After breaking through, Yi Xian's battle strength had increased tremendously. It was no problem for him to deal with a peak 9th Supreme Martial Artist. As long as he helped Lin Zhantian hold one back, then Lin Zhantian would have no problem dealing with one. Of course, with Yi Xian holding the supreme spiritual treasure, he might be able to kill one of them. In an instant, Yi Xian rushed in front of Yang Chun. Flowing Shadow Sword. Flowing Shadow Sword. Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger attacked at the same time. A peak 9th Supreme Martial Artist was already the top battle strength of the Royal Sacred Dynasty. Although Yi Xian was only a peak 8th Supreme Martial Artist, with the Shadowless Sword and Bloodline in his hand, he could definitely contend with a peak 9th Supreme Martial Artist. He actually has a supreme spiritual treasure. He is mine. Yang Chen suddenly revealed a greedy expression. If he had a supreme spiritual treasure, Lin Zhantian would definitely be beaten up like a dog. Unfortunately, Yixian was not so easy to deal with. Boom! 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 With the shadowless sword, Yixian's original body's attack power was not something Yang Chen could block, so he could only dodge. Due to the addition of the red-robed woman, Lin Zhantian's pressure was reduced by half. Now that Yixian had come to hold another person back, Lin Zhantian's arrogance immediately rose. Die! Lin Zhantian's entire body seemed to be burning as he directly sent his opponent flying with a punch. The 95% fist intent directly injured his opponent. At that moment he took advantage of the opportunity to pursue an attack. As long as he could kill a peak 9th supreme martial artist, this battle would be settled. The rough man also swallowed his saliva. He felt that the situation was not good, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Originally, 3 peak 9th supreme martial artists, 5 mid 9th supreme martial artists, and more than 10 early 9th supreme martial artists were enough to sweep away any power in the royal sacred dynasty. Unexpectedly, the Yin Palace dared to interfere. Not only that, but 2 super geniuses with supreme spiritual treasures appeared and killed all 5 mid-9th supreme martial artists of the royal sacred dynasty. If this continued, the 3 of them would most likely die here. Go! The rough man was hesitant. However, at this moment, bold thief. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar fell into everyone's ears. This voice was 10 times louder than the rough man's voice just now. With just 4 words, the group of people below were directly stunned. In an instant, hundreds of figures appeared in the air. Wang! Yixian also felt a piercing pain in his eardrums. His entire body was in a daze. Although his battle strength was strong, his realm was still too low. Who exactly was it that made more than half of the people lose their battle strength with just a roar? Yixian immediately shook his head and opened his eye of revelation. When he looked up, he saw an old man descending from the sky like a celestial. At this moment, the old man just happened to throw out a palm. This palm was incomparably huge, even bigger than the dragon just now. Its power was definitely not to be underestimated. Not good, Luo Luo. Yixian raised his eyebrows and hurriedly recalled Luo Luo back. In the next moment, this huge palm came crashing down. Rumble. Chapter 922. Rumble. As the giant palm fell, the ground cracked. The people in the air felt as though the entire world was trembling. Fortunately, Luo Luo had already been hidden in Yixian's storage space, so she was safe. Huff huff, that scared me to death. Yixian heaved a sigh of relief. Young master, run. He has already surpassed the Supreme Being realm. Luo Luo's voice rang in Yixian's mind. Surpassed the Supreme Being realm. When Yixian heard this, he looked at the old man who had killed over 100 people with a single strike. He was completely dumbfounded. Surpassed the Supreme Being realm? Didn't that mean that he had passed the human body disaster? A Supreme Being cultivated the Supreme Being golden body. However, the Supreme Being golden body only meant that his defense was strong. Once a Supreme Being passed the human body disaster, even if it was only the first stage of the human body disaster, his physique would be greatly improved. In comparison, even 10 Lin Zhantians wouldn't be a match for that old man. That old man was comparable to over 1 million mighty soldiers, enough to sweep through the entire royal sacred dynasty. More importantly, that old man was vicious and merciless. That palm strike of his had even killed many of his own people. Insightful eye. Yixian hurriedly swept his gaze over and found that those who survived were relatively far away. As long as they were hit by that palm strike, not a single one of them survived. He glanced around and found a familiar figure in the group of dead people. Master! Yixian's eyes widened. Han Ming hadn't been able to dodge that palm strike and had his bones shattered. He was already dead. Not only that, even the palace master of the Absolute Yin Palace had died under that palm strike. That was a mid-stage Supreme Being. Bastard! Yixian couldn't help but curse. Unexpectedly, that sentence attracted the old man's attention. That old man had clearly just arrived. Otherwise, he would have already attacked Yixian. After all, Yixian had a Supreme Being spiritual treasure in his hands. Retired Emperor, that brat has a Supreme Being spiritual treasure. The burly man suddenly roared. What? The old man was shocked. Supreme Being Spiritual Treasure? There was only one Supreme Being Spiritual Treasure in the entire royal sacred dynasty. Now another one had appeared. Brat, hand over the Supreme Spiritual Treasure to me, and I'll spare your life. The old man spoke to Yi Xian in a condescending manner. After all, he was the retired emperor of the royal sacred dynasty, a cultivator who had transcended the supremacy plane. In his eyes, supremes were nothing more than ants. However, Yi Xian still had a chance to escape. Brat, I don't like to wait. Since you won't hand it over, I'll take it myself. When this voice sounded out, regardless of whether it was Yi Xian's original body or his clone, they both quickly broke through the void. Although he really wanted to save Lin Zhantian and the others, the old man in front of him was not someone he could fight against. He could only escape. Otherwise, he would have to sacrifice himself. Just as Yi Xian's true body stepped into the void door, the old man rushed down. You want to leave? Die. The old man used his palm as a saber and slashed out viciously. Xiu! The saber chi also passed through the void door and slashed towards Yi Xian. Fortunately, half of the saber chi was blocked by the void door, but even so, Yi Xian's abdomen was directly penetrated. At this moment, somewhere in the royal sacred dynasty, Yi Xian, who had passed through the void door, spat out a mouthful of blood. If the void door had closed slowly, his heart would have been cut in half. Young master, are you all right? Luo Luo hurriedly asked. Just now, Yi Xian did not have much eye power, but in order to escape the old man's pursuit, he had no choice but to overdraw on his life force. At this moment, both his original body and clone were blind. This was the aftereffect of overdrawing on his life force. I'm fine, I didn't hurt my heart. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. The void positioning could locate a total of 3 places. One of them was the Burning Sun Hall, while the other 2 were based on the requirements. The place where he was now was just outside the 10,000 Swords Manor's secret territory. Who's there? Before Yi Xian could catch his breath, someone shouted. With the eye of perception, Yi Xian could sense a large group of people around him. They were all wearing armor, and it seemed that they were from the imperial family. The imperial family killed my master. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Yi Xian's original body's injuries began to heal. In the next moment, he transformed into a god of death. In just a few breaths' time, this group of 100 people died at the hands of Yi Xian. Among them, there was even a 9th tribulation supremacy. Young master, what should we do now? Luoluo asked. Yi Xian let Luoluo out and thought carefully for a moment. Just now, everything was hanging by a thread. If I had left a little later, I'm afraid I would have died there. If the Vice Palace Master of the Burning Sun Hall saw that something was wrong and destroyed the entrance to the secret territory, then they might have had a chance to live. I'm afraid that if the entrance was not destroyed and the sword-shaped stone fell into the hands of the imperial family, no one in the Burning Sun Hall or the Yin Palace would have survived. Yi Xian sighed. The scene from before was still fresh in his mind. If he had not left, there would only have been a few more corpses. He was only a peak 8th supremacy. Even if he had broken through to 9th supremacy, he was still far from being a match for that old man. Really, it would have been better if we had just handed over the sword-shaped stone. Why did we have to cause the destruction of our sect? Luoluo also did not understand. If they had handed over the sword-shaped stone obediently, they might have been rewarded greatly. That way, the Burning Sun Hall would not have been destroyed. Not only that, but so many people would not have died. That old man's palm strike killed our master. We have to avenge him. Yi Xian looked at the corpses around him with flickering eyes. Han Ming had died under that old man's giant palm strike. Not only that, but there were also many elders and disciples of the Burning Sun Hall. Since he was a disciple of the Burning Sun Hall, he naturally had to avenge the Burning Sun Hall. Hearing this, Luoluo was also angry. She finally had a master, but he was killed by a single palm strike. Immediately, she shouted angrily, "Young master, shall we directly kill our way into the Imperial Palace?" Imperial Palace? Yi Xian's eyebrows twitched. The Imperial Palace was the most heavily guarded place in the entire country. The imperial capital of the royal sacred dynasty was so deep that it could drown people. However, with their current strength, they had the ability to do so. In the entire royal sacred dynasty, Only the retired emperor had passed the 3 sovereign disasters. However, this was not a child's play. Yixian had to plan carefully. If the entrance to the secret realm that the disciples of the Burning Sun Hall escaped from was destroyed, the retired emperor might not return to the imperial palace. However, if the entrance to the secret realm was discovered and the sword-shaped stone was recovered, the retired emperor would probably take the stone back to the imperial palace. Of course, there were other possibilities. The Burning Sun Hall and the Absolute Yin Palace only had 2 peak ninth supremacies. They were Lin Zhantian and the red-robed lady. As long as the old man found the other entrance to the secret realm, he could send peak ninth supremacies to worship it. There was no need for him to do it personally. Chapter 923. In fact, Yixian felt very helpless. If the void lock was located in the imperial capital, then he could directly break through the void lock and travel to the imperial capital. At that time they would have the upper hand. But now they had to rush for time. Young master, then let's go quickly. That old man actually killed master. I will definitely make him regret it. Luo Luo said angrily. Yixian was the same. Why did he become so strong? Wasn't it to protect his family and friends? Although the eastern continent was guarded by old immortal Tianju, who knew how long he would guard it? If someone stronger than old immortal Tianju came to the eastern continent, then the eastern continent would be destroyed. Only with strength could one protect their family and friends. Let's go, Yixian said in a low voice, then rushed in a certain direction. He had to race against time. As long as he arrived an hour earlier than the royal sacred dynasty's retired emperor, then the entire imperial palace would be under his control. In order to make things easier, he also sent his clone to other places, which was to plunder the various main cities' city lord mansions. In the royal sacred dynasty's main cities, the city lords were at least 9th tribulation supremes, and each of them had extraordinary wealth. Yixian was currently at the peak of the 8th tribulation supremes. If he cooperated with Luo Luo, it wouldn't be a problem for him to control a 9th tribulation supremacy. Moreover, the main body and clone shared the devouring space and the storage space, so Luo Luo could run between them. They immediately set off. The main body rushed to the imperial capital, while the clone started plundering the main cities. This secret realm was actually closer to the Juyin Palace, but in the previous battle, the Juyin Palace helped a lot. Otherwise, the Elder Assembly of the Burning Sun Hall would have collapsed in an instant. Yixian estimated that the imperial army was already advancing towards the Juyin Palace. In less than an hour, Yixian found a city. Although it wasn't the main cities, it was not bad. The peak of the 8th tribulation supremacy clone directly killed his way in, took control of the city lord, and took a large amount of good things. Then he rushed to the next location. The whole process only took 3 minutes. Time slowly passed. As time passed, the cultivation of Yixian's original body grew stronger and stronger. After all, everything he obtained was devoured by his original body, so his speed naturally increased. Although the imperial family consecrators who came to the Burning Sun Hall were very strong, they didn't bring many things with them. However, after Yixian's doppelganger and Luo Luo worked together to charm the other party immediately handed over all their wealth. Therefore, in less than half a day, Yixian's gains had already surpassed the gains from that battle. 1 day later. Ding! Host has met the requirements to transcend the tribulation. The current success rate is 95%. Do you wish to transcend the tribulation? When Yixian heard the notification, he did not answer immediately. Instead, he let his clone use the eyes of the void. Young master, can you transcend the tribulation? Luo Luo also passed through the void door and arrived beside Yixian's true body. Yes. Yixian nodded and merged with his clone. Ding! The current success rate of tribulation is 100%. Do you wish to undergo tribulation? Yes. After merging with his clone, his strength increased by 10%. The success rate of transcending the tribulation was directly over 100%. At this moment, the place where he was transcending the tribulation was only half a day's journey away from the imperial capital. Above Yixian's head, the 9th level tribulation began to condense. This was already the last level of the supremacy tribulation. As long as he transcended this level of tribulation, his strength would increase tremendously. At that time, No one below the 3 sovereign disasters would be a match for him. Rumble. The supremacy tribulation lightning struck down. Yi Xian just stood there quietly, accepting the baptism of the supremacy tribulation lightning. Rumble. The second supremacy tribulation lightning struck down. The first half of the 9th level tribulation lightning was child's play. However, the second half of the tribulation lightning was stronger than the previous one. Since the founding of the royal sacred dynasty, countless people had died under the 9th level tribulation lightning. At least 10,000 people had died. And those who succeeded in transcending the tribulation were estimated to be less than 1%. However, the 9th level tribulation lightning was child's play to Yi Xian. Rumble. 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 Another 3 supremacy tribulations struck down. At this moment, Yi Xian had already endured 5 supremacy tribulation lightning. However, at this moment he suddenly felt several powerful auras. Luo Luo, there are people. Yi Xian reminded her. To be able to attract young masters' attention, their strength is definitely not simple. I will go and rob them. Luo Luo laughed lightly and prepared to follow Yi Xian's gaze. No need, let them come over themselves. Yi Xian just stood there quietly. Alright, but I think it's another group of people who want to take advantage of the situation. Luo Luo had a look as if she had already seen through it. In the wild, when meeting someone undergoing tribulation under normal circumstances, one would go and take a look. After all, undergoing tribulation was not a small matter. Many people would take advantage of the situation and attack the other party. If one was careless and the other party was struck to death by the tribulation lightning, then they would have profited. At this moment, within the range of Yi Xian's senses, several 9th tribulation supremacies were rushing towards him. One of them was even a mid-stage 9th tribulation supremacy. However, Yi Xian and Luo Luo did not care at all. Not only Yi Xian, but even Luo Luo's strength was not ordinary. A mid-stage 9th tribulation supremacy was just a matter of a few whips to Luo Luo. Soon those people rushed over. How strange, undergoing tribulation on a plane. How audacious. A burly man looked at them with a mocking expression. Yi Xian looked at them coldly. There were a total of 5 people for early-stage 9th tribulation supremacies, and 1 mid-stage 9th tribulation supremacy. Their strength was not ordinary. They were probably from some large faction in the imperial capital, or they belonged to the imperial family. Big brother, there's also a little girl from the Fox clan. She's so pretty and looks like a virgin. She's also a mid-stage 8th tribulation supremacy. If we give her to the imperial family, we'll definitely get a good price. A small-eyed man came forward and smiled vulgarly at the burly man. Yi Xian was a peak 8th tribulation supremacy, and Luo Luo was a mid-stage 8th tribulation supremacy. Although they were only a step away from the peak 8th tribulation supremacy, they would probably be able to break through to the peak 8th tribulation supremacy by the time they entered the imperial capital. However, this strength was really not worth mentioning for the 5 people in front of them. The burly man couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Little brother, didn't your clan elders tell you that you have to find a hidden place to undergo tribulation? Haha. Hearing this, Yi Xian grinned and said, I've never chosen a place to undergo tribulation. It doesn't matter even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. Chapter 924. However, the moment he said that, the other party laughed out loud. What shameless boasting. Kid, do you have any last words? The small-eyed man asked. No last words, as long as you have the ability to kill me. Yi Xian smiled and didn't want to waste any more words. He directly said to Luo Luo, kill the other 4. Charm the mid-stage supreme being. Yes, young master. Luo Luo immediately took out her fallen star whip and attacked instantly. Yi Xian originally wanted to continue talking nonsense, but he suddenly remembered that he was in a race against time. It was better to end this quickly. Whoosh whoosh. Luo Luo's whip was very fast. It directly hit the small-eyed man's head. Bang! With a loud explosion, the small-eyed man's head exploded. The other 4 people were stunned. They saw that Luo Luo was only a mid-stage supreme being, so they didn't move. However, they didn't expect her attack to be so powerful. One whip was enough to kill one of their companions. That's a supreme being's spiritual treasure. Kill. The leader of the brawny men immediately reacted. However, before they could attack, Yi Xian, who was in the middle of his tribulation, quickly slashed 3 times with his sword. Whoosh! 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 3 sounds broke through the air. The remaining 3 early-stage supreme beings were all killed. At the same time, Yi Xian also used the burning eye on the mid-stage supreme being Brawny Man. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Luo quickly used her charm. Although there was a difference of 3 realms, the charm fusion crystal greatly increased Luo Luo's charm ability. Even if she couldn't succeed, she could still weaken the opponent by a large amount. Eye of Control. Ding! Control successful. When the system notification sounded, the Brawny Man was subdued by Yi Xian and became Yi Xian's servant. Who are you? Yi Xian asked. I'm Xie Shan from the imperial capital's Xie family. The Brawny Man began to introduce himself. From their conversation just now, Yi Xian knew that he wasn't from the imperial family. However, when Yi Xian heard the Brawny Man's words, he was also surprised. This strong man's younger sister was actually the Crown Princess. The Crown Princess was the Crown Prince's official wife. If the Crown Prince was not deposed, she would be the Empress in the future. As long as his sister became the Empress, he would be the imperial uncle. Yi Xian didn't expect to meet someone of such status. He immediately asked, "Do you know if the retired emperor of the royal sacred dynasty is in the imperial capital?" "I don't know." Xie Shan shook his head. It had only been a day and a half since the incident at the Burning Sun Hall. If the retired emperor had not obtained the sword-shaped stone, he would not have returned. However, if he had obtained it, he would most likely have returned to the imperial capital. Therefore, Yi Xian might need Xie Shan to inquire about some matters. Immediately, Yi Xian collected all the items in their interspatial rings. Boom! At the same time, the 9th bolt of tribulation lightning struck down. Ding! The host has successfully transcended the tribulation. He is now an early-stage 9th tribulation supreme venerable. By the time the system notification rang out, Yi Xian's physique and true energy had undergone a tremendous change. Now, he was almost invincible among the supreme beings. Then he led Xie Shan and continued on their journey. There was still half a day's journey to the imperial capital. However, Yi Xian's speed was much faster after his breakthrough. He estimated that he would only need 3 hours to reach the imperial capital. Although he had the sword-shaped stone in his body, with his current strength, 90% sword intent and 95% sword intent did not matter. His strength was between the supreme being and the 3 sovereign disasters. With the sovereign spiritual treasure, he could easily kill a mid-9th supreme being with a single strike. Even a peak 9th supreme being would not be able to block it. The weaker ones would be killed instantly. However, if he were to face that palm strike, he was still too weak. Unless he broke through to the mid-9th supreme being or peak supreme being, he might be able to defeat that palm strike with his shadowless sword and bloodline. Yi Xian continued his journey. His clone also broke through the void and left the imperial capital, continuing to plunder the main city. 3 hours later, they arrived at the imperial capital. Xie Shan, go and see if the imperial capital has issued a warrant for us. Yi Xian ordered. Yes, master. Xie Shan nodded and immediately rushed to the imperial capital's gate. He was the crown princess's brother, so he could be considered a relative of the imperial family. Naturally, the city guard recognized him. Soon he returned. How is it? Yi Xian asked. Master, you are not wanted. The retired emperor has not returned yet. Xie Shan replied respectfully. Not wanted. That was good. However, the city guard might not know whether the retired emperor had returned or not. Perhaps the retired emperor had already returned, but he did not know. After all, the retired emperor was an expert who had surpassed the supreme being level. Since they were not wanted, they could easily enter the city. Moreover, with Xie Shan around, even if they were wanted, it would be fine. Yi Xian followed Xie Shan into the city. Since Luo was from the Fox Charm clan, Yi Xian directly hid her in his storage space. Young master, what should we do now? Luo asked in Yi Xian's mind. Just go. Although they had already arrived at the imperial capital, Yi Xian did not choose to go to the imperial capital just to be safe. The auction house in the imperial capital was jointly established by the 4 great clans of the imperial capital. Yi Xian went to the auction house first because he wanted to see if there was anything he needed. However, just as Yi Xian was rushing to the auction house, Xie Shan suddenly slapped his head and said, "Master, I remember. One of the things you want has been auctioned before." "What?" Hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked. "It's the heartbreak fruit. It was auctioned at the Imperial Capital's auction house a month ago, but I forgot who bought it," Xie Shan said hurriedly. The heartbreak fruit was a must for Yi Xian to open a third eye. "It's the heartbreak fruit? It's the thing to open the eye of decomposition." Yi Xian's eyes widened and said, "Hurry, hurry." He had already opened a lot of third eyes, and every one of them was very useful. Every time he opened a third eye, his strength would increase. After hearing this news, Yi Xian hurriedly asked Xie Shan to bring him to the Imperial Capital's auction house. Using his identity, Xie Shan directly called the auction house manager over. There were a total of 4 auction house managers in the Imperial Capital. The one Xie Shan called over was his second brother, Xie Hai. Xie Hai was the same as Xie Shan, a mid-stage 9th Supreme Being. "Third brother, didn't you go to Mount Changhen to deal with that 9th rank Supreme Being Sacred Beast? Why are you back so soon?" After seeing Xie Shan, Xie Hai asked in surprise. Then his gaze fell on Yi Xian. "This little brother is..." Yi Xian did not waste any time and directly released Luo Luo. Burning Eye. Charm. Eye of Control. Chapter 925. Who bought the heartbreak fruit a month ago? Yi Xian asked directly. Xie Hai paused for a moment, as if trying to recall something. The heartbreak fruit was rare, but its price wasn't very high, so he didn't pay much attention to it. After a while he replied, "I think it was the Crown Prince." "The Crown Prince?" Yi Xian and Luo Luo looked at each other. Then at Xie Shan. "Wasn't Xie Shan and Xie Hai's sister the Crown Prince's wife?" "Okay, I understand." Yi Xian nodded. The Crown Prince had bought the heartbreak fruit a month ago. If the Crown Prince used it, it would be a tragedy. "You guys, go to the treasury and bring everything to me," Yi Xian ordered again. He didn't come to the auction house just for the items needed to open his heaven's eye, but also for the huge amount of wealth. This is an important treasury. It requires 4 people to open it together," Xie Hai replied. "Then call the other 3 people one by one," Yi Xian continued. "Yes." Xie Hai nodded and left. He didn't dare to disobey Yi Xian's orders. The 4 great clans of the imperial capital were the Xie, Chan, Lin and Yuan clans. Soon Xie Hai called the Chun clan's manager over. Without a doubt, the manager was also under Yi Xian's control, followed by the Lin and Yuan clans. Now that the managers of the 4 great clans were under Yi Xian's control, Yi Xian could enter the auction house's treasury. This time Yi Xian wouldn't be merciful. He directly emptied the treasury, leaving nothing behind. This treasure trove was worth at least 10 main cities. Moreover, this wasn't referring to the 10 main cities, but the value of the entire main city. "Young master, give me one more day and I will be able to pass my tribulation." Luo Luo was in a good mood after obtaining a large amount of heavenly treasures. Although she was only at the mid-8th stage of the Supreme Being realm, she was about to reach the peak. With these heavenly treasures, she was confident that she could break through to the 9th tribulation Supreme Being realm in one day. As for the rest, they were all swallowed up by Yi Xian. The combined wealth of the 4 great clans is probably even more than this auction house. However, the 4 great clans all have 9th Great Martial Saint Realm experts. Although they can kill the other party in an instant under the circumstances of a sneak attack, once they are discovered, they will only alert the enemy. Yi Xian thought, if the Emperor Emeritus wasn't in the imperial capital, it wouldn't matter. After all, he was invincible among the supreme beings. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian decided to take a gamble. And his decision was to kill all the 9th supreme martial artists of the 4 great clans and gather all the wealth. It happened to be the middle of the night, so it was convenient for him to do things. "Xie Shan, Xie Hai, take me to the Xie clan." Yes. Xie Hai and Xie Shan looked at each other. The Xie clan was one of the 4 great clans in the imperial capital. Although Xie Tian was only a mid-9th stage supreme being, their father Xie Xian was a peak 9th stage supreme being. Before going to find Xie Xian, Yi Xian wanted to control the Xie clan's patriarch Xie Tian. Soon, he followed Xie Hai and Xie Shan to the Xie clan and found Xie Tian. Second brother, there's an auction tomorrow. Why are you back? Third brother, didn't you go to Mount Changhen? When Xie Tian saw the two of them, he was also very surprised. However, before Xie Shan and the other two could speak, Yi Xian directly released Luo Luo. Burning Eye. Charm. Eye of Control. Yi Xian took control of the Xie clan's patriarch, Xie Tian. Do you have the authority to access the Xie clan's treasury? Yi Xian asked. Yes. Xie Tian nodded. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He thought that only the Xie clan's patriarch, Xie Xian, could access the Xie clan's treasury. Since Xie Tian had the authority, he would save the trouble and avoid alerting the enemy. Quay, take me there. I want all the Xie clan's wealth. Yi Xian didn't hold back. Xie Tian didn't dare to disobey. He led Yi Xian and the others to the Xie clan's treasury. Every power had a place to store their wealth. They couldn't put everything on one person. These things had to be put in a safe place. Even Xie Hai and Xie Shan didn't know about the Xie clan's treasury. Only the patriarch of each generation knew about it. Yi Xian and Luo Luo arrived at the Xie clan's treasury under Xie Tian's lead. After Xie Tian handed all the Xie clan's treasures to Yi Xian was shocked. The treasures in the Xie clan's treasury were almost comparable to the entire auction's treasury. Very good. Yi Xian nodded satisfactorily. Next, he used the same method to control the patriarchs of the other three clans and obtain their treasures. His actions were stealthily done. After he plundered the 4 great clans, he finally heard a system notification. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a mid-stage 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist. Luo Luo, who was beside him, felt Yi Xian's aura suddenly skyrocketing. She smiled and said, Congratulations on breaking through, young master. It's not enough. With my current strength, I still can't fight against the retired emperor. Yi Xian shook his head. He knew his limits. Even with his current strength, he couldn't block the attack just now. Although he wouldn't be killed instantly, he would at least be seriously injured. Therefore, he still couldn't fight against the retired emperor. However, if he broke through to the peak of the 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist and activated the disintegration eye, he might be able to. Now that I've broken through to the mid-stage 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist, no one can stop me even if I kill my way into the Imperial City. However, I can't guarantee that the old man hasn't returned yet. Yi Xian thought to himself. Young master, what should we do with these people? Luo Luo asked. These 4 great clans are all relatives of the emperor. They all have people in the imperial palace. Moreover, they have done many shady things in secret. Kill them all and leave one alive. Yi Xian's expression turned cold. He controlled the top echelons of the 4 great clans, so their secrets naturally couldn't escape his interrogation. The patriarchs of the 4 great clans had the blood of countless innocent people on their hands. Therefore, it didn't matter if they were killed. Yi Xian had no qualms about killing them. In less than half an hour, the 4 great clans' patriarchs and 4 shopkeepers were all killed by Yi Xian. Only Xie Shan was left. Now, bring me into the imperial city and find the crown prince. Yi Xian said to Xie Shan. Yes, master. Although his own brothers had been killed by Yi Xian, he still didn't dare to betray Yi Xian. This was the strength of the Eye of Control. Apart from the limited number of eyes, the Eye of Control was stronger than Luolua's charm in every aspect. Chapter 926. Bewitchment required the use of spiritual energy, but the Eye of Control didn't. Furthermore, the bewitched could be easily seen through by others, and in certain circumstances, the bewitched could break free from the bewitchment. If Xie Shan's master was Luo Luo, and he was bewitched by Luo Luo, and Luo Luo ordered Xie Shan to personally kill his brothers, Xie Shan would hesitate. This meant that Xie Shan could break free from the bewitchment on his own and regain his freedom. With the Eye of Control, Xie Shan wouldn't hesitate, and wouldn't betray Yi Xian. Of course, breaking free from the bewitchment on one's own usually happened when one's emotions fluctuated greatly. When one's emotions fluctuated greatly, one's spiritual energy would suddenly increase. However, as long as the master's spiritual energy was strong enough, the bewitched wouldn't be able to break free even if they killed their entire family. Xie Shan brought Yi Xian alone to the imperial city. It was already late at night, and the number of guards in the imperial city at night was twice as many as in the day. Who are you? When Xieshan approached the gates of the imperial city, he was stopped by a general. "It's me." Xieshan walked over and revealed his identity. "So it's Duke Xia." The general immediately recognized Xieshan. At this time his gaze landed on Yixian and he said, He's my younger cousin. I'm here to look for my younger sister." Xieshan directly replied, "Oh, Duke Xia, please." The general didn't doubt him at all and directly shouted, "Let him in." Xieshan was considered a top figure in the imperial city, and he frequently entered the imperial city through his connections. He had a good relationship with the crown prince, so even if he brought a group of people in, nothing would happen. With him around, Yixian successfully infiltrated the imperial city. After that, Xieshan brought Yixian to look for the crown prince. There were more than 10 princes in the imperial sacred dynasty, but the one who became the crown prince in the end was the 13th prince, who was only 22 years old. This crown prince was younger than Yixian, but his realm was exactly the same as Yixian's. They were both mid-stage supreme being. However, when Yixian was an early-stage supreme being, he could easily control Xieshan and the others. Now that he had broken through to mid-stage supreme being, even a peak supreme being wouldn't be able to escape his clutches. At the same level, Yixian didn't need Luo Luo. "Young master, I've broken through. I think I'll be able to undergo tribulation tomorrow." When Xieshan brought Yixian to the crown prince, Luoluo's bell-like voice rang in Yixian's mind. As an Yixian artifact, Luo Luo could still cultivate in the artifact space. Alright. Yixian's eyes flickered. If Luo Luo was allowed to break through to the 9th tribulation supreme level, she would be an invincible existence among the supreme level experts. However, if she wanted to contend against the retired emperor, she would probably have to use that tuft of golden hair. After a while, Xieshan led Yixian to the crown prince's sleeping quarters. "We want to see the crown prince," Xieshan said to a general outside the crown prince's chamber. "Alright, please wait a moment, Duke Xia." The general nodded and immediately entered the crown prince's chambers. At the same time, Yixian used his eye of revelation to scan the area. The crown prince's chambers were very large, and there were many people living here. However, Yixian also had the eye of perception. Together with the eye of revelation, he quickly found the crown prince, who was in the middle stage of the supreme being supreme level. At this moment, the crown prince was in the middle of a piston movement. It was unknown whether the person under him was Xieshan's sister or another concubine. Soon the general found the crown prince. However, the crown prince was in the middle of something. Naturally, the crown prince was furious when the general suddenly disturbed him. The general, who was refused entry, ran out with a gloomy face and said, "The crown prince said he won't see you. He has to see him even if he doesn't want to," Yixian said in his heart. His eyes flashed and the general's face suddenly turned ferocious. In the next moment, he looked at Yixian very respectfully. "This way, please." The general, who was in the middle stage of the supreme being supreme level, suddenly stepped aside. The surrounding imperial guards were shocked. Didn't the crown prince say he wouldn't see him? Why did the general change his mind? However, they didn't dare to ask. Yixian forcibly took control of the general and entered the crown prince's palace. Then, under the general's lead, they found the crown prince's residence again. "Damn it, didn't I say I won't see you?" The crown prince, who was in a small palace, was furious. He directly jumped down from his bed without even putting on his clothes. However, at this moment, boom! The palace's door was suddenly forced open. The crown prince was stunned. He was about to say, "How dare you barge in?" However, when he saw the person who had entered the palace first, he couldn't help but be stunned. "Who are you?" The crown prince immediately released his vital energy, because he felt that Yixian's cultivation level was not lower than his. Could he be an assassin? Just as he finished speaking, he happened to see the general and Xieshan close the door of the palace, one on the left and one on the right. "Who I am is not important." Yixian didn't want to waste time with him. His eyes flashed. The burning eye. The eye of control. In the next moment, the crown prince of the royal sacred dynasty became Yixian's servant. "Greetings, master." The crown prince, who was naked, knelt down on one knee. Behind him, the concubine lying on the bed had a very interesting expression. She didn't even have time to cover her body. She just watched. The crown prince of the royal sacred dynasty actually knelt in front of a young man and called him master. She couldn't understand this. Could it be? After being dazed for a moment, the concubine's eyes lit up. She hurriedly got off the bed and ran naked to the crown prince's side. "Greetings, Lord Emissary," the concubine hurriedly shouted. Her face was flushed and her hair was a little messy. However, she didn't dare to touch it because she saw that Yi Xian's expression was very serious. Just now Yi Xian had rushed in with an aggressive aura. Someone who dared to do this in the palace definitely came from that place. Yi Xian glanced at the concubine and was slightly surprised. This concubine's skin was white and her figure was hot. Such a great beauty was kneeling in front of him naked. This was the first time this had happened. As long as it was a man, he wouldn't be able to remain calm. "Young master, I feel that your heart is beating faster. What's wrong with you? Quickly let me out." Luoluo felt that something was wrong with Yi Xian and hurriedly said, "It's nothing. Just stay here." Yi Xian was sweating and hurriedly comforted her. If Luoluo saw the naked crown prince, she would probably beat him to death. Eye of control. This concubine's strength wasn't strong. She was only in the 8th stage of the Supreme Being realm. She was easily controlled by Yi Xian. "Put on your clothes and wait at the side," Yi Xian said to the concubine. "Yes." The concubine nodded. She took out a cloak from her spatial ring and put it on before walking to the side. The crown prince also stood up and put on his clothes. "Do you still have the heartbreak fruit you bought at the auction?" Yi Xian asked directly. "Yes." The crown prince nodded. Chapter 927. The crown prince immediately took out the heartbreak fruit from his interspatial ring and handed it to Yi Xian. The moment Yi Xian took the heartbreak fruit, his hand couldn't help but tremble. Ding! The eye of dissection has been successfully activated. A system notification rang out. The eye of dissection was a very unique heavenly eye. It could dissect an opponent's attacks, weapons, and even the opponent's body. This eye of dissection looks very powerful. The amount of eye power it consumes is probably not to be underestimated. Yi Xian decided to give it a try. He immediately turned his head and looked at the big mouth where the crown prince and his concubine had fought for 300 rounds. Eye of dissection. 2 invisible rays shot out from Yi Xian's eyes and hit the big mouth. In the next moment, the big mouth began to rapidly disintegrate into ashes. So powerful. And the amount of eye power it consumes is much less than the eye of the void. Yi Xian was overjoyed. "Young master, I want to see it too," Luoluo shouted in his mind. "All right." Yi Xian let Luoluo out and then took out an upper-grade sovereign weapon. Eye of dissection. The 2 invisible rays hit the upper-grade sovereign weapon. In the next moment, the upper-grade sovereign weapon began to disintegrate, and in less than a second it turned into ashes. It seemed that the speed of disintegration was related to the strength of the object being disintegrated. Wow, even an upper-grade sovereign weapon was disintegrated. So powerful. Luoluo's eyes widened. An upper-grade sovereign weapon was stronger than a 9th Tribulation Supremacy's golden sovereign body. However, Yi Xian disintegrated it in a second. It was really terrifying. The crown prince and his concubine were also dumbfounded and hurriedly swallowed their saliva. Although the 2 disintegration rays were invisible to the naked eye, they could feel that if they hit a person, even a 9th Tribulation Supremacy would die. Now, Yi Xian had the confidence to contend with the retired emperor of the royal sacred dynasty. After all, he still had a chance to advance. Of course, this was only what he thought. To be safe, it was best to advance to the peak of the 9th Tribulation Supremacy. Very good. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then, he took the crown prince's and the concubine's universe rings and took everything away. "Let me ask you, is your grandfather in the imperial city?" Yi Xian asked. "He seems to have gone out. I don't know when he'll be back." The crown prince shook his head. Yi Xian felt a little helpless. After all, that old man was the retired emperor. Even if he returned, he couldn't report to the crown prince. At this moment, Yi Xian's gaze landed on the concubine again. He asked, "Why did you call me Lord Messenger just now?" He found it very strange because most people would be at a loss when they saw the scene just now. However, this concubine seemed to have thought of something. She didn't even wear clothes and ran over naked to kneel. Clearly there was something fishy. I thought Master came from that place. The concubine said with a red face. Where? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Master, she thinks you're from the Holy Land. The Crown Prince suddenly said. Holy Land. This was the first time Yi Xian had heard of this term. However, he could guess that this Holy Land was definitely more powerful than the royal sacred dynasty. What kind of place is the Holy Land? Tell me in detail. Yi Xian asked again. The Holy Land is a secret realm. My Bloodcliff continent is a continent under the Bloodcliff sect. At the same time, our Bloodcliff continent isn't the only one. There are many other continents. Simply put, the Bloodcliff continent is a place to send geniuses to the Holy Land. The Crown Prince explained. What, there's more than one Bloodcliff continent? Yi Xian was shocked. Not only that, even Luoluo was shocked. That's right. Our Blood Granite continent is the smallest. So the Holy Land sent Manifestation Realm experts to begin pushing the islands around the Blood Granite continent and merging them together. As a result, our current Blood Granite continent is growing larger and larger. The Crown Prince nodded. Wanxiang Realm. Merging the islands with the Bloodcliff continent? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Above the Supreme Being was the 3 minor disasters of the Supreme Being realm, and above that was the Wanxiang Realm. He didn't expect that after reaching the Wanxiang Realm, he could actually move islands. It was too terrifying. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of Earth. The Bloodcliff continent under his feet was like Asia. The Wanxiang Realm experts thought that Asia was too small, so they merged the surrounding islands into Asia. Of course, although the 7 continents on Earth weren't connected, they were all called the Bloodcliff continent. For example, they were responsible for sending geniuses to the Bloodcliff sect. How can one enter the Bloodcliff sect? Yi Xian asked again. Only those who meet the entry requirements can enter the Holy Land. Of course, if you obtain the Bloodcliff scattered around the Bloodcliff continent, you can also exchange it for a spot to enter the Holy Land. The Crown Prince replied. Bloodcliff, huh? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Suddenly Yi Xian thought of the Yinyang Patriarch. That Yinyang Patriarch should be from the Holy Land. Then what are the entry requirements of the Bloodcliff sect? Yi Xian continued to ask. Reach the peak of the Supreme Being 9th level at the age of 20. The Crown Prince answered without thinking. F***CK. Hearing this, Yi Xian fainted. He was already 24 years old, but he was only in the middle of the Supreme Being 9th level. Perhaps only Luoluo had this qualification. How many sects are there in the Holy Land? What level of power is the Bloodcliff sect in the Holy Land? Yi Xian asked again. Many, probably more than the countries on the Bloodcliff continent. Every power has many continents under their control, and the Bloodcliff sect is considered the lowest level. The Crown Prince replied. There are more powers in the Holy Land than countries, and the Bloodcliff sect is only the lowest level. Yi Xian was so shocked that he prostrated himself on the ground. He estimated that any random sect in the Holy Land would be able to sweep across the Bloodcliff continent. After all, the entry requirement for the Bloodcliff sect was to reach the peak of the Supreme Being 9th level before the age of 20. Then, do you have any Bloodcliff sect in the Royal Sacred Dynasty? Yi Xian continued to ask. Since they couldn't reach the entry requirements, they could only rely on the Bloodcliff sect to enter the Holy Land. There is one. My imperial grandfather paid a huge price to privately exchange for it from the Holy Land's emissary. The Crown Prince nodded. Really? Hearing this, Yi Xian revealed an overjoyed expression. Luoluo breaking through to the peak of the Supreme Being 9th level before the age of 20 was a certainty. Moreover, she didn't even need to wait until the age of 20, she would be able to do it after a period of time. Therefore, it wasn't a big problem for her to enter the Bloodcliff sect. However, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to do it unless he broke through the 3 lesser disasters of the Supreme Being level. At this time, Yi Xian thought of another question and asked, if you want to use the Bloodcliff sect, who will you send in? My imperial grandfather will go in by himself, the Crown Prince replied. So selfish. Luoluo couldn't help but ridicule. Chapter 928. Wait, your imperial grandfather exchanged for the Blood Rock. Does that mean there isn't much left in the national treasury? Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, almost stopping. Yes. The Crown Prince nodded. F*CKU #Ynys% at B. Yixian couldn't help but curse. He originally wanted to control the emperor of the royal sacred dynasty and empty the national treasury. He didn't expect the national treasury to be empty. However, Yixian calmed down when he thought about how the retired emperor used half of the national treasury to exchange for the blood rock. That Yin-Yang old ancestor is definitely in the Holy Lands. If I want to find the judgment scripture and judgment scripture, I have to enter the Holy Lands. Therefore this blood rock must be exchanged. Yixian thought to himself. Although there wasn't much left in the national treasury, Yixian still had to make a trip there. He immediately asked the crown prince to lead the way to his father. The emperor of the royal sacred dynasty was the ruler of a country. Naturally, his strength couldn't be too low. That was why he was at the peak of the 9th level supreme being. However, this wasn't worth mentioning to Yixian. Under the crown prince's lead, Yixian arrived at the emperor's palace. Your Highness, the emperor has already gone to bed. A peak 9th level supreme being expert stopped the crown prince. It's only 9 at night and you're already asleep. Didn't you say that you have a lot of things to attend to every day? Is this still the emperor? Yixian glared at him. The peak 9th level supreme being expert frowned. In the next second he was controlled by Yixian. Your Highness, please follow me. The expert led Yixian and the crown prince into the palace. Because this was the imperial city, Yixian didn't dare to make a move. With the eye of revelation, he could see that there were many experts guarding the palace. Once he made a move, he would be exposed. Right, how many peak 9th level supreme being experts are there in the imperial family? After entering the emperor's palace, Yixian couldn't help but ask. Including my imperial father, there are 10. The crown prince replied. Out of 10 peak 9th level supreme being experts, 3 were dispatched to destroy the Burning Sun Hall. Even the retired emperor personally came was enough to prove the value of the rock. Soon Yixian arrived at the emperor's residence. Father, something bad has happened. The crown prince shouted anxiously outside the palace. After a while, the palace door opened, and a middle-aged man with a goatee walked out. What happened? The emperor said in surprise when he saw the crown prince standing outside the door. At this moment, Yixian had already released Luoluo. As soon as the emperor finished speaking, the two of them had already started fighting. Burning Eye. Charm. Eye of Control. These 3 moves were enough to control a person at the peak of the Supreme Martial Artist level 9. However, what surprised Yixian was that the emperor actually resisted the first Eye of Control. Not good, there are thorns. The emperor immediately spoke. But at this moment, Yixian hurriedly used the second round. Ding! Control successful. When the notification sounded, Yixian quickly rushed in again because there was another woman inside. She should be the Empress. The Empress was only at the peak of the Supreme Martial Artist level, so she was easily controlled by Yixian. Has the retired emperor returned? Yixian still asked the same question. No. He went to destroy the Burning Sun Hall and hasn't returned yet. The emperor shook his head. Yixian heaved a sigh of relief and said, Bring me to the imperial treasury. Yes, the emperor replied. He immediately put on his clothes and brought Yixian to the imperial treasury. A high-grade Holy Dynasty's imperial treasury was enough to make anyone go crazy. However, at this moment, the imperial sacred dynasty's imperial treasury didn't have much left. It was barely enough to run the entire dynasty. If another Holy Dynasty attacked, the imperial sacred dynasty might not have enough funds to fight. However, if the retired emperor entered the Blood Rock sect, the imperial sacred dynasty would naturally rise in power. The other high-grade Holy Dynasties wouldn't dare to start a war. I can't break through to the peak of the Supreme Martial Artist level. If I hadn't exchanged for that blood rock, I would have been able to. Yixian was slightly helpless. The current him didn't have the confidence to fight the retired emperor. At the same time, he didn't know what happened to the people from the Burning Sun Hall. No matter what, this enmity must be avenged. Yixian's eyes flickered, filled with killing intent. That night, the imperial palace seemed to be peaceful, but in reality a huge change had happened. In order to destroy the Burning Sun Hall, the emperor sent 3 peak 9th venerables. Therefore, including the emperor, there were 7 peak 9th venerables in the imperial palace. The emperor was also among the 7, and they were all secretly controlled by Yi Xian. As for the others, they were all charmed by Luo Luo. Now they just had to wait for the retired emperor to return. That night, Yi Xian hid by the crown prince's side. If the retired emperor returned, the emperor would immediately send someone to inform him. At noon the next day, Luo Luo began to undergo her tribulation. 9th level supremacy tribulation. It wasn't a rare thing to undergo tribulation in the imperial palace. Everyone thought that it was the crown prince's subordinate who was undergoing tribulation. Luo Luo had full confidence in this 9th level supremacy tribulation. After 9 consecutive tribulations, Luo Luo broke through to the 9th level supremacy tribulation. After Luo Luo broke through to the 9th level supremacy tribulation, Yi Xian's confidence increased greatly. With Luo Luo's current level, she was invincible among the supremacies even if she didn't use the Fallen Star Whip. If she used the Fallen Star Whip and assisted Yi Xian, the two of them should be able to fight the retired emperor. Old man, we've been waiting for your return. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, not bothering to hide the killing intent in them. However, it was really a coincidence that not long after Luo Luo broke through, the emperor sent someone to deliver the news. The team that went to the Burning Sun Hall has returned? After receiving the news, Yi Xian couldn't help but shudder. I wonder what happened to the Burning Sun Hall? Were they destroyed or captured? Master, the people from the Burning Sun Hall and the Absolute Yin Palace have all been captured. The retired emperor has also returned and ordered them to be beheaded at the entrance of the Imperial Palace at noon tomorrow. A peak 9th Supremacy Tribulation Venerable reported to Yi Xian. All captured and beheaded at noon tomorrow? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It seemed like the retired emperor had obtained the sword-shaped stone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done so. At the same time, Yi Xian also understood what the retired emperor wanted to do. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. The Burning Sun Hall and the Absolute Yin Palace were audacious and dared to go against the Imperial Palace. Therefore, the retired emperor wanted to intimidate the other powers in the Imperial Palace before he went to the Blood Rock sect. Where are those people locked up? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. They are locked up in the Imperial prison. There are more than 10,000 of them. The Venerable continued to report. More than 10,000 people. This caused Yi Xian's heart to tremble. Chapter 929. Not only was Luo Luo angry, but so was Yi Xian. Although there were people from the Juyin Palace, the majority of them were from the Burning Sun Hall. The retired emperor could have killed the higher-ups of the two sects, but there was no need for him to kill the disciples. So many of my fellow disciples will be executed in public at noon tomorrow. No, we can't let him succeed. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Where is that old man now? After the retired emperor came back, he went straight back. He should be going into seclusion. The consecrator continued. Seclusion? Very well, bring me to the heavenly prison. Yi Xian said coldly. Since that old man wasn't here, he could save Lin Zhantian and the others and fight against that old man together. That old man probably wouldn't have thought that the entire palace was under Yi Xian's control, including his own son and grandson. Naturally, he wouldn't have thought that the people he just captured would be released immediately. However, before going to the heavenly prison, Yi Xian went to find the emperor and asked him to lead him personally. Under the emperor's lead, Yi Xian quickly arrived at the heavenly prison. Welcome, Your Majesty. The 3 Ninth Supremes who were sent to suppress the Burning Sun Hall were the guards of the heavenly prison. When they saw the emperor, they quickly knelt down. However, the moment they knelt down, Yi Xian suddenly walked out from the corner. I have control. Before the 3 Ninth Supremes could react, they were all controlled by Yi Xian. Now, the 10 Ninth Supremes in the Royal Sacred Dynasty were all servants of Yi Xian. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly rushed to the deepest part of the heavenly prison. More than 10,000 people from the Burning Sun Hall and the Juyin Palace were imprisoned here. However, because their Qiankuan rings were taken away and their bodies were sealed, they couldn't even open the door, let alone break through the heavenly prison's array. Ho Master! At this moment, Yi Xian had already reached the deepest part of the heavenly prison. He directly shouted towards the inside. Near the entrance of the heavenly prison was a group of Burning Sun Hall disciples, but there was an elder among them. It's you? This Burning Sun Hall elder was very surprised. Why are you here? I've infiltrated the imperial city. Elder, I'll let you out first. Without another word, Yi Xian opened the door and removed the shackles from the elder's hands. When the incinerating Sun Hall master and the others heard the commotion, they hastily squeezed through the crowd and walked out. Yi Xian, it's actually you. The incinerating Sun Hall master was astonished. Palace master, I'm very sorry for that day. If I hadn't left, I probably wouldn't have been able to escape death, Yi Xian said guiltily. He removed the shackles from the burning Sun Hall master's hands and asked, "Where is the patriarch?" Being asked this question, the burning Sun Hall master revealed an aggrieved expression. Master and master were killed by that old man. Dead. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, but it made sense. Lin Zhantian and that red-clothed lady were both Ninth Supreme Being Peak and posed a threat to the imperial family, so they were killed first. Palace master, don't worry. I will kill that old man and avenge the patriarch and master, Yi Xian said with righteous indignation. Now I'll let you out first. No, there are so many of us. Once we are let out, we will definitely be discovered by the imperial family. When that time comes, that old man will come out again and none of us will be able to leave. The Burning Sun Hall master directly refused. He really thought that Yi Xian had infiltrated the imperial city. However, he definitely wouldn't have thought that the entire imperial palace was already under Yi Xian's control. No, the entire imperial palace is now under my control. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he turned around and said, "Everyone, come here." The next scene would be unforgettable for the Burning Sun Hall master. The boorish man and the other two ninth stage supreme martial artists, who had threatened to destroy the Burning Sun Palace Hall, appeared in front of the Burning Sun Palace Hall master. Not only that, there was also a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe and a golden crown behind him. If these people were to combine their auras together, it would be enough to intimidate the 10,000 people in the imperial prison. However, the best part was yet to come. With the emperor in the lead, these people quickly walked behind Yi Xian and then all of them knelt down. "Master!" they shouted in unison. This sentence scared the hell out of the Burning Sun Hall master. "Palace master, after I left that day, I infiltrated the imperial palace and took control of all these people. Right now, there's only that old man in the imperial palace. He has no helpers," Yi Xian explained. "What?" When the Burning Sun Hall master and the 10,000 people behind him heard this, they were so shocked that they could swallow a quail egg. Controlling the emperor of the royal sacred dynasty? At this moment, the Burning Sun Hall master's gaze swept across a person. It was a cute girl with 3 white tails. The Burning Sun Hall master also recognized her. She was one of the disciples of the deceased elder Han Ming. She was also Yi Xian's follower Luo Luo. The Fox Charm clan was born with the ability to charm others. However, it was a little unrealistic to charm a few Ninth Supreme Being experts. However, it was only now that the Burning Sun Hall master realized that Yi Xian's aura wasn't any weaker than his. Even Luo Luo was an early Ninth Supreme Being. Gulp. The Burning Sun Hall master finally understood how heaven-defying the two of them were. The eldest senior brother of the Burning Sun Hall was also a Ninth Tribulation Supreme Being. However, he was already over 35 years old. Furthermore, he died under the palm of the retired emperor together with the palace master of the Absolute Yin Palace. However, in front of Luo Luo and Yi Xian, the eldest senior brother of the Burning Sun Hall wasn't even worth mentioning. He was completely like an ant. "Is this true?" An old man beside him reacted. He was the vice palace master of the Burning Sun Hall, and was also one of Lin Zhantian's disciples. Facing this question, Yi Xian also felt a little helpless. The truth was already in front of him, yet he was still asking if it was true? Could it be that the few Ninth Supreme Being experts behind him were fake? It's true. The entire imperial city is now under my control. That old man should have taken the sword-shaped stone and gone into seclusion. Therefore, he won't know that I let you guys out. Yi Xian nodded solemnly. Good. This is really good. Oh my god. I thought that we were going to die tomorrow. Let's go. While that old man isn't here, let's leave quickly. A group of Burning Sun Hall's disciples shouted. Not only that, even the female disciples of the Absolute Yin Palace revealed a look of hope. Alright, let's go. The Burning Sun Hall master replied. There were a total of 12,000 people in this huge imperial prison. Their Qiankuan rings had all fallen into the hands of the imperial family. To be more precise, they had all been counted and kept in the imperial treasury. Chapter 930. Very soon the 10,000 people escaped from the prison. The imperial guards outside were dumbfounded as they stared at each other. In such a situation they should have taken out their weapons, but the one who released the prisoners was the emperor. What could they say? Tens of thousands of disciples from various sects appeared in the imperial city. The scale of the scene left everyone dumbfounded. "Palace master, you all leave first. I will deal with that old man," Yi Xian said to the Burning Sun palace master. "Yi Xian, revenge is a dish best served cold. But that old man has already surpassed the supreme being realm. Even if we work together, we won't be a match for him," the Burning Sun palace master said worriedly. "It's fine. I will let them launch a sneak attack. That old man will never expect his son to do such a thing. When the time comes, let's see if he will kill or not," Yi Xian said with a slight smile. In fact, he was going to kill the retired emperor, but he didn't want to worry the Burning Sun palace master and the others. Good, this is a good plan. His own son has betrayed him. Let's see if he can put righteousness before family. The Burning Sun Hall master's eyes lit up. The disciples of Burning Sun Hall and Absolutine Palace behind him also had their eyes lit up as they cheered loudly. The emperor and the others were Yi Xian's servants. No one would expect them to launch a sneak attack on the retired emperor. At that time, if the retired emperor were to kill them in a fit of rage, it would be fun. Unfortunately, they wouldn't be able to witness such a scene. "Yi Xian, be careful. You are the future of our Burning Sun Palace master," one of the elders reminded. Yi Xian and Luo Luo controlled the emperor and peak experts of a high-ranked holy dynasty. With them around, the Burning Sun Palace master could sit back and relax. Of course, the prerequisite was that they didn't die. "I will." Yi Xian nodded. Then, he ordered the crown prince, who was charmed by Luo Luo, to lead the 10,000 people away. As for him, he began to reorganize the troops. The 9 peak supremes of the royal sacred dynasty, including the emperor, were all under Yi Xian's control. When the time came for them to launch a sneak attack, even if the retired emperor was an expert of fleshly body disaster, he probably wouldn't be able to react in time, right? "Young master, are we going over?" Luo Luo asked. "Go. When the time comes, hide nearby and wait until the ambush is over before making a move." Yi Xian nodded and replied. This time he was very determined. After all, this time his original body and avatar were going out together. After making the necessary preparations, Yi Xian led the emperor's group of 10 towards the place where the retired emperor was in seclusion. Not long after they arrived. This was an inconspicuous palace in the imperial city, but this was a forbidden area, and no one was allowed to enter. Following that, Yi Xian ordered the 10 emperors to move closer to the retired emperor while he, his doppelganger, and Luo Luo hid nearby. As long as they didn't show themselves, they wouldn't attract the retired emperor's attention. The emperor brought the 9 supreme martial artists with him and approached the palace. Then he said, "Father, bad news. Those people you captured have been rescued by an expert." Since they were going to launch a sneak attack, they naturally had to put on an act. Since the retired emperor had obtained the sword-shaped stone, he was naturally in the midst of comprehending it. If he could comprehend the sword force, then he would be a big shot. However, this seclusion wasn't a very important matter. If he wanted to, he could do so. Therefore, the retired emperor quickly walked out. "What's going on?" An aged voice resounded. The retired emperor finally showed himself. He wanted to use the Burning Sun Palace and the Absolutine Palace as a warning to others, but now they were actually rescued by someone. This was a slap to his face. "Father, this is the letter left behind by the mysterious expert." The emperor didn't say much and directly passed the letter over. The retired emperor stretched out his withered hand and was about to receive the letter, but at this moment, the sound of wind suddenly appeared. Huff, huff, huff. The 10 people, including the emperor, all made their move. 10 supreme martial artists simultaneously launched a sneak attack. Even if the retired emperor was an expert of the mortal body disaster, he still couldn't react in time. What? The retired emperor's eyes widened. The 10 people were very close to him, and the emperor was right beside him. Therefore, the sneak attack this time all landed on him. A martial artist cultivated the sovereign golden body, and the first of the 3 sovereign disasters was the mortal body. The retired emperor's mortal body had far surpassed everyone's imagination. The 10 supreme martial artists' full-strength sneak attack actually couldn't kill him, and only caused him light injuries. The retired emperor's sovereign golden body was useless, but the defense of his mortal body was much stronger than the sovereign golden body. However, all of this was within Yi Xian's expectations. Even if he was only an expert of the mortal body disaster, 10 supreme martial artists wouldn't be able to contend against him. The retired emperor was very puzzled by the sneak attack of his own son, but when he saw Yi Xian's 3 figures, he understood. "You actually charmed them, you're courting death," he roared, and his aura instantly soared. Just as his voice rang out, the 10 people around him were sent flying, and then he rushed towards Yi Xian. In fact, Yi Xian was still a little disappointed. If the 10 people had seriously injured the retired emperor, then their chances of victory would be much higher. An expert of the mortal body disaster is indeed different. Their speed is actually much faster than mine. Yi Xian secretly swallowed his saliva, and at the same time his eyes flashed, and immediately attacked from several thousand meters away. Burning Eye. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. Charm. This battle was very important. If they lost, there was a high possibility that they would die. Therefore, Yi Xian and Luo Luo were extremely alert. At the same time, 6 flying swords attacked the retired emperor. It's just an illusion and a mental attack. This old man has lived for nearly 100 years, so how can my mental strength be something you can imagine? The retired emperor coldly snorted, and raised his hand to slash out with his sword. This slash was enough to kill any supreme martial artist. However, Yi Xian's attack wasn't just for show. Flowing Shadow Sword. Yi Xian, who was holding the supreme martial artist's shadowless sword, also slashed out. This slash was also enough to kill any supreme martial artist. Boom! The 2 attacks collided and shockwaves rolled out. In the end, Yi Xian was at a disadvantage. However, one shouldn't forget that Yi Xian still had a doppelganger. Adding the doppelganger's attack, it was just right. A supreme martial artist's spiritual treasure is indeed extraordinary, to actually be able to block my attack. However, the supreme martial artist's spiritual treasure will soon be mine. The retired emperor's eyes were filled with greed. Even the powerful imperial family couldn't create a supreme martial artist's spiritual treasure. Back then, the 10,000 Swords Manor had coincidentally obtained 3 supreme martial artists' spiritual treasure blueprints, which allowed them to create a sword embryo. However, they couldn't create a complete supreme martial artist's spiritual treasure. Yi Xian was only able to create the Shadowless Sword and Fallen Star Whip because he had the Devouring system. If you want my supreme martial artist's spiritual treasure, then let's see if you have the strength. Chapter 931. In the next moment, the 6 flying swords attacked the retired emperor. At the same time, the 10 Ninth Supreme Being experts also rushed over quickly. Burning Eye. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger took turns to use it. Even though there was a difference of a small realm and a large realm between them, it was fine as long as it was effective. At this moment, the 2 sides had already come into contact. The retired emperor, who was at the first grade of human body disaster, had a physique much stronger than Yi Xian's. Even though the latter had a 70% increase in agility, he still couldn't beat his opponent. Fortunately, they had the advantage in numbers. Boom! 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 The 2 sides were engaged in an intense battle of vital energy. In this aspect, Yi Xian was slightly better. After all, his original body and doppelganger could block the opponent's attacks. Luo Luo, on the other hand, could use the Fallen Star Whip to attack. In addition, she had the 6 flying swords and 10 backup. What an annoying girl. The retired emperor also coveted the Fallen Star Whip. After dodging an attack, he actually reached out to grab it. Unexpectedly, with a bang, the retired emperor's left hand was drenched in blood as it was knocked away. Luolua's attack just now didn't hit him, so he didn't know that the Fallen Star Whip had such an effect. Good chance. Seeing this, Yi Xian hurriedly reminded Luo Luo. At the same time, his eyes flashed rapidly. Eye of Nirvana. Demonic Fox Flash. After the retired emperor failed once, Yi Xian found an opportunity. Immediately, He saw two flashes of light, one silver and one white with golden threads. Xiao! Xiao! The two flashes of light flashed past. The retired emperor dodged Luolua's demonic fox flash, but was struck by the more powerful eye of Nirvana. Fortunately, he blocked it at the critical moment with the high-grade supreme divine weapon in his hand. A high-grade supreme divine weapon was even harder than a ninth supreme being's golden sovereign body. The eye of Nirvana couldn't break it. However, the impact was so strong that even the retired emperor's right hand trembled. What a powerful attack! If my body was hit, I would at least be seriously injured. Cold sweat broke out on the retired emperor's forehead. Although he had been hit, he used the force of the impact to distance himself from Yixian. However, he had neglected one thing. His current situation was that he was surrounded by a fierce tiger in front of him and a jackal behind him. Behind him, there were 6 flying swords and 10 ninth supreme martial artist peak allies. Xiao! 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 Countless attacks were launched at him. Even though his speed was fast, it was inevitable that he would be hit a few times. Fortunately, his physical body was much stronger than the sovereign golden body, so he only suffered light injuries. You do have some ability. If I want to get rid of you, I have to be ruthless. Yixian's expression froze. Now he made a decision in his heart. Ding! Heavenly Eye God Race bloodline evolution successful. The system prompted. He still had some advancement points, which he obtained from killing a devourer beast in the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty's breeding ground. He had been keeping it as a backup. Today, he would use it to strengthen his Heavenly Eye clan bloodline. Immediately, the effect of all the Heaven's Eyes increased by a notch. Fuse. Since it was only the bloodline of his original body that had evolved, he still needed to fuse with it. After fusing with it, his combat power increased by another 10%. Burning Eye. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. This time the retired emperor could no longer remain calm. Since just now the burning eye had been tormenting his mind. He was in great pain but he endured it. But now, the power of the burning eye had increased by more than a little. The retired emperor, who was burned by the burning eye, couldn't help but let out a low cry of pain. In this battle, Yixian was in peak condition except for a little consumption of his eye power. However, the retired emperor's body had suffered a few light injuries, and his mental injuries were even more severe, so the situation was not good. His face was gloomy, and he made a decision in his heart. Kill. 10 ninth supreme martial artists were harassing him, which was very disadvantageous for him, so he had to be ruthless. Immediately, he turned around and attacked the 10 people behind him in a frenzy. His attack speed was very fast. After all, he was a first-grade human body disaster super expert. In the blink of an eye, countless sword rays flashed. Hiss! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out as the retired emperor killed 6 ninth supreme martial artists in an instant. Vicious and merciless indeed. Yixian shuddered. Back then, the retired emperor's giant palm not only killed a large number of experts from the Burning Sun Palace and Absolutine Palace, but also killed many of his own people. So this time Yixian quickly calmed down. Due to the retired emperor's powerful physique, if he wanted to seriously injure him, he could only use the disintegration eye, which was harder to defend against. Luoluo, prepare for close combat. Yixian suddenly said. Okay. Luoluo immediately nodded, indicating that she understood. They had already discussed a countermeasure before this. Immediately, Luoluo used a secret technique to forcibly increase her strength, which was to start burning that tuft of golden hair. This time she had no choice but to use her trump card. Otherwise it would be hard to say who would win. After feeling Luoluo's sudden increase in strength, the retired emperor's expression became more serious. It seemed that he had to show some of his true strength. Mystic Moon Slash. The retired emperor raised his right hand and slashed towards Luoluo. This was his unique technique. If he had used this technique at the start, Yixian would have to use the Eye of the Void to block it. Not good. Yixian could see that this technique was extraordinary, so he immediately thought of something. In the next moment, Luoluo disappeared from everyone's sight and reappeared next to Yixian. What? The retired emperor was shocked and thought to himself, teleportation. Retrieving an object couldn't be considered a true teleportation because there was a distance to retrieve it. Furthermore, Luoluo could only appear next to Yi Xian. However, using this technique to help Luoluo dodge the sword gleam was a good idea. After the attack failed, the retired emperor was caught up by Yi Xian and Luoluo. Now it was time to go all out because at such a close distance it was much harder to dodge the attack. Demon Fox Flash. After getting closer, Luoluo used her unique technique again. A white light flashed towards the retired emperor, but he blocked it with his sword. However, Luoluo didn't only have the Demon Fox Flash, she also had the Demon Fox clone. Boom! A shockwave swept out. The retired emperor thought that he had succeeded, but he didn't expect that it was just a clone. At the same time, Yi Xian finally activated a technique that he had just learned. Disintegration Eye. 2 invisible energy rays shot towards the retired emperor. These 2 rays couldn't be seen with the naked eye, but they could be felt. Sizzle. The 2 rays landed on the retired emperor's weapon. Just as the retired emperor was about to scoff at this attack, he realized that his weapon had started to disintegrate into countless tiny particles. Chapter 932. In the blink of an eye, only half of the high-grade Supreme Divine Weapon was left, and it was still rapidly withering. This scene frightened the retired emperor so much that he hurriedly threw away the weapon in his hand. But at this moment, Eye of Nirvana! Eye of Nirvana! Meteor Strike! Yi Xian's original body and clone attacked together, and Luoluo also used the powerful whip technique she had learned from the inherited memories. This time, even if the retired emperor didn't die, he would be reduced to skin. Pung! Pung! The retired emperor dodged one of the Eye of Nirvana, but he was struck in the chest by the other one. Not only that, he was also struck in the back by Lola's whip. The 2 powerful attacks collided, and he couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. His chest and back were already in a mess, and blood was spurting out, making him look extremely ferocious. After fighting for so long, he was finally heavily injured. An expert of human body disaster actually has such a powerful physique. The Eye of Nirvana is actually unable to kill him. Yi Xian was shocked. One must know that a casual attack from him could cut a peak Supreme Divine Warrior in half. The Eye of Nirvana's attack was stronger than his sword intent attack, but it was only able to heavily injure his opponent. This was enough to prove that his opponent had a powerful physique. However, the battle was about to end. The retired emperor, who had suffered 2 attacks in addition to the mental damage, had lost at least 40% of his battle prowess. Eye of Nirvana! Eye of Nirvana! Demonic Fox Flash. 3 cold lights lit up at the same time. The retired emperor, who was heavily injured, didn't have the ability to dodge the 3 attacks coming from different directions, and was instantly struck by them. Can't do! The retired emperor's mouth that was full of blood couldn't help but open as he spat out 3 words. These were the last words he would say in his life. The 3 attacks all landed on his body, crushing his heart. Lola's demonic fox flash directly cut off his head. The retired emperor, who was at the first layer of human body disaster, finally died. Pudong! His head fell to the ground, but because his chest and back were heavily injured, the blood didn't spurt too high. Pudong! Another muffled sound, and the corpse fell to the ground. Huff huff! Looking at the corpse of the retired emperor, Yi Xian and Luoluo both heaved a sigh of relief. Luoluo's hair also returned to its original state. That old bastard is finally dead. We've finally avenged our master. Luoluo was immediately overjoyed. He is truly difficult to deal with. If he had a supreme spiritual treasure, I'm afraid we would all die here today. Yi Xian also broke out in cold sweat. Now that the retired emperor was dead, his interspatial ring belonged to Yi Xian. Yi Xian hurried over and removed the retired emperor's Qiankuan ring. As the strongest cultivator in the royal sacred dynasty, the retired emperor didn't need to hide his wealth. Hence, this Qiankuan ring was his entire fortune. Yi Xian emptied the contents into his devouring space and quickly checked them. At this moment, there was a red stone in his devour space. Blood rock. Is this the blood rock? The pass to enter the Holy Lands? Yi Xian took out the blood rock and examined it. With this blood rock he could enter the Holy Lands. Luo would soon have the qualifications to enter the Holy Lands as long as she broke through to the peak of the Ninth Supremacy Realm. Now that he had avenged his master and obtained the Blood Rock, this matter was finally settled. However, just as Yixian was about to go wild with joy, ding! Discovered Devouring origin. Suddenly, a system notification rang out, causing Yixian to freeze in place. What was the origin of Devouring? However, just by hearing the name, it was definitely related to the Devouring system. While Yixian was still pondering, the system notification rang out again. Devouring origin can be used to upgrade the Devouring system. Do you wish to upgrade it? When Yixian heard this notification, he couldn't help but shudder. Upgrade the Devouring system? Young master, what's wrong with you? Luo asked anxiously when she sensed Yixian's abnormality. Yixian ignored Luo's question. No, it was as if he didn't hear her at all. He quickly scanned his surroundings and realized that there was a strange stone in the universe ring of the retired emperor. The pattern on the stone was exactly the same as the pattern on the devouring beast. Devouring origin. Upgrade. He immediately replied. What a joke. If the devouring system could be upgraded, it would naturally be upgraded. Unless his brain was fried. Ding! The devouring system is upgrading. The current progress is 1%. The system notification rang out. At the same time, a panel appeared. The progress bar had risen to 1%. The progress bar rose very slowly. It didn't rise by 1% even after a few seconds. However, it wasn't surprising. After all, it was an upgrade system. Even a computer required a lot of time to reinstall its system. What more the devouring system? Yixian waited quietly for a minute. However, he realized that the progress bar was still at 1%. It seemed that the devouring system wouldn't be upgraded so quickly. Luo, this young master has struck gold this time. Yixian couldn't help but exclaim. Even though she didn't know how he had struck gold, Luo could tell from Yixian's expression that Yixian was overjoyed. Congratulations, young master. Luo smiled. The stronger Yixian was, the happier she was. This was the self-cultivation of a human. This time it was out of Yixian's expectations. He actually obtained a devouring origin. This was the first time he had heard of this name. However, he never expected that it could be used to upgrade the devouring system. He wondered what kind of functions the devouring system would have after the upgrade. The devouring origin had already been used by Yixian to upgrade the devouring system. However, Yixian quickly took out a pen and paper and asked the emperor, "Have you seen this pattern before?" The emperor and the other 3 people looked at it and shook their heads. The devouring origin was usually found on the devouring beast. Now that they had the devouring origin, they could expand their search range in the future. Hurry up and give the order for the entire Sage dynasty to search for this symbol. Inform me as soon as you find anything. Yixian said to the emperor. Yes, master. The emperor nodded. He didn't even look at his father's corpse and left immediately. Even though the battle was intense, this was a forbidden area. No one was allowed to enter. Hence, no one knew that the retired emperor had fallen. While the devouring system was still being upgraded, Yixian entered the retired emperor's palace. He scanned the place with his eye of revelation but didn't find anything hidden. Chapter 933. Luo, hurry up and cultivate. Once you reach the peak of the Ninth Supreme, we will go to the Holy Land. Yixian said to Luo. And okay. Luo also understood why Yixian wanted to go to the Holy Land. Moreover, with their strength, they were almost invincible in the Blood Cliff continent. Therefore, they had to go to a higher place. However, Luo was only at the early Ninth Supreme level. If she wanted to reach the peak of the Ninth Supreme level, she would need at least a month. This was a conservative estimate. Now that everything was settled, Yixian and Luo could go into seclusion. Their clone could also go back to the eastern continent to visit and report their safety. Yixian stayed in the retired emperor's palace. In the following time, he kept looking at the progress bar in his mind. After an hour, the progress bar only increased by 1%. It seemed that it would take more than 4 days for the devouring system to finish upgrading. There were still many good things in the retired emperor's yin and yang ring, but they were not enough for Yixian to break through, so Yixian gave them all to Luo. Luo had the effect of the beast god bloodline. Her cultivation speed was as fast as a rocket. She cultivated for a day, which was equivalent to cultivating for more than 10 days. Very quickly for days passed. Soon, the devouring system will finish upgrading soon. In a corner of the royal sacred dynasty, Yixian sat on the ground anxiously. At this time the progress bar in his mind had already reached 99%. Just a little more and the devouring system would finish upgrading. Half an hour later. Ding! The devouring system has been upgraded. Ding! The sword god bloodline has been upgraded. Ding! The beast god bloodline has been upgraded. Ding! The tree of life bloodline has been upgraded. Ding! The Gemini bloodline has been upgraded. Ding! The heavenly Eye clan bloodline has been upgraded. The continuous notifications almost made Yixian faint. The devouring system had been upgraded. Not only that, it had also upgraded all 5 of his bloodlines. After the upgrade, the perception of the sword god bloodline was increased by 60%, and the power of the sword skills was also increased by 60%. His beast god bloodline strength increased to 4, agility increased to 8, monster growth speed, monster attribute and monster expansion all increased to 4, Beast King's deterrence and devour increased to 5, and even Beast King's rage, which he hadn't used for a long time, increased to 6. In the virtual god realm, one had to rely on ultimacy, territory and emperor's will. In the supreme realm, one had to rely on sword will and sovereign golden body. Hence, the Beast King's rage was of little use. However, if he reached the 3 lesser disasters of the supreme martial artist, then the Beast King's rampage should be able to be used as a trump card again. The human body disaster of the 3 sovereign disasters mainly focused on increasing one's physique. Thus, the Beast King rampage could be put to good use again. The Beast God bloodline had improved the most, and the Tree of Life bloodline's recovery speed and detoxification ability had also improved by 3 times. The Heavenly Eye God race had used the Devour points to upgrade twice. In addition to the Devour points given to him by the system this time, he had already upgraded to 4. But next it was time for the main event. Ding! Refining the second doppelganger. After hearing this notification, Yixian's body fiercely trembled. Second doppelganger? Previously, he had used the twin fruits to refine his first doppelganger. But now, with the system's upgrade, the advancement path that originally required 5 advancement points to upgrade had actually been upgraded once. Haha, a second doppelganger. Now I have 3 lives. Yixian's heart was already bursting with joy. His original body, first doppelganger, and second doppelganger were equivalent to having 3 lives. Not only that, but even the advancement path of combining doppelganger had been upgraded. Double combination increases my strength by 20%. Triple combination increases my strength by 30%? Unknowingly, Yixian's strength had increased by quite a bit. If his original body, first doppelganger and second doppelganger were to combine, then his strength would directly increase by 30%. Good, this is really good. From now on, I will leave one doppelganger in the eastern continent to accompany my family, while my original body and the other doppelganger will go out and explore. Yixian immediately made his decision. Although 10% of his strength was not bad, he still needed to take care of his family and friends. Leaving one doppelganger in the eastern continent was not only to accompany his family, but also to leave himself a way out. In the future, if his original body and first doppelganger were to die, then the second doppelganger would be his original body. At least he would not die. Ding! The second doppelganger has been successfully refined. The system notified. Yixian immediately summoned his second doppelganger. It doesn't matter whether the first doppelganger or the second doppelganger. The one going to the eastern continent will be the second doppelganger. Yixian directly listed the second doppelganger as his first doppelganger. Ding! The twin bloodline has been successfully connected. The system notified again. This time Yixian was completely confused. What did the twin bloodline have been successfully connected mean? But in the next moment he understood. After the twin bloodline had been successfully connected, then in the future, when his original body devoured heaven and earth treasures, his doppelganger would also benefit and increase his cultivation base. In other words, even if Yixian devoured heaven and earth treasures now, his second doppelganger, who was on his way to the eastern continent, would also increase his cultivation base. Simply put, the 3 doppelganger would share the same data. If one of them was to increase his cultivation base, The other two would be updated from time to time. Haha. This is going to be awesome. Yixian was already grinning from ear to ear. The upgraded system had brought him too many surprises. In the future, even if his doppelganger worked separately, he would be able to devour heaven and earth treasures directly without saving them for his original body. If his original body comprehended sword force, then the other two doppelganger would be able to use sword force even if they did not merge. This was the bloodline connection. The bloodline upgrade was completed, but the system notification continued. Ding! The exchange system has been upgraded. Ding! The forging system has been upgraded. Ding! The treasure system has been upgraded. Ding! The mission system has been activated. Ding! The treasure system has been activated. After 5 consecutive notifications, Yixian could not help but check the upgraded system. Originally, the exchange system was useless in the Tianshui continent. It could only be used to exchange for some small items such as equipment, which had to be forged by oneself. However, now that the exchange system had been upgraded, one could directly exchange for supreme divine weapons and supreme spiritual treasures. Previously, the currency was devouring crystals. Now, there was a new currency called super devouring crystals because of the new system. However, with Yixian's wealth, he couldn't even afford a single supreme spirit treasure. Originally, the forging system could forge weapons and armors as long as one had a forging blueprint. Now, after the upgrade, there were more tricks. For example, weapons could be tempered with mystical fire and could be strengthened to create resonance sets. The resonance set was a set of equipment that would be much more powerful than before. Currently, Yixian could forge the divine sword set, divine beast set, and so on. However, there was a set called the glorious set, which attracted Yixian's attention. These sets appeared according to the bloodline. The divine sword set and divine beast set naturally corresponded to the divine sword bloodline and divine beast bloodline. However, the glorious set was the set of the heavenly eye clan's glorious eye. The glorious eye was a very powerful heavenly eye. After using it, one's chi would turn golden, and one would temporarily learn various powerful skills. The glorious set was used to complement the glorious eye, and could greatly enhance the glorious eye's effect. Unfortunately, Yixian had never heard of the materials for these sets. It was not that he was ignorant but that they were too rare. Next was the treasure system. Yixian's divine beast bloodline could allow Yixian to have several treasure sets, but he felt that they were useless. His first treasure set was called Megatron, but it was burned to ashes by Jiang Tianjin's inextinguishable inferno.